particular sense of their argument, then we're doing justice to like what people are listening to. Then people can have a like palpable conversation. Like we're not just bringing in like our perspective, but we're actually deconstructing theirs. You understand?
Oh, I understand.
That's the
I
difference.
understand.
Yeah.
I see, because look, we're using the science, the understanding that we're using comes from the science that they taught us. Okay, so we're using the understanding of the world. They call it science, right? To try to explain to them how they're wrong. But that's not what Jesus did. That's not what any of the prophets did. That's not what the Bible taught.
I got
That's
you,
not
man.
what
I
God
got you,
wants
but we're
us.
supposed to
That's
be-
not what God wants us to be engaged in, right? These are fables. These are
supposed to
just
be-
Jewish fables, and
We're holding ourselves out as
and-
rational empiricists, okay? We're supposed to be very agnostic towards the metaphysical aspects of this.
No,
So
we're
when we
not.
tell people all the time that we are rational empiricists, that we can come to the globe by observation, measurement, deductive logic, and then in the same breath start talking about Metatron and the freaking Sefer Yetzirah and the Kabbalah, it makes us
I'm
look
not
like a
interested
bunch
in
of
that.
schizophrenics.
That's not the point. The point is not the Kabbalah. The point is that it's literally a religion. That's the point. Okay, when we say the globe is a religion, we don't just mean that they have to believe what the scientists tell them. It is literally a religion, a cosmology. It comes from a religion.
Well, Kabbalistic
Yeah,
teachings is
Bong.
just one aspect of the globe delusion. There are many other cosmologies out there besides this that also accept the globe, including atheism.
It has nothing to
Yeah,
do with
but
measurement,
Bong,
science,
but Bong,
nothing.
Bong, AV was talking about something else, about deconstructing their talk from their own perspective. I get it, but AV was not here. Gemzi and Bong and I was here for a couple of 2 hours. I mean, he was not receptive, AV. He was not receptive. When we tried to deconstruct, he always went back. For example, I will give you an example. Yoda, you remember what his answer was when I told you, please repeat your question? Are you interested in empirical evidence? Do you remember his
Yeah.
answer?
Well,
He
initially,
said, yeah,
he
he's
said he is.
interested. Yeah.
He's interested in the data.
Yeah, but how
Next
did
time,
he say
okay?
it? He said it in this way. Yeah, of course, we should listen, and people should listen to the evidence, and then blah 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 blah. But in a way, as
Sure.
if we are the ones who are not listening to the evidence. Did you get that?
I caught that, but listen, I mean, this conversation's not over. Okay, it sounds like he's going to come back, and when he comes back, we'll just present the black swan. We'll present some laser measurements, and if he doesn't jive with this, then he gets the boot, and we make an example of him for the live stream.
The topic
I
of the
tried
Kabbalah.
that. Sorry,
The
just wait a
topic.
minute.
Hold on.
I just want to say I tried that. Bonk, didn't I try to tell him about the opposite shore,
No.
about the black swan, the oil rig? I tried that.
Wasn't interested in that.
Bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the
Go
topic
ahead,
of the Kabbalah was I did not even want to bring it up because I want to hear where he came from. He freaking just said it with his mouth, like all the things he was saying, like consciousness is or reality is consciousness in motion. Like everything he was saying was exactly what this guy had nothing to do with it. I didn't bring it up. I spoke against it. I was like, yo,
what I was listening to,
you're talking because I asked him, you sound like a Kabbalist. Yeah, I said, do you, what he was saying. Okay, because when I asked him that, he said, yes, definitely. He was agreeing. Okay, so he came in.
If you brought up
with,
the Vedas, he'd probably have a lot to say on that too, and you wouldn't know that he knows about Kabbalah. So
he does because he
know what I mean?
he went. No, he explained.
He was trying
Look,
to
he's
meet you
going
at your
into
level.
these. He was going into the. No, he was saying things that Michio Kaku is saying, that the people in quantum mechanics are saying, that the people in the New Age are saying.
yeah, that's fine. Bon, that's
He
fine.
was saying these things.
Bon, that's fine. But what I was hearing when I came in was that he came from a background of being a psychologist. So he wanted to see the reason why people think the way they think. So I'm listening to him, and if you guys were too, you were seeing the angle he was coming from. He was coming from why people think what they think and why they believe what they believe. It's not just about the Kabbalah. It's about everything, right? Why they think
the
things that they
psychological
think.
analysis.
Yeah, exactly. So I turned it back on him. I'm like, maybe that's the wrong category. You're coming in here thinking that it's something psychological. Perhaps it's just information that you're rejecting. It's factual information we're presenting and people aren't accepting. So that's like, I try to switch, give him an off ramp from psychology into like perhaps looking into the evidence. That's why I wanted to take it. So we have to kind of listen to what he's saying. Yeah, I mean, he might have said some few things, Bong, about the Kabbalah and stuff, but he doesn't know what he's saying. You get me?
Yeah,
So
I know.
you have to-
I know that. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know. As I was trying to say, he doesn't know what he's saying, right? And
No, he doesn't.
I was trying to at least show him that the globe is literally a religion. That's what I was trying to at least get through to him. Like, if he's gonna leave with something,
Yeah, but
you know, leave with that.
the blind man can't see, Bong. So you have to actually get him off of, because he was on his own agenda, right? And so when there was a few things he said, you latched onto them and got on your agenda. So you both had your own agenda and you were talking past each other. So you both never landed any points. You get me? You both never landed any points.
Yeah, exactly.
AV, may I ask you if you noticed that he nevertheless came up with evidences which are brought up by Globers, like
I agree. I agree because he was I agree.
Flight plan.
He was taking the road of not being held accountable because he's like, I'm not here to argue about this. I'm just telling you what I know about it. So I'm taking the perspective of just like examining the conversation. That's what he was saying. I'm just looking at what both sides are saying, or globe and flat, and like, so he was kind of like dismissing himself from being held accountable to anything you guys were saying. So he didn't want to engage in like what Bong was saying about Kabbalah or what you were trying to get him on. He didn't want to because he's like, I'm not here for that.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that. Yeah, that's why that's why I stopped too. I was like, man, but for the people that are listening, when people bring that up, like, I'm gonna say something. When you say that God is in everyone and God is in everything and we are God, that God is. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say it because the people are listening. Okay, I'm gonna,
Okay, I mean, it's not exclusive to Kabbalistic teachings.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, this whole thing is the same thing. Okay, but Kabbalah is the because it's the J's.
Not the only
basically,
thing out there teaching
right?
this garbage.
Well, it was because of the J's. The Catholic Church. That's why. Look, that's why I say that. Okay, because I'm not. It's the people know what it is. The celebrities do it.
Yeah.
The goddamn the people playing sports do it. The goddamn astronauts do it. All these people do it. The scientists. They talk about the Kabbalah, and this is quantum mechanics.
I've been listening to him because I was in a noisy place. I'm still in a noisy place, but just less noisy. So I think Bong did meet him where he was at in La La Land, because that's where he was at. You heard him say, like, I think we have to go by our intuition, right? You heard that. That's how he determines
Yeah, I heard that.
how it feels in his balls, right? Like, good luck with that. He wasn't going to hear any empirical evidence from us. He wasn't going to see any data. He wasn't going to look at it. Every time we tried to present it, he just like shucked and jived onto something else and started making metaphysical statements about nonsense.
Exactly.
So Bong did meet him where he was at, in La La Land.
Yeah. So, but it seems like even though they were in La La Land, they were talking about two different types of lalas. So it didn't.
Right.
Well, I mean, he all went into the Kabbalah. He obviously knew a lot about it, right?
So,
Yep,
Bro,
he understood
India, bro.
the Gnostic emanations.
He said that.
Yeah, bro.
Right when he
India.
said
Yeah,
that, I was like,
India.
this guy knows the Demiurge story, man. This guy knows the cosmology. This is a psychologist. Peterson's always talking about the same thing. You go down to the darkness and get the pearl, bring it back up and share with everybody. It's this. Yeah, man. That's why I had to say
He would
something.
have definitely made the brain in the jar argument. 100%. He would have said we can't know anything when grilled. He would have rejected objective reality altogether.
Yeah. We can't.
Infinite consciousness all coalescing into one thing. You heard that shit, right? Dude, dude was he needs to get a psychological checkup himself.
Yeah,
He's at the point where he needs to be presented. He needs to be presented the empirical evidence, and he needs to be made an example of. Plain and simple.
I agree with that. 100%. The only thing to do with that. Hoist them up. Make an example of them.
I was waiting for him to say that, though. if he was talking about psychology, I was waiting for him to say that nothing, we can't prove anything anyways, because based on our minds, we're only consciousness. I was waiting for that, but he never
Miggy's like
he never landed there.
Man. You're like a coiled spring.
AV, bro, I don't know, bro, I don't know. In case you were not listening, I told him after 30 minutes, I told him, bro, the topic of this survey is the lack of curvature by proving the lack of curvature by empirical evidence, observations. But you are coming and trying to inject spiritualism, universal consciousness, how the brain works, and how we should think and talk. We don't need to make rules. Yeah,
your evaluation is 100% on target, dude. Your evaluation of what he was doing is 100% on target. That's exactly what he was doing. Look, he did not want to talk about the empirical evidence. That direct question by Yoder, dude, he like blah 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 blah, shucks and jives. Yeah, data. I'll just say the word data to make it look like I care, but he didn't care. He was not going to accept anything presented. And even if he presented it, he'd be like, "Well, how do you know you're freaking out here?"
Yeah, that's why I wanted to thank you. I just want to thank. Wait a minute. I just want to thank. Okay, go ahead.
You've got to learn to give way sometimes, man. Got to. I give way. Do you know what I mean? Okay, got to learn to give way.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, thank you. Because what I was going to say was, I was glad that you actually spoke on for 5 minutes on the fact that what he wasn't addressing, and are you now prepared to listen to the question again? I love that. That's what I liked about you there, because you did, that was correct, as India was saying. You were right on the money, and I agree with everything you said.
And I'm very happy. I'm very happy that India mentioned and first noticed and then mentioned the word intuition. We should trust in our intuition, and that India made the analysis that the guy speaking that word and saying we should trust in our intuition shows that he is not interested in empirical evidence.
Yeah,
that is very important.
This brings it to my point, guys, that this is the obvious thing that everybody knows. This is why AV and Indio were addressing him and bringing him in slowly to the slaughterhouse. But my point was that I didn't have to join in. When they started speaking, I said, okay, I'm going to move back and let them speak. And eventually they're going to bring it to the place that he has to brought, to the back of the the
slaughterhouse, as you said,
and that's we gotta allow for the conversation to make it there. We don't have to push.
Yeah, and that's when he hit the exit, dude. And that's when he hit the exit. He did it like, well, I'm gonna leave now. When I was like, we believe in empirical. He's like, well, I gotta go. And then like,
I heard that too.
Around, and then we went to present it again, and then he's like, gotta go.
Well, how convenient.
Sorry,
I don't feel welcome.
Did a good job again in keeping him in here, because he said, I want you to stay, I don't want you to go. That was brilliant appeal.
He said, I don't feel welcome. That's what he said.
Yeah, he disarmed us with that shit. He disarmed us with that whining.
How convenient it was time to go when it was time to actually get real, you know?
Yeah. Berserker did it right, though. He said, I don't want you to go. I want you to answer the questions.
He used his intuition and felt you had to bugger off.
I love those psychological types, dude. I wake up for that.
So do I.
I wake up for that, man.
Do I.
Yeah, you know, we became for him the guardian at the threshold of his new realization and discovery.
Mm.
He didn't want to confront the guardian at the threshold. We can talk to him at his level.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I've learned a lot about the psychiatrist and psychology. In fact, one of my longest standing students here in Japan, she has a degree in psychology, and we have talked about the flat Earth, the moon landings, and everything. I said, you know what? She came at me one day. You can't know everything. I said, I didn't give you that impression. I never made that claim. I've never ever thought I knew everything, but I know what I do know. Okay, that's what I said. I know what I know, though. Now we're not on a spinning ball here. And that can be proven.
It's a good opportunity to kind of open the field, because the psychology conversation always comes up, and you guys addressing these topics is very interesting for conversation.
Yeah,
You
please.
can't know everything, but you can. But you can know some things, like Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what? You
yeah. And
can't
guess
know
what she
everything.
said? Guess what she said? Yeah, listen, right? When that horrible situation came up with the seed, the big seed that we just gone through 4 years, okay? She was scared. She had the mask on and everything. I didn't have my mask on. And she said to me, to sit at the other end of the table. Now, prior to that, we used to sit opposite each other. Now, she wants me to sit at the other side of the table. I said, excuse me, I'm going to sit where I always sit in your house, here. Now, if you don't want to have this lesson, I'm gone. Don't project your fears onto me. And she says, I'm not scared. I go, yes, you are. You're the one with the mask. And you know what? The next week, plexiglass is up, like you get in the shops. Her husband fashioned a plexiglass window thing right by where I was sitting. There you go. I said, see, you're the one that's scared. I have nothing to fear with this nonsense. You're the one with the psychology, I said. Your psychology is fear at this point. Don't project your fear onto me. That's what I said to her. I said, we can end this lesson right now because I don't want to sit here at the other end of the table, when I know there's no danger. Do you get my meaning?
My point was that this was a good opportunity to kind of put him on the seat, and you guys were kind of sounding like the psychologist and him the patient.
Yeah, that would have been good to continue.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah. So when these psychiatrists and psychologists come in, we have to embrace them, get them in, sit them down, let them feel comfortable, and let them go through their spill. And then the most articulate ones of us, which will be like a Miggy and let's, for example, say India and that, let them get there. And, like Jemsy was saying, bring them to the slaughter table, slowly but surely. Because I would have loved to see that happen, actually. So, yeah, I get your point, Jemsy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because Jen was talking about no, because remember he was saying we can't know if it's curved or not. And you were like, yes, right. we do know that. We can determine whether something is curving or not. We can see that. Like your eyes work perfectly. You were telling him that. Like he was tiptoeing around that area, and I was just waiting for him to actually pull the trigger and say we can't know anything because we're just consciousness. And if we would have went there, it would have been great. Like he never wanted to. I guess he wanted to find the exit first. So
he was trying to get out, but I think, as I said again, Berserker did a great job in keeping him in for an extra 10, 15 minutes. That was good. Good work.
Yeah, but like you said, AV, I don't think he knows what he's saying. Like I understand why he's a psychologist, but he did mention a couple times he doesn't know what the shape of the earth is, and I think I heard him say that he was interested to find out. So, but I kept bringing up Kabbalah, Kabbalah quantum mechanics stuff. You know what I mean? Like. Kept saying the stuff those guys were saying, and that's why I was like, "Hey, are you a Kabbalist? Like, do you know what what this is?" And he's like, "Yeah, actually." I was like,
Can you imagine that, ladies and gentlemen? Can you imagine that you don't know what the shape is, and all you need to do after listening to a bunch of flat earthers, which he surely has done, with his psychological analysis, right? He should have gone out to confirm it for himself. In all the time that he's been learning about the flat earth, he should have gone out to confirm that, because that's what you would do. You're going to be challenging flat earthers, so you're going to make sure that you've got your briefcase is full of all the facts and the evidence that you have proven the earth is a globe, and you come here, and then you can start to call us delusional if that's the case. He hasn't even gone out to investigate that. He hasn't gone out. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I don't know the shape of the earth, but I'm not going to go out and check it. Silly. That's absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, and talking about meeting him. And talking about meeting him, where he was coming from. Don't you remember, Bongso? I tried to meet him and told him if he's claiming that the universe is self-conscious and it created itself and there is a design. Which word did he use? I think a designer. Everything indicates and points out to a designer. Do you remember that? Do you remember when I asked him, isn't it that you also believe in a creator, but you are just giving it another word. You are calling it universal consciousness.
Yeah, he said, this is basically, I'm going to paraphrase, I'm going to try to summarize. This is what he said. the creation is God. God is the creation. Right, he's part of this creation, and he's always creating. That we are basically saying we are God, and that's why I jumped in. Like, yo, back up a little bit, man. You know, well, stuff. What? That's why I was like, hey, man, what are you doing? I thought you was a psychologist. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was in his profile name, Pantheos. Asked him, do you remember? Exactly. I know what Pantheos means because I understand Greek. Pan it means everything or all, and Theos means God. So Pantheos means everything or all God. All God. It means everything is God. That was in his name, bro. That was in his name.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing that Oprah, you know, the law of attraction, you know, gravity. I mean, that's what gravity is, but that's it. I was like, that's what. Why is this guy talking about this stuff? Does he know what he's saying? Like, so I was trying to figure out, this guy know what he's saying because he sounds like he does it.
Yeah, this is his regular sales pitch. You see, that's what I detected. It's a regular sales pitch that he's got, that he's spilling out here, and I didn't agree with anything he said. I just thought, if I'm looking for the curvature of the earth, I don't need all this cabal shit that you're bringing up. I don't need that. Let's get out there, go and measure it. Let's go. We don't need this other stuff that you talk about that I'm never, ever going to be interested in. It's not part of my existence. I don't need that shit. That's junk. It's like fucking chewing on. None of that for me, thanks.
As I told him too, I was like, if the earth is not a ball, right, then all that is rubbish. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, trying to lead it back to like, look, it's not a ball.
He doesn't want to be in the realm of the. He doesn't want to be in the realm of the real, dude. That's his point. He was trying to make it to where we don't have to talk about empirical information. So that's all it was. The whole thing, the topic was that he didn't want to talk about anything empirical. So when Radwin brought it up, he just dismissed it, and that's why Radwin got upset.
Yeah, that's exactly why I like the psychiatrists and psychologists, because, you know, they always try to talk about reality, but they don't want you to live in it for some reason. You know, and they use these weird methods of drugs-induced reality. I don't want that. That's not reality for me. You know, I had a friend. His name was Simon, who was a friend of my girlfriend at the time. Okay, now he was from Israel. He's living in England. He'd been in the army in Israel, so he was suffering from some of the wars that he went on. And the psychiatrist gave him some drugs, okay, to use. Right, and this came out after I've known him for about 2 years. This is when I started to realise that something was wrong with this guy, and I then got into him deeply. And I found out that he was on these drugs and that his house was a mess. So me and Sharon cleaned his house out because he offered us a drink. He offered us a drink of water in a glass where the grime from last week was still coming off the glass. And he's offered me a drink like that. I said, no, this guy's not with it. Let's clean his house up for him. So we cleaned his house up, got into a nice conversation with the guy. And then eventually he agreed to come off the drugs. Okay. When he came off the drugs, 2 weeks later, he's buying a motorbike. Jim, can you help me get this bike running, please? Okay, yeah. So he's starting to show some coherency now. He now gets himself a job. All the while, he's waiting to be moved into a new property that was being built about 5 miles from where he was living. Okay, new properties being built for these people who have these psychological problems. Okay, part of the project was they had to be on these drugs now, but he was off the drugs, doing well. 8-9 months later, he goes back on the drugs, right? And he's got his new property and he's back on the drugs, and he fell back into what he was doing. So I knew that day that people can come off the drugs, and if they stay on it, they can live well. That's what I learned. This would be in 1993, 94. Okay? Yeah. Way back. Wasn't a flat earther then, but there you go. You know, I was a realist. As you said, keeping it real. That was me. All right? Because I like the psychological thing, the psychology. So when they do come in, I'm always willing to listen, but I'm not prepared to accept anything but the real stuff. That's all I'm interested in. And I've got my mind is coherent. If I'm telling you the earth is flat, you can't tell me if my mind is not working correctly, or my brain is not working correctly, or we're not able to perceive. That's crap. Don't tell me that. You can't tell that to an engineer. You just can't. Our brains are just working too concisely. Yeah, go ahead anyway.
Man, doesn't psychology mean like the study of the soul? I think it's one of those pseudosciences, but
There you are. There you are. You see, it's evolved into something else anyway. It's evolved into an industry where they're doing drugs. That's what it is now, pushing drugs on you. And then there's 2 documentaries that you might be interested in. One is called Making a Killing, the psychotropic drugging in the US, okay? And it's the psychiatrists blowing the whistle on themselves. So they've literally blown the whistle on themselves, and they're telling you that they don't use a scientific method. We have no way of predicting any symptoms. The best psychiatrists fail every time, and that's the first 5 minutes. The second documentary is called Big Pharma, Big Money. And there they're talking about how the industry and how it makes its money. The psychiatrists, again, whistleblowing. And there was one guy called Dr. Rosenhan, and it's called the Rosenhan Experiment, where Dr. Rosenhan and 7 other psychiatrists went to different asylums and pretended they were out of their head, out of their mind. And once they got registered in, they then went back to acting normal people now to see if they'd be picked out and recognized. None of them got picked out. They had to sign documents to be released. Okay, and then when they explained the stunt that they pulled to the psychiatric industry, they were so angry. The industry said, "If you do this again, we will pick you out next time." Guess what happened? Nothing happened yet. They didn't send anybody, and then the industry is saying we've caught 60 odd people pretending, and 34 are pending. And you know what they said? We never sent you one person to your institutions. Thus proving the psychiatric industry cannot tell the difference between somebody who is sane or insane. That was the test to prove whether somebody was insane or not. And they failed every single time. There you are. It's called the Rosenhan Experiment. You look it up. Really funny. So, yeah, I've looked into this, really deep into this, and I find it very interesting. So I'm always prepared to listen, but I'm not prepared to accept anything that is not based in reality. Can't do that. Just not me.
Yeah, Jin. Yeah, Jin. I have personal experience with a person who is close to me. Psychological medicine or pills, however you call it. For example, in Europe, it's called Xanor. In Europe, there is a pill called Xanor. I think in the United States, it's called Xanax. It destroys the people. It destroys the brain. The brain doesn't function anymore. The person forgets things which were said a day ago or 2 days ago.
Their brain becomes foggy. Their cognitive process are fogged up. Yeah, that's why
you read and if people read the usage information or however it is called in English, it is written there that it could cause epilepsy and heart attacks.
Right, side effects.
But also it is written it could increase the willingness or the drive into suicide. But they give these pills to people who they call endangered of suicide, suicide danger. But the pills in the usage information, it is written it could increase the willingness to commit suicide. It's insane.
Yeah, no, it's totally insane. That's why I like those 2 documentaries I mentioned. It's the industry itself taking a look at itself and actually blowing the whistle, so that you are made to be very aware, of the psychiatric industry and their shenanigans and that, and what they get up to. And then you say to yourself, you don't want to fall into that bracket at all. But we're living in an era where now you could be referred to an asylum just by one doctor. Before it used to be 3 doctors. Now in Europe and in England, 1 doctor is all that is required, and you can end up in one of those institutions. So we're really on a slippery slope as it is now. Even though the industry is whistleblowing, okay, you've still got the psychiatric industry. 1 doctor can send you there. 1 doctor.
Yeah, Jin, you know that mental asylums, assigning someone to mental asylum sending someone to mental hospital. That was a weapon which was used by the communists. You know that, right?
Yeah. I'm very aware of that.
They sentenced and sent their political oppositions into mental asylum.
Yeah, it's actually a very dangerous situation that we're living in now with that fact that it only requires one doctor to refer you to these mental institutions. One doctor, that's all required, So it's frightening because they look at the flat earthers in such a light, some people, that's where we should go. And if they had their way, that's where they would send us, to these institutions, So we're on a very slippery.
You know in what happened. What happened 2020. I mean, the people who didn't want to comply. I mean, the system wanted to imply that the people who didn't like to take the juice, the system wanted to imply, said that these people are dangerous. They even said that we could put them in mental asylum and things like that.
Yeah, they said that. They said, those of you who don't want it, you must be flat earthers. That's what they said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they said those who are anti the jab, you are a flat earther, and vice versa. Yeah.
But a question to Jamesy and Bong, because they were here when the other guy, when Pantheos came. I mean, we should actually admit that he was really good in evading and avoiding being provided empirical evidence and talking about empirical. He managed to avoid to talk about empirical evidence. That is what frustrated me. 2 hours, more than 2 hours, no one was able to show him anything, to provide him anything, because he immediately went into circles about how the mind works and the consciousness, universal consciousness. I mean, I have to admit, he was good in that psychological play.
Well, he was a good salesman, because what he was trying to do basically is a number of things, and one was to dissuade you from the flat Earth thinking, and then to put it to go ahead. Sorry,
it's Bongsaw's fault. Where's Bongsaw? It's his fault. He was me and Bongsaw before that guy jumped in. Me and Bongsaw, we were talking about the Kabbalah. Remember?
No, I wasn't there.
Bongsaw, it's your fault.
Yeah. Now I now remember.
Yeah, me and Bongsaw, we spent like 30 minutes talking about the Kabbalah, and then he jumped in and he asked questions about that kind of thinking. So
yeah. We also, before that, we talked about cows, how the cows think.
It was me and Bongsaw going at it. Nobody cared until he joined.
Yeah, it's probably listening on YouTube or something, and then came in.
Yeah.
But he was good, right? Oh, and Jamesy, he was really good in evading and avoiding to listening to. He was really good, huh? We were not able to provide him any empirical evidence or that.
I just wanted the psychologist to be on the patient chair.
Yeah.
I was trying to. I was actually being nice. You know what I mean? Because I wanted to hear more, but I was ready to, kind of like, just question him about religion, God and all that stuff, and Kabbalah.
Yeah. I always felt that the psychiatrists want you to, if you think for yourself as an individualist, it seems as not a good thing to do. You've got to go with the flow, with the people, with the main groups. You've got to go with them all the time. I've never been that kind of guy. I've always been on my own, doing things my way at the end of the day, Hence, I'm a flat earther. That's how I got there. I didn't get there by groups of people. In fact, it was because with the groups of people that I had 48 years of a mistake. There you are. you go.
Me and Bangsa were just chilling, talking about things, and we weren't trying to debunk any globes at that moment. We were talking about it, but just more in a what was it, Bong? Like in more psychology way. We were kind of talking about that, and then he came in. No, Bong?
Yeah, I just exactly. I know a lot of people
The
don't
psychologist
like it.
heard us, and then he was trying to, give his diagnosis. Go ahead.
Yeah, he started talking about like the actual like the treat, all that stuff. And I don't care about any of that. Yeah, because it's all lies. It's all Freemasonry, all that crap. The point was the ball comes from a religion. Okay, and that religion is like Freemasonry and all these people that give us science, so-called science. That's the whole thing is a religion. It's basically trying to call it out. It's witchcraft and all that. But he kept trying to damage control. I don't know what the hell he was doing, but
It was, I will admit, it was an enjoyable conversation listening to you guys. I spoke with him a little bit, and then to you guys talking to him. It was good. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was interesting. I'll give it that. It was interesting. And I think Mickey was right. He was just waiting for him to go into the realm where you can't know anything. That's when, he's going to be in big trouble there, right there. That's it.
Oh. When AV and
Mickey was like a coiled spring just waiting.
When you guys joined and even Jin came in, I was, this is getting good. But then he left.
Yeah. Next time we get him in. We got to, because you know what he said as well before he left. He didn't feel welcome. Those was a few of his last words before he left. He wasn't feeling welcome. Then he went Yassos, which is goodbye in Greek. Yeah. That's what I discovered. He's Greek. Okay. Right. So the next time he comes in, we've got to overwhelm him with warmth and happiness. Sit down, relax, and then of course methodically reverse the psychology. That's what you got to do, because at the end of the day. We're about living in the real, as Jemsy would say. All right. So, realistically, we should be able to do these things, prove certain things. Can we not? There's a methodology that we have, a method that we have by we can prove things and et cetera, et cetera. We can take him down that route. Yeah. Listen to what he's selling and then act accordingly.
So backward psychology, that was the right term.
Yeah. So we do the reverse psychology on him. Yeah, my student though, when she said that you can't know everything, this came at the point where I said she hasn't gone out to check anything, so you can't say I'm wrong, for example, right? And you don't seem to be looking at the information. I've given it to you, you've had it for so long, but you haven't checked, and you still keep saying you're on a globe. You can't say that. You don't even know that's a globe. You're saying it without even checking it, and you've got the degrees in psychology. I said, because remember when I met her about maybe 15 years ago now, right? More than that. Even right, whoa, hang on a minute, maybe 18 years ago, I said to you that because of your level of English ability and your degrees in psychology, I don't think I've got anything to offer you, because you're looking at linguistics and the psychology of linguistics and the language. So that's above my level. I said to her, you're above my level. I'm a teacher of English, but I don't teach the psychology. Because you're looking deep into what is intended to be said, intention and stuff like that. That's not what I'm teaching here. I'm teaching how to communicate in English as a mechanism for travel, a job, interviews, that kind of stuff. She goes, no. I have other problems where I don't understand the English language when it's American English and the phrases they use versus the English phrases. And she's also teaching English to be sure that what she's ticking in the books for the exams are correct. I said, oh, okay. 18 years later, she's still here. Okay, there you go. I thought she was a spy sent from the Education Authority to check on me. That's what I thought.
Was this one on the server?
No, this is here in Japan where I live.
Okay.
This is my personal experience. I've been here 26 years, and 18 years of it has been teaching this. What do? I don't teach. I check what she's done. I'm like the teacher who's checking the teacher, if you will. Okay, that's my role.
Okay.
Yeah, because she does teach English, but she still has problems with certain phrases and expressions. And then when the students try to express themselves, I'm checking their work with her, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how that's turned out. But when I introduced her to the flat Earth back in 2016, yeah, she offered in 2017. I think it was 3 Japanese men, 3 or 5, Japanese men had spent 25 years trying to capture a shot of Mount Fuji from the Fukushima mountain range in Fukushima, here in Japan, okay? There's a mountain range in Fukushima. I don't know the name of the range, to be honest. Can't remember it. I've been there myself, but I can't remember the range name now, right? So this mountain range, they managed to capture Mount Fuji, and it's from the most northernest point that they've managed to do this. Okay, so I'm unaware of this event that's been going on for 25 years. So I go to her house. We're going to start the lesson, and then she says, "Jin, I've got some good news. Look. They proved that the Earth is a globe. Look. They've taken a picture from Mount whatever it was in Fukushima, and they can see Mount Fuji." And I read the article, and I said, okay. So this is from the most northern point. Well done, guys. 25 years it took them to do that. So they've been trying for 25 years to capture the weather, because the weather wasn't permitting, of course. Okay. So now, but I said, you know what, though? Let me just check this. Oh yeah, 180, 200 miles. There should be about 5 miles of curvature. So they didn't prove the Earth was a globe. They proved flat Earth with this observation. She just sank back into the chair.
Genie's not letting them sleep, not even once.
Nope. That was back in 2016. Okay, so I just become a flat earther then. So 2017, sorry. So the year later. So by this time, Jin was well flying high with the same energy that I have now. Maybe even more, let's say. But no, she wasn't going to get away with that one. I said, no, they've actually inadvertently proved flat Earth. And I showed her the
calculations
calculator. I showed it to her. Yeah. Good. Look at that. You see? That's what it's. Do you see? See the curvature? It's not there, is it? If they can make that shot, clearly the Earth is not a ball. And then that's it. You see, that galvanized. She knew that I was serious. And when she's talking, using the textbook, and the CGI moon comes up, I say to her, sorry, CGI Earth. I said, you see that? You realize that's not the real shot here. That's a computer-generated image. And then I showed her like Robert Simmons and the 5-minute video. So she listened to it. I said, you see, that's how he creates it. So this is not real. Okay? And if this is not real, how do you know? You want to keep asking her that? Yeah. Yeah, man. 18 years I've been with this woman.
Yeah, but Jin, you have to realize it is impossible with these people. I mean, like she works.
She's a psychiatrist.
She's a psychiatrist, and she will know if she will indulge with you in flat Earth, and if she would believe in it. One day, her tongue will slip in the work, and she will talk to colleagues about it. And
yeah,
because she wants to keep her work. This is the intensive. How do you call it?
Yeah, this is her intention, of course. This was of most concern.
Not the intention. Incentive. Sorry, incentive.
Oh, incentive, right. This is her motivation, in other words. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So people then make a choice. What if I would lose my work if I start talking about flat Earth? So they start to block. Okay. So
Yeah.
they would say it's better if I block it, so that not one day suddenly, unintentionally,
Yeah.
my tongue will slip, and I will talk about how funny these photos are, and this is all fake. And yeah, you have to consider these factors that people. That's why people are afraid. Some of them are afraid just to
Yeah.
admit it and to to believe
Yeah.
or to
Well, she
see that
can't
it
block it
is.
when she comes to see me because I've got my Flat Earth T-shirt on, Flat Earth map on the wall,
Yeah,
Flat Earth
yeah,
laminated Flat Earth maps on the table, always there.
yeah.
They're there. If we're
What was
talking
the
about a
word
place
which
in the world, listen. If we're talking about
what was the
anywhere in the
word
world,
which he
looking at a Gleason's map.
yeah, what was the word which he used? Galvanized. The relation became galvanized from that
Yeah,
moment. That's why,
yeah,
yeah, because she cannot ignore it when she comes and visits you, and you wear the
yeah.
flat Earth T-shirt. She
That's
cannot hide from
correct.
it. That's
Hey
why.
guys,
Yeah. Hey,
hey, Great
what's up?
Angelo's in politics server right now. The entomologist.
Oh, right.
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah,
go there.
yeah,
In the politics, yeah.
I'll be
yeah.
listening to you guys. Just go ahead and take
Okay.
over.
Do you want us to join there, Avi?
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean that there's someone in there,
Okay.
so people might be jumping there. It's
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a good night. I'm gonna hop off. It's bedtime here. You guys have a good night.
Okay, take care, bro. Take care, bro.
Yeah.
Good night. Take care.
You too. I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Nice talking to you. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, bye, Eli. You sound a bit sleepy, so get some rest. Yeah. So how do we get to this politics? Are they going to send me, or do I have to go myself? That was the question I was asking. Looks like I have to go myself then. Okay. All right.
But
Gotta make-
don't you have the
No, I have
don't
it.
you
I
have
have
the
it. But
server?
yeah, I do have it. Sometimes you just click a button and then they send, and you're in that room. You know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, invite. You mean invite.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Invitation link. Yeah, okay. I
Yeah.
will jump in there. I will mute here and jump in there.
Yeah. I'm going to go in there now.
Okay.
and then he came back around and said, "Okay, let's try to confirm."
No,
Yeah. That's exactly what he did.
You're making a mistake here in understanding what the hypothesis is. The hypothesis is the question. Okay.
When did he make that question? Before or after he did the test?
Before he does the experiment. You make the hypothesis first. No,
he's assuming.
Every hypothesis is an assumption. Don't you know that?
Yeah, so then he assumed exactly what I said. He's assuming the Earth is a globe.
Conclusion. It's an assumption. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
Go look up the difference between the two words, and you'll understand. Had he made the conclusion that the Earth is a globe first,
I get it,
out and tried to show the measurement, then that would be what you're trying to say here.
No, I said he was assuming.
There's nothing wrong with making an assumption. Scientists do it all the time.
Right. So when Eratosthenes and your students or whoever did it, they're doing is making. Yeah, they're making assumptions that the Earth is a globe, and then they're doing this test that they're
proving it with a test.
Then that's not measuring. And first off,
that's science. That's just how it works. You kind of dug your own hole. I'm glad you got your shovel and did that.
Does it matter if the assumption is based off of something that actually happens in reality versus something that you imagine happening in your head?
No. Thought experiments are done all the time too, and eventually are tested in a lab and turn out to be true. Happens all the time.
Well, that sounds like affirming the consequent to me. I mean, I can back the data.
It's not a debate. It's a science. It's a scientific observation and a part of the scientific method to make a question or an assumption.
Not a scientific observation. A thought experiment is absolutely not a scientific observation.
It is used as a tool to set up your hypothesis.
Well, how is a thought experiment
if you've got science? For instance, Einstein's hypothesis, basically, for how he came out with relativity and so forth, happened out of an original thought experiment. It's been tested now in the laboratory. It's been tested, down to the molecular level.
Let's present one. Yeah, a molecular level, really? So there's
even at the quantum realm, there's
behavior.
No, not in molecular behavior, just down at the smallest levels before you get to the quantum realm. Okay, you have basically relativity is an accepted fact. Okay, for instance, the testing of atomic clocks. The testing of atomic clocks while flying them.
Reject relativity.
There's not very many scientists that reject relativity. How many is
why
plenty?
Don't you provide one scientific experiment for relativity?
Give me one scientist who rejects it.
Okay, how about Dr. Bennett? Dr. Bennett, he's over in the
that's a name. That's not a full reference.
How about Dr. Robert Sungenis? Okay, how about Ron Hatch? Ron Hatch actually holds like 50 patents on the GPS system. And he wrote a book called Escaping Einstein. So I'm not sure where you're going with this, but I think you can take it to the next level if you provided some kind of experiment proving relativity and its cause. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Hang on.
Okay. Sorry, I'm driving. I thought my connection was busted. I mean, like, really present it. I'm not just asking for a paper. I think the audience wants to hear what's on your mind about this and your thoughts about what you have available. Yeah, Dr. Bennett taught astrophysics at Princeton. He's not a big fan of relativity at all.
Was anybody able to figure out why he's so scared of Jen?
No, I'm actually looking up Ron Hatch. I'm not a physicist. I'm a trained scientist in entomology. I have a PhD in entomology. I do most of my study as observational science and behavioral science.
Yeah, he's a bug hunter.
Due diligence of looking up the person that you're claiming is someone who refuted or supposedly refuted. And I know one thing: he provided an alternative to the theory of general relativity called the modified Lorentz ether theory, and that one has been debunked already.
Debunked already? Okay, so also Ruyong Wang, who worked with him, also did this, and they actually linearized the Sagnac effect, which until then was only able to be produced, at least, or thought to be produced using a rotational vector. And that's got profound implications for the geometry of Earth. So just saying that something was debunked, it's like, okay, who debunked it? What was their thought process? It goes beyond just claiming it, naming and claiming.
Okay, here's the problem with the modified. Yeah, here's the problem with the modified Lorentz ether theory. Even though it's not been debunked officially, it has not been widely published in peer-reviewed journals and has not been extensively tested and confirmed by experiments. That's the problem. He's at the stage I was talking about earlier, where he has a hypothesis. I'll respect him for that if he's got a hypothesis and he wants to try and test it. The problem is that it's not a theory. When you have a theory when you have an idea that's untested, that doesn't rise to the level of theory. People abuse that word all the time. Relativity has been tested and risen to the level of a theory. Gravity has been tested and risen to the level of theory, even though we're not quite sure what causes gravity. We certainly understand what its concept is, and those tests have been done over and over, especially classical gravity.
I'll tell you the problem with relativity is the fact that quantum mechanics predicted that there'd be curvature of space-time produced in a vacuum due to the quantum fluctuations of particles blipping in and out of existence, that the curvature that would be present is not present, and this led to the vacuum crisis, their prediction being off by 10 to the 120th power. And you've got all these
What was the demonstration of the experiment that did that, by the way? That proved that you made you made a claim, and there was I take it there was an experimentation that refuted the theory of relativity.
Oh gosh. Well, I mean the prediction was off because of what they measured to exist in a vacuum and what they observed in space. It came from observations. In one case, there is the observation of galaxies, and if you look edge on along a galaxy along the galactic plane, that the furthest arms away from the observer should be warped due to space-time as such that they would not appear symmetrical relative to the arms nearest to the observer. If relativity was true, there would be clear distortions in these galactic disks, and they're not. And that was one
they are. The further out you go, James Webb proved it that was true. That basically, when you go further out, the problem is the localized galaxies that are close enough. You don't see that kind of deviation. You do see it through the ones that are out at 10 to 20 billion light years away. So really? I know that story. Go ahead.
Billion light years away.
Yeah.
How'd they determine that?
Oh, I don't care whether you believe it, in the measurement of, the distances.
I don't have to believe it. I mean, they can make these wild-ass claims all they want.
But they make these claims, and they're very, very accurate on the claims. Not down to the mile or anything like that, but they certainly are good estimates of the distance. Well,
quantum mechanics debunked Einstein.
How do you evaluate that?
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Well, how do you evaluate it? Like, it's a grand claim.
I told you I'm not a physicist and I'm not an astrophysicist either, but I do know that these claims...
Why are there standing ohms in a vacuum?
Let me finish saying what I was going to say, okay? The distances that were measured, done by astronomers all around the world, done with telescopes, done with satellites and everything else, all prove, or at least definitely demonstrate, that these distances are relatively real. In other words, you can sit there and look at the distance between the Earth and Jupiter using, parallax and the changes over the time, through the Earth's orbit around the sun. The distance between
parallax
and Jupiter
is circular. The parallax claim is circular.
That's what I'm talking about. We're talking about the orbit of the Earth.
Right, so it doesn't prove anything. It's just a reference frame
Where's the
shift
difference?
to
Right.
someone's imagination.
And I'm sorry, you can't use a frame of reference to figure out a distance?
No, you can imagine a frame of reference exists, and you can kinematically retool all of the objects and assign masses and distances and sizes to them to make it work. Just like what Copernicus did with Ptolemy, and just like what Tycho Brahe did with Copernicus.
You're not looking at what math was involved in determining these distances.
I am. These are kinematic relational models.
Give me an example where they're lying. Show me a research paper that says that the distance to Jupiter and the distance to Venus and the distance to the sun is a hoax.
I don't need to do that. I can show you the thought process.
You made the claim it was. You made the claim it was, so you need to back it up with something. You can't just say, I believe it was a hoax.
The thought process is circular, that you have to prove that Earth is in motion.
Write a paper on that then, because you're making a claim that the thought process
Why
is
do I need to write a paper when I can
because you're making a claim and you're not backing it up with any evidence.
I am asking why I should believe Earth is in motion in the first instance.
Well, go read the paper on how they determined those distances.
Well, I understand that. It's based off of the cosmic distance ladder, which assumes that Earth is a globe with curvature in the first place, which we've debunked with flat Earth measurements.
You haven't. No, all you've measured is what's in front of your nose. None of you guys have gone out and tried to measure the distance to the moon. You can't even measure the distance to the sun. You don't make any claims of how far the sun is. Easiest object in the sky if it's local.
To measure the Earth flat.
The problem is if you have this object up in the sky that's local, because if the Earth were flat, it'd have to be local, right? It couldn't be.
I don't know if it's local.
It couldn't be millions of miles away.
I'm not making any claim about the sun. I'm telling you that the cosmic distance ladder has been debunked by flat Earth measurements.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. It's been lied to. Those are lies. Where's your measurements? Where's your measurements? Go ahead and publish a paper showing how it's debunked.
All right. Would you accept the FE Corp publication that's been shown to you probably 300 times in the past 5 years?
Not a clue what you're talking about.
Oh, the laser tests that were done all over Europe.
Oh, he probably didn't look at it. Yeah, he probably didn't look at it.
I mean, I know.
No, I just said I have no idea who you're talking about for what paper was published. If you have a paper published that debunks it and it's been peer reviewed and retested, and someone else did the same test, I'll give you an excellent example.
Peer review. I reviewed it. It's been reviewed by peers.
Okay, if you guys can, sure. Okay, you know what? You could. A peer review is not done by a circle jerk. In other words, where everybody in the room all agrees ahead of time, because that's what you guys are doing. You're all agreeing ahead of time before you, and then you're going to read the article and the so-called debunk of the calculations of distances of planets and so forth.
Angelo, there's academics in this room, right? There's academics other than you in this room.
Go ahead. Give me some academics who've demonstrated this in the peer reviewing process. Who are the academics? And how come I've never heard about this paper?
You don't need to peer review a critical thought. When I ask you for evidence of curvature,
I asked you for evidence of your thought,
and you can't do it, but tell me to go find peer-reviewed articles. You're the one coming up short.
You're the one who's saying that the motions, that all of the calculations that were done to measure the Earth, its distance, its size,
you don't measure with calculations, dude. You measure with actual real world.
Finish what I was saying.
You don't measure with calculations.
I
know how they get the globe through calculations.
Okay,
they take
so now that you know that,
and calculate a globe out of them.
No. Okay. And the observations that you don't believe in, like orbiting the Earth itself, actually going up into space and seeing it from a distance, which 12 astronauts definitely did. They saw it from a distance. They saw the whole Earth itself. Actually, there was 15 because I forgot about Apollo 8. And if you add Apollo 10, that makes even more. 3 more.
Great. So you got the Apollo moon missions as your proof of the globe. Why did they come up with the globe?
Observations. That's all. I'm just saying it's observations. No proof yet.
Yeah. So how did they come up with the globe before the Apollo moon mission?
Well, let's see. I guess the Soviets would be the first ones. They put a satellite in orbit. You could actually see it flying over everything at such a speed that there's no way on the ground something could travel that fast if the Earth was that flat.
How do you know? How do you know?
What do you have? What do we? So how do you explain? How do you explain the satellites flying over your head?
No, it's not for me to explain. I want the curvature measurement.
You can measure it by watching the sky. You can see the star rotations going the opposite direction in the South Pole. Okay, so that's another example of a ball.
Walk me through that thought process.
Okay. You looked at the North Pole, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the North Star. Which way are the stars traveling around the North Star?
Well, they tend to rise east of the prime meridian and set west of the prime meridian,
so
don't
counterclockwise. So why are they turning clockwise in the South Pole?
Well, they rise east of the prime meridian and set west of the prime meridian. Same answer.
Yeah, you can't do that on a flat Earth, can you?
How do you reason that? I measured the Earth flat.
You cannot. It shows that it's a globe, because if it were truly
flat, it's a globe,
the stars would not have a southern rotation around a southern point.
How so? Why is that incompatible with measuring the Earth flat?
Because your Earth flat has the North Pole in the center of it, according to every particular measurement that you guys claim to make.
That's not my claim. And also, I can tell you all about that map being a globe that has been projected flat.
Exactly, and I agree with that. Show me a flat Earth map. Do you have one?
Why do I need to show you a flat Earth map?
Because if you have a flat Earth, it's the easiest thing to make. It's the planet's easiest thing to make. Because everything is flat, easy to measure distances between things.
UK Ordnance Survey. The British National Grid System is based flat. It's not based off of curvature.
For one continent, right? For one island, right?
Well, it's more than one island. It's about 5 squares each of 500 kilometers in one dimension, 500 kilometers in the other dimension for each square.
That's all you got?
2,500. Well, it's a 2,500 by 2,500 kilometer grid that's flat. What's wrong with that?
That doesn't cover hardly any of the Earth's surface. If you have a big flat Earth,
a 2,500 kilometer square grid hardly covers anything. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's not even a quarter of the Earth's size.
Why does it have to? So if we go further out beyond that, we're going to discover curvature, you mean?
No, what you're going to discover is you can't measure. What I'm saying is, let me finish what I was saying.
Do you find the curvature being made up beyond the grid?
I'm not talking about.
You just have to measure further out.
I'm not talking about curvature. And again, if you let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Map. I gave you an example.
You didn't give me a flat map of the entire Earth. The easiest thing you can do.
Why do I need the entire Earth? Isn't it 25 by 2,500?
I'll give you this much. How about this much? Give me. No, it's not. Give me all of South America. Make a map of South America and make sure you do it on your flat map.
Why don't you give me $1 billion and I'll go do it? So you tell the audience.
There's plenty of money. You've got scholars in this room, remember? This should be easy to do a GoFundMe project and measure the entire South America.
The Amazon jungle with the theodolites, pretty easy. No, why is the 2,500 by 2,500
in the Amazon? I spent 3 years in the Amazon. It's very easy to get around. You just use it.
No one believes.
Why aren't you answering my fucking question, dude? Jeez, settle down.
You see the picture from my profile? That's enough for me from Peru.
Why isn't it big? Why are you not answering the fucking question, dude?
And again, I'm telling you, I am answering the question. My question was the first question I asked you in the first place. Why don't you guys have a full map of the flat Earth? Your answer is nobody could afford to do it. Yet we have globes and we have all these other measurements and maps that were done that were wrapped to a globe because they were
wrapped to a globe. Exactly right.
Flat, so
no, they're not.
To make another map for us.
They were wrapped to a globe.
None of those maps are accurate.
Why do they have to wrap it to a globe? Shouldn't they just be able to measure the globe?
No, it's just the reason why it's wrapped to a globe is to demonstrate exactly what the continents look like in their correct scale.
How do you know they're correct? You're just saying that they're correct. They wrap them through a mathematical model of the globe.
Good question. I'm so glad you said that. Now show me a flat Earth map of all the continents lined up where they're supposed to be in conjunction to the others. You don't want to because you know it'll debunk you. You guys run from that so fast. Every time I bring it up,
you an example. The same
you're leaving skid marks. That's how fast you're going.
British National Grid System. The UK Ordnance Survey is sufficient. 2,500
No, it's not. It is not sufficient. And I'll be willing to bet if I check that map, there's going to be some discrepancies in it due to curvature.
Discrepancies against your imaginary globe model. Yes,
no,
I can show you that.
There's not. There's not. Okay. Here's another thing you guys can do, and you don't have to do any maps. Are you ready? Pick all the capital cities in the world. Find out their distances exactly between each other.
How do you do that? How do you find out their distances without a globe?
Oh, come on. You don't have to do it with a globe. You can fly to these cities, and you get a pretty good estimate down to a few miles. Yeah,
how good is pretty good to what statistical significance?
If you want purely accurate measurements, go out and walk it yourself.
To what levels?
Yours flat. Remember, yours flat. It should be the easiest thing to measure. Is the distance between
off by 5%, somewhere in between.
No, not even that. Off by less than 0.1% on any city globally.
Independently, how?
You can lay a cable down between the two cities.
Well, has anybody done that?
Oh my God, is that what you're waiting for? Is for someone to do the work for you? Evidence of a globe? No, I'm waiting for evidence of a flat Earth because all you guys want to do is measure what's under your feet and about 4 miles out. And you're too goddamn scared to measure anything between two cities. Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Can you measure the distance between San Francisco and LA?
You don't want to listen to our evidence. You don't want to listen to FE Corps' evidence. You don't observe our infrared observations, right?
What infrared observations?
Which ones?
Across a lake?
Oh, how about from high altitude, seeing mountains that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but are right there in infrared?
Yeah, like the one about Crete. Is that what it was?
No, definitely not. I mean, how about seeing the Baja Peninsula from northwestern Texas? We've got
Texas to the Baja Peninsula at what altitude?
35,000 feet, 760 miles.
You can't see it.
Well, you can in infrared.
Oh, those pictures! I remember those pictures. Yeah, you know what? The guy was off the coast of California one time. He did the same thing, and he got all the mountains wrong. Every single one of them.
Provide an example, because I just did a debunk last week of this. Because the guy who said he debunked it showed everyone the wrong fucking mountains.
Where did you debunk it? You got a video?
Right here. I mean, if you were here tuning in, you would have heard it. But the guy who presented some Ole de Hesselier debunk of Jay Tolan presented Ole de Hesselier's freaking wrong analysis, pointing out the wrong. I was able to actually pinpoint where he placed Jay Tolan as an observer, and it wasn't where Jay Tolan was, as evidenced by his own GPS readings. So if you want to go bring this up, please do.
Yeah, okay, so you see too far. Is that what you're saying? This is another proof of a flat Earth, right? You see too far?
In flat Earth, yeah, with infrared, I want to see the globe curvature.
Why is it I can't see Denali from Juneau?
In infrared, dude. I want to see globe curvature in infrared.
Juneau's on the coast. There's nothing but a flat surface of ocean leading all the way up to Anchorage. And from Anchorage, you can easily see Denali, but you can't see Denali from Juneau. How come? The Earth's flat.
I don't know.
It's a 20,000 foot mountain. It's huge. It's bigger than the Baja Peninsula.
Anybody tried? Has anyone done that in infrared?
People do it all the time. You can't see it every day, every night. You can't see it. You got to fly up in an airplane, get up about 40,000 feet, and then you start seeing it.
Shit. Well, maybe there's a lot of hills and trees and shit, and getting in front and obstructing.
It's an ocean.
The mountain on the horizon.
It's an ocean, and you're looking at the same angle as from Anchorage. It's right behind Anchorage, and you can see it from Anchorage, but you can't see it from Juneau.
Great. I've never heard.
You can't see across the ocean too. That's what I don't understand.
Dude. Show me what you're talking about.
You present it. I already demonstrated you can't see it.
No, this is your claim. Please present it. I have no idea what the hell you're even talking about. I'd love to see it.
Appreciate y'all.
What's up, Josh?
Buenos dias.
I told my meteorological friend about you. So, she pops in here every now and again. His name is Brendan.
Fun. Our sixth launch actually went up last night, so we're up over 150 sats on in the constellation now.
Well, what's different again? What'd you say change?
We just got clearance for weather. There's a nor'easter off the East Coast right now, so we've been scrubbed the past week. But the sixth Kuiper launch went up last night, and so we're up to 153 satellites on orbit.
Kudos.
Yeah, man, should be able to start turning on service here in the next couple months. Get your little pizza dish and get Wi-Fi anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, but not at those rates. Well, you guys are expensive.
Yeah, we'll see. I definitely. Amazon sees it as like not a loss leader, but like there's a flywheel effect with the rest of the services that Amazon provides. If you have internet, then you can access Prime Video and Prime, etc.
Yeah, I got something though. It's like you guys have Jeff Bezos, right? Like the top of owning all of that. But why does he have to appeal to Elon Musk Starlink or rocket system to get his satellites up if he's got his own like private company he can do things with? Why do you guys got to put things up on launch your satellites on there?
It should be a cost thing. It has to do with cost effectiveness. Elon Musk's rockets are reusable, and he's proven to.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. I'm saying they're competitors. They're competing for.
He flies competitors all the time.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say it's a.
I thought it was a conflict of interest, is why I'm saying like.
No, it's the opposite of that actually.
It's a dollar amount.
One of the things that SpaceX, and once again we're on live stream, so I got to be careful here talking about SpaceX, but don't want the Amazon SWAT team breaking down my door. But no, SpaceX, the launch company, and SpaceX, the satellite company, they try not to exert market control with each of them interacting with each other, just because there could be some anti-competitive claims that could be made if they did that. But yeah, no. What is it? Great Angelo is correct. I mean, Falcon 9 is the workhorse of the launch industry right now. It's like half the price, and
so we'll just yeah. But even if you emerge with some sort of like angle at like marketing, we're just going to say, well, you're still using the guy who actually has Starlink up there, and we're going to use that because he's got the technology. If he wanted to, you could just shut your guys down and only use his stuff. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's really a non-argument for what we're talking about in here, but I just had to say that because that's like. I thought it was a conflict of interest when you mentioned that you're sending your payload up with, on Elon Musk territory. It's like, I don't know.
Josh, what's the weight of your payload?
They're a commercial company. That's not public, but Falcon 9 fully loaded can put 24 of them up. So
got it. I know what the lift capability of the.
Yeah, you can back it out. We have Blue Origin's New Glenn should be coming online here soon. Launch 2 should be coming up here in a couple weeks. It's actually on the pad right now. But once that production line gets up and running, Amazon has purchased like 40 launches on New Glenn. So the Falcon 9s are supplementary to get us up and get us going while some of our other launch vehicles get up to cadence.
Well, yeah, because I mean, didn't he perform like low Earth orbit, rocket rides on his Blue Origin,
Separate rocket, yeah. New Shepard is much smaller. It's just suborbital hops. It goes up and down. That was the Katy Perry Express, and also William Shatner and a bunch of other ultra high net worth individuals have done that. New Glenn is much larger. If you Google it, New Glenn with 2 N's on Glenn because it's named after John Glenn. It's a huge vehicle, and they're also gonna, on this launch coming up here in a couple weeks, they're gonna try and reland the booster. And if they're able to do it successfully, the cost goes way down because they're able to reuse the first stage over and over again. So hopefully, I hope they're successful. It would make my job a lot easier.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Well, I mean, that argument is a different one than the one that Great Angelo was having right now with Yoder, but.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I've been here all the time.
Yeah, the meteorologist that comes in here, Brendan. I was telling him that you guys also have weather satellites, but he's got a bachelor's, and what he's telling me is basically, the weather data that he gets from these things are not in situ, like where the satellite is in its environment. It's data that they're collecting from cloud tops, which is, like at the highest levels of the stratosphere. So, I mean, well,
yeah, I'm
the troposphere
for weather applications. That's where you get a lot of. That's why they're called weather balloons, right? There's companies like Windborne Systems, LTA. Like I know when I come in here and people are like, "Oh, they're just satelloons." I was like, "Yeah, I'm not debating that not satelloons, but high altitude platforms don't exist. But it is usually used for weather applications." There are weather satellites, but it's sea surface temperatures and hyperspectral imagery and
there's been videos where there's a T-Mobile satellite that fell down. It was on a balloon. It fell like in I don't know. The guys can confirm in the room right now. It was Brazil or some country. It landed. It was a communication satellite actually. And then
it's a high altitude platform with like Project Loon from Google. Like they've experimented with doing comms platforms attached to balloons. It just isn't sustainable. Like they end up drifting over the area that you're trying to provide comms to way too quickly, and so you can't get it to stay in one place, which is the issue with HAPS platforms for telecom. So there's like demos and stuff that have been done, but these operational systems don't use balloons.
Yeah, like the spy satellite they quote unquote shot down over Montana. I don't know if you remember, like
the Chinese
months ago.
One? Yeah. No, that's another thing. Like Jetstream goes west to east. So if the Chinese want to get information over our airspace, high altitude platforms are really interesting because they fall in like a jurisdictional gray area between the Air Force and the Space Force. So it's like
they call it the Karman line, dude.
Well,
hey Josh.
No, so that's like Theodore von Karman's definition of where space begins. Where the actual jurisdictional line is between Air Force and Force is still not 100% defined.
Oh my God! So there's a quibble about where that is too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. So there's so hypersonic missiles. They have like a boost phase and a glide phase where they actually like straddle that line back and forth. And so there's at least a handful of years ago there was an active conversation going on of like who's responsible for what when, as far as defense and tracking.
Yeah, most of them actually take ballistic trajectories at first. to get the speed they need.
Oh yeah, exactly. So it goes up into space, and then it actually once it gets over the theater that it's interested in targeting, it'll go into a glide phase until it's over the area, and then it'll dive bomb basically, almost like a. Go ahead.
When does Amazon expect to be over the Amazon? In other words, Starlink went operational in I think it was May or June of 2023. We were able to pick up the signal.
So we've got 153 now. So I think minimum coverage is within a few hundred, and then we'll roll out service to the public sometime next year. But we want to make sure that
are you planning globally, or are you just planning on major population areas?
I mean, that's a regulatory question, right? If we have market access with the local jurisdiction, we'll turn on the planning cells and start providing service in those areas. The satellites are going to be overhead no matter what. It's just, can they be turned on? Why
would you have to follow regulation if you're over a country broadcasting from space? You're kind of,
because the energy hits the ground, so it's called a landing rights. It's a landing rights license. So basically, anytime you want to turn on service in a country, you have to get permission from their local equivalent of the FCC, because that's just the way that the international norms have been established over the past century. So if you were, there's no, I don't know, it gets into just some gray areas. Like if you take a Starlink antenna and you bring it to a country where they don't have authority, it'll connect, but then you're breaking the terms and conditions of the use of the dish, and you could be liable for using an unlicensed device in that country. So if you ask me, hey, are you providing service?
But they wouldn't take your service away.
Go ahead.
The country might take your service away, take your receiver away, but they won't be able to stop the transmission.
They hypothetically wouldn't, there's no kill switch or anything, but they could file an injunction up at the ITU and go through the international coordination process, saying that XYZ administration, XYZ company represented by XYZ administration is broadcasting illegally into my sovereign territory, and then there's a whole process that goes through up at the ITU for such injunctions. There's fines and things.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is
go ahead.
If you're in say eastern Ukraine, and you're over in the territory claimed by the Russians, and you're using Starlink to fly your drones and so forth, the Russians can't really come to the international community and say, hey, they're violating our airspace and transmitting on our ground.
Agreed. There's a difference between active conflict zones and Joe Schmo in a country that doesn't want to work with Elon, trying to use a Starlink antenna with proper licensing. Those are two different
North Korea.
I agree. In active conflict zones, you can
North Korea would probably be a pretty good one.
You can throw interesting. Yeah, exactly. Well, because the issue with a lot of these countries is that if we don't have a gateway, so one end of the link on the ground is the user terminal, so your little pizza box. And the other end of the link, it goes up to the satellite, goes across some lasers to other satellites, and then back down to the ground. And where it touches the ground is at a gateway location, which is these little teleports. We have a couple hundred of them around the Earth that are arrays of 2.4 meter antennas, and those are situated usually in countries that we have licensing, right? We're going to build out this actual telecom infrastructure. We probably should have a license to operate in that place. So if you're in a country like, you know, a North Korea or another, you know, non-cooperative or unlicensed country, and you use one of these dishes, the data is going to go up into the satellite system across to another sovereign jurisdiction and then back down in the trunk of the internet. So if the country has some sort of like sovereign firewall, right, where they, you know, block off certain websites, or they you know, monitor traffic, you know, using one of these systems, you know, physically gets around that firewall by moving the data through space as opposed to through terrestrial infrastructure. So there's a few countries that are like, yeah, no, we don't, nope, don't even come close to us, because we like having our walled garden and controlling the flow of data for all of our citizens for you know, one reason or another. You know, you see countries that, you know, conflict and protests break out and they switch off the internet. You know, with these types of systems, that ability. That's cool stuff. It's a fun system. Hopefully we're able to bring a couple billion folks online in the next few years.
I'll probably be one of them.
Yeah, depending on your location, there's opportunities for like beta testing and things. Getting my in-laws a terminal in a few months because they live in upstate New York, where they only have like frontier, not even like broadband internet, and so, you know, anything is better than what they currently have.
Well, 2027, I'm going to Antarctica, so I could use a signal down there.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
so
Starlink's already there.
They are. They have a polar shell. Like they have an inclined shell of satellites that have visibility over the poles, which wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth. Just a heads up. But we're deploy a polar shell near the end of the decade. Our first 3 shells are mid-inclination to cover between 52 degrees north and south latitude for connectivity. But it's called the capstone shell. We'll deploy that near the end of the decade to do full coverage.
Yeah, so you'll be able to watch a cat playing the piano over there in Antarctica. Essentially.
Correct.
But you can do that already with your competitor. Sorry.
This is true. I mean, it's a huge market. There's, you know,
that they cornered
2.6 billion people that don't have. Sorry, what?
That they cornered.
I mean, it's a huge market. I mean, personally, I believe that there's opportunities for success for multiple operators.
Right.
Just because if you're the only one offering a certain solution,
I get it, man. But
competition increases value for customers.
They're basically the Walmart of space. You think you're going to fly cheaper than that? I mean, you're using their technology. I don't think Bezos is coming out with something, unless he is, and you're just like tight-lipped about it.
I mean, like I said earlier, I already talked about New Glenn, right? So if they're able to get a reusable rocket outside of SpaceX that, you know, does the same thing, like second mover advantage, introduces competition and for a technology that's unique. So we'll see how it plays out. I'm confident, and you know, that we're going to be able to provide good capabilities for a variety of customers.
Yeah, but when their guy comes around,
I sound like a politician.
They sound like a salesman. But when they come around, they're more appealing because they're a lot better, faster, and cheaper. Unless you can do that.
I mean, I was going to say, we'll see when things, you know, shake out. I mean, you know, I personally think that Amazon's got a lot of experience with customer service and producing consumer electronics hardware. So we're leveraging a ton of that to provide a, you know, good customer experience. And we're also using different frequencies for our user terminals than than other folks. We're up in the Ka band for our user terminals, which allows us to get higher speeds with a smaller terminal. Our mini terminal is smaller than other, any other, miniaturized terminal on the market, like to the point where you can just like put it on top of a backpack, or it's only 7 inches by 7 inches, getting you 100 megabits per second downlink. So we'll see. We'll see how things shake out, but I'm confident there's enough differentiators, and the market is big enough that we'll meet our criteria of success.
You do sound confident.
Oh yeah, man! This is my second time working for Kuiper. I was there for a few years and then left for a couple of years, and now I'm back. Like, the launch question is definitely something I've thought about a lot, but keeping tabs on Blue Origin and understanding that we're gonna we have the resources to do whatever we need to.
So, and because you're sitting at some of those boardroom meetings, I guess, or some meetings, I don't know what level your clearance you have, but whatever table you're sitting at, tell them to put a damn good camera, and also.
Oh yeah, agreed.
Yeah, because I mean, they're like, well, let's just keep the one that has a better, wider perspective. I'm like, dudes, like if you really want to, I don't know. It's also
Agreed.
like they're going to talk about cost and all that. So I don't know. You might not even get far in this conversation with those guys.
No, it's called Selfie Cam. Yeah, no, it's called Selfie Cam. We were doing vendor reviews on what we want to do, and I've told people in these spaces before. I pound my fist on the table and be like, yes, let's can we do something? We could rad hard. We could rad hard a GoPro. I know we could do that pretty quick. And just so it's like a consumer lens and sensor that folks could use on the ground to verify what we're seeing. So yeah, you are correct though. It gets into cost, and you want to like, use a vendor. You don't want any hardware to like impose risk on the rest of the system, because it's not a vetted piece of a vetted supplier or things like that. So there's. Well, we'll see. There might be some opportunities for more experimental stuff coming up.
Well, no, I'm saying this because you're making it sound like it's a long road before you get to the actual implementation of it. But what I'm saying is, before it even gets there, there should be conversations about it. Like you should already be talking about it. Be like, well,
I am. Yeah.
This, this camera's got more of a rectilinear lens, and it minimizes barrel distortion. So I think you'd want to go with a version that's akin to that versus the one that. Highlights more of that barrel distortion, which will capture more of the overview.
Yeah. I mean, and you hit it spot on. The reason that we end up using a lot of those quote unquote, or not quote unquote, but the reason we end up using a lot of fisheye lenses is because you want to be able to, physically see as much as possible from a single sensor, because it's a mass to field of view question.
I agree with you on that. It's like that's one of the hot topics in here, where the reason why people say we send cameras up and you can look at the thing, and we're like, we get it. We know that you guys are talking about that, because every time they mention the type of camera that's on board this, whatever vehicle's up there, it has to deal with like some sort of camera that has barrel distortion, and then that we talk about it, but they seem to negate that. Okay. Let's say it like this. Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about it when he was saying, when you're up as high as Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull Space Jump, you don't see that curve the way it looks flat from there. He said that stuff is flat at 120,000 feet. So that seems to be an argument that we are carrying in here, but that Globers deny. They're like, no, that's actual Earth curve. And so you being somebody that knows what type of cameras they put on there, why they would put them on there. I mean, something like Red Bull, they wouldn't use like something that's been vetted. They just put, whatever camera they think would be showing the most, perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only like thing I would point to for like consumer sensors, or like, things that you can vet. And this brings humans into it though. So I understand that some folks like, turn their nose up at that. But Don Pettit and some of the other like astronauts on the ISS have brought up DSLRs with them, and they've like documented what type of sensor they're using to take images. But I will admit that requires you to believe that there's actually humans up in the ISS, and that there's actually a human taking pictures with those sensors. So if you go look at some of the images taken from the ISS, you can you can see pictures from space that show curvature without
we'll say it like this,
barrel distortion.
Yes, so saying that somebody's in there with a camera taking a picture of the Earth is a claim stack. You're about 4 or 5 claims
100%.
up.
Yeah, agreed.
By the time, you know what I'm saying? By the time we peel back that onion, we're going to get down to the core of like, how did they even manage to say that the Earth is a globe, you know? So we have to go from a point from like a foundational premise, you know, first principle.
Yeah, agreed.
So I mean, we can't take it apart from that perspective because it's like, well, disprove that a guy is up there taking a picture. So to us, it sounds like, well, disprove that there's a magical unicorn that farts Skittles. You know, like you can't.
No, I get it.
So we're trying to get it to where something. The argument is, we can go back from that position to like how do they even get there? You know. If the Earth is not even what we're saying it is, you couldn't be possibly in that place you say you are. Now, you know, whether it's a different kind of place, you know, that may exist. So that's never really been challenged because we never get to that point, you know, in the conversation. Well, what if it's something else? It's not just.
I was going to say, I've heard, you know, things about superfluids and electromagnetic tethering, and you know, I can tell you, like, you know, based on my firsthand experience, that's not the environment that we're operating within. Just because these, you know, you don't build aircraft with a ton of margin, right? You know, it's not like a bridge where, like, if an engineer is designing a bridge, they're like, here's the critical design that would cause the bridge to fail, and then we're going to multiply everything by 3 or 4 for a factor of safety, and you know, assume that we're never going to, you know, run into issues because it's just concrete and steel, and we can make things bigger and stronger.
No,
but when you're Go real quick. When you're designing aircraft, right? Your factor of safety is like, you know, for at least like the structural components outside of the wings, like the fuselage and things like that. Like it's you know, tens of percent, not 3 times or whatever. So it's like a pretty closed design space, and it has to be designed specifically for the environment that it's operating within. And the same thing with spacecraft. Like I said, we're shooting specific cameras just because, you know, we don't want to incur risks. These are, you know, very expensive things. Like, we don't want to, you know, increase the mass. Like, you know, it's a mass penalty just to even put any camera on the satellite. You're able to launch fewer vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. But because of that, it's a very closed design space, which means that if the environment that we're operating within is anything different than what we're designing for, which, you know, my understanding is, E-6, E-7 torr vacuum, a near perfect vacuum that fluctuates between, you know, 200 degrees Fahrenheit and negative 100 degrees Fahrenheit every 45 minutes, that you're incurring, you know, about the radiation environment in low Earth orbit is something close to, you know, 10 to 50 times more exposure than on Earth, like, or on the Earth's surface. You know, that's the environment we're designing for. It's a very, you know, closed design environment.
Ever think, Josh, you don't ever think that that's like a grand claim in and of itself? Like, yeah, you were talking about they have some way to test it here on Earth, and you're saying they do those testings before they actually send the satellite up. But what I'm saying is, like, it sounds like a grand claim when you think about materials, right? The expansion, and contraction of those materials on board the satellite. So if you're having,
we test on the ground.
Well, yeah, you said so, but there's just a lot of materials that are involved with, like, the microchips and all, like, so you got like the soldering and, like, there's I think there was sensitive parts that when you expose them to that type of fluctuating environment, I don't think it would withstand that, dude. Like, it's not practical to me in my head. And then listening to people talk about components, like, there's just no way that you're telling me that what the satellite is made of is able to withstand those type of temperatures. Like, it's just, I don't know. That sounds impossible. So then you're just saying it is possible because we tested it. That in and of itself sounds like a claim that someone's making without providing evidence that you can actually see that. Yeah, look, I'm going to show you a demonstration. We got this, chamber. We're going to stick this components in, and we're going to, vary the temperature in those fluctuations every 45 minutes. We're going to see the temperature fluctuate, and then we're going to see the reaction that the components have. I've never seen that. If you show somebody that, That's actually making it practical because now we can say, okay, you're correct. We're seeing the components actually expose the environment, and they don't.
Okay.
I mean, you know what I mean? They're still operational, and there's no. So that's where the rubber meets the road, dude.
So what we even, it's called the car wash, actually. We have like 5 or 6 of them up in the Kirkland manufacturing facility for Kuiper. And colloquially in the industry, we call it shake and bake. You take the satellite after it's fully tested. You put it into a thermovac, and you go through the thermal cycling, and then you put it on a shaker table, and you put it through the shock and vibe environment that it would experience on the launch vehicle to see if everything. Yeah, exactly. So you put it on
I've seen that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm more concerned with the outgassing and degassing phenomena and the cold welding phenomena. If you're putting satellites in space and they're going to be there for a long time, that phenomena is a problem. Plus cosmic ray particles, radiation, and NASA doesn't test for these stuff. So that's my concern.
Yeah. So for real quick on the radiation, they. 45, so I got about 2 minutes here, but for the radiation, we do rad hardening. So we put a lot of chips that if we had single point failures due to high energy particles, those are placed in casings that may be doped with lead or other radiation hardened materials. We would also, if we don't have the mass margin for that type of rad hardening, we would include multiple systems, like multiple redundant boards. So if one has a failure, we can still operate. It might be cheaper to include a separate
you're not
PCB.
sounding shorter. You're not sounding very sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm with Jim.
Might be's and maybes.
I'm with Jim on this.
That's not something you can afford.
Yeah, and I was just going to add too, when you take when you take it to this thermal chamber, it sounds like you do like a 1 or 2 tests, and then if it passes, you move it right along. But what I'm saying is that this thing, a few days, so it's in the environment, fluctuating for every 45 minutes, just like it would be in the environment up there, and it would be the same thing. And for would you say 4 days?
For a few days, I'd have to look at the actual test schedule. I'm not sure what we're currently operating at.
Well, what's important, the key takeaway here is that the microchip components, you said they put some sort of shell around it, right? If it's a sensitive piece of equipment that they're going to be putting up there, but that as all of this has a big question mark because I think you're coming from a place of what you've been told and not what you know, so that could be a gap of of knowledge that you don't have. What I'm saying is, in order for us to know that, how can we look up somewhere where we know these components are being shielded from that type of environment, and to see the testing itself? You say, okay, well, you got the microchip inside this casing, it's lead or whatever, and then we're going to submit it to this chamber that's going to give wild fluctuations in temperature, that it's going to withstand that for 4 days. If you show this type of information, that puts a lot of meat on the bone. From what you're saying.
Happy to. I'm driving currently. I'm happy to. Thermovac chambers are nothing super special. We have to build them pretty large. For the larger spacecraft you're building, the larger of a thermovac you need.
Yeah.
If y'all are ever in go ahead. Sorry,
I was going to say, what sort of values are you testing for? Because and what altitude are you putting these satellites in? If they're in deep space, then and they're going to be there for years, aren't they? They're not going to be there for a month, 2 months, right? So how are you testing? Sorry,
5 to 7 years is what our current operational lifetime is.
Okay, and at what altitude is this?
630 kilometers.
630 kilometers. Yeah.
Yes.
160 miles.
One thing I was
3,000 or 3,600, 700 miles from the Earth's surface. Is that what we're talking? That's it.
No, kilometers divide by 2.
Yeah. Well, you said
300 miles.
600, didn't you? Sorry, you said 600. Yeah, that's low Earth orbit. So you're in the low Earth orbit.
That's right where the ISS is, right? A little bit above the ISS.
ISS is at 400, correct.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Okay.
yeah. So one thing I was going to ask you is that the components that are in the microchip, I think to me is important, like the diodes and all that. Like there's some components in there that if they're in a vacuum chamber, they would expand and pop. Like there's you know they're held under pressure. So
correct.
If for any reason there's a little gap in whatever system you have there, and the air that has in there leaves, it will destroy it essentially.
Correct. Yeah, that's why we throw it into a thermovac on the ground so that we can do that outgassing and see what happens there. What the outgassing process looks like. If there's any failures with the chips, and honestly, we do this even before full assembly. So we get when we buy these, some of the chips we buy, some of them we build in house, but at the component level, these are also put through smaller thermovac chambers to make sure that the board coming off the assembly line is built up to spec. And if we get a lemon, it's not like fully integrated onto the larger multi-100 kilogram space bus before it's find a failure. Go ahead.
What's the name of the place that they go to? What was the name of the place you said it was? Where they send them to yeah, but where? Like, where are they located? Like, there has to be a facility.
We have. Well, I was going to say it's in our manufacturing facility. So we have
is it one of where you work or like?
Yeah. Not me day to day, but I'm out there at least once a month.
Can we look up this information? Could we look up this information?
Where's the place?
Online?
What's the name of the location?
It's up in Seattle. We've got 5 or 6 buildings up there. So there's like corporate operations. There's a couple R&D buildings, and then there's the manufacturing facility, which is closer to like a automotive assembly line.
Well, what would it be called so that we can look it up and then investigate for our own self?
I was going to say I can tell you the address, and things are not available online. But what I'll do is and my 945 did get pushed, so what I'll do is I can show y'all other thermovac chambers. I know Kuiper hasn't publicly stated anything about theirs, but every single satellite that goes up has to go through this process, except for yeah, actually, no. Even little academic. Even when I was in college and I was doing CubeSats like the size of a loaf of bread, we still did shake and bake. So, it depends on the scale. Like, there's ones that are like the size of like an actual oven that we'll do testing for like academic projects. Like my space systems design lab at Georgia Tech had a thermovac that was that big. And then all the way up to like Boeing's High Bay and El Segundo, which they use to like test satellites that are the size of a school bus. And it's like a huge room that they're able to get down to E-6 torr and do the thermal cycling. So yeah, I'll grab some information. You're not going to be able to find the Amazon one. Apologies. Just trying to be intellectually honest with y'all, but there's others out there.
Okay, so that plus the actual satellite that went into that chamber, because it to see if like everything's lining up with. I mean the process.
I was going to say we haven't publicly shown our design. Like I can show you an artistic rendering that's been put on some mission patches. But the pictures of the actual hardware are still under NDA. That'll hopefully change here in a few weeks. You might see some stuff in the news, but as of now, I can't show you a picture of what the actual hardware looks like. I can show you some GIFs that we've shown from like deployment, and I posted a video in here from one of the selfie cams on one of the deployed systems.
Yeah, I'm interested to see like the satellite itself and if there's any shielding that will safeguard the components, or if it's just open. You know what I was saying before, like our previous conversation. Like that seems to be seems to be an issue. Like, right,
but they have a ceiling. They have a ceiling over the board, right? It's not like this big box that it's in. It's more of like a film that's placed over the board. That's just for the radiation hardening. But I can show you some stuff.
Yeah, is there some stuff that we could see? Like, I don't know. I just more visual. I guess.
If you want to like dive into almost everything that's been publicly released, if you want to dive into anything that's been publicly released, most of the stuff ends up on our VP's LinkedIn page. Not gonna lie, which, you know, I have qualms about us not having a great social media presence yet. But Rajiv Badial, Rajeev Badyal. He's the head of Kuiper. He's on his LinkedIn profile. He's posted most of the videos and things that we've been able to share publicly. And to be completely honest with you, like some of the stuff has been doctored. It's not like raw footage, just because there are some like national security tech subsystems that we're not allowed to show publicly, like at all ever. So there's like some stuff that's like blurred out, and you can see some editing. So, you know, once again, not trying to. That's why I come into these spaces. Like I have a good enough understanding of the field to know that there's like certain limitations on what I can say or show to quote unquote prove y'all that the Earth is a globe. So it's more of like a information exchange. But yeah, Rajiv's LinkedIn.
You haven't been able to do that. You have, in all the time you've been speaking, not one thing have you said that has made me think, oh, I could be wrong about the flat Earth, and indeed it
exactly.
could be a globe.
Yeah, I agree.
Nothing you've said has done that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm here. Yeah,
okay.
No, I'm not.
You could never convince me that the Earth is a globe. That would never happen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm not trying to do that. That's okay. I'm more here to answer questions.
So this is why my problem I have, you know, knowing the Earth is not a globe, you can't have satellites orbiting on a state, you know, a geostationary position, and that those things are impossible. You see, so this is why my standard of proof now is to go to your factory, your address. What's the thing being prepared? I'm going to test all components for myself, so I know that the component can do with it. Outside of that, I cannot accept anything you say about space and what your job is and what you do. Okay.
You broke up there a little bit, Jin.
I said, I can't accept what he says about his job is actually happening in reality.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have to be with. I'd have to be with the satellite in space in my spacesuit. I see it's been deployed. We're indeed at low Earth orbit. Everybody, it's the truth, and then I'll be coming back down to Earth.
Jin, do you take this like level of scrutiny with reliance on firsthand observations and other aspects of your life, or is it specifically on the?
You see, in my life, I have the right to deem what level of scrutiny I choose for whatever the situation is. It cannot be one standard only, because some things don't have to scrutinize so heavily. Like I know Australians exist, for example. You see, I don't have to scrutinize that, do I? But when I'm being told that there are things in space, let me finish, please. When things are in space, in an environment where I know it's impossible to go there, by the way it's been described, I have to go there to see that for myself, because that's what we call fantastic. So when something hits that level, it means the level of scrutiny has to be the gold standard only. Be there to see it. It's that simple.
Interesting. So are there other abstract concepts that you apply the same level of scrutiny to? Like, you know, I've never seen a molecule, but I believe that's how, you know, atomic particles, you know, make up elements and compounds and things. Like are there other like things that are abstract? Yeah, exactly. Do you hold that same level of scrutiny for like the way that subatomic things work?
Of course, I'm going to hold that same scrutiny. Of course, I hold that scrutiny because I want to see it for myself. Exactly. That's the way I've been normally. Before I became a flat earther, I was like that anyway. But now even more so, because I've discovered so many lies along the way now of my 63 years now. So now, of course, I cannot just accept the hearsay and the description, especially as I label it something that's fantastic, hard to digest and accept. So that means for me, I'm going to have to be with the satellite on its way there. We've been deployed together, ladies and gentlemen. I am indeed with this satellite. We are actually geostationary, looking over the globe, Earth, etc., etc. I am now going to be returning, after a few more hours out here enjoying the environment. You know what I mean? That's the standard I would apply for that. It has to be.
Okay.
It's the only standard I'm going to accept. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's the exact reason that I don't debate in these spaces. So I appreciate your honesty and your candor.
Oh yeah, because that's why I hold the position I hold, because things are being told that are way out of our possibilities of Earth. Okay, but they're saying it's up there. The Earth isn't this globe. Let me go and sit. Or they said they went to the moon when I know they couldn't have gone. The reflectors. This is the only way I'll accept that is for me to be on the moon, looking at the reflector. Okay, can you now send the signal to my reflector? I want to, yeah, okay. Oh, right. It's received. Now it's going back. Then I know those distances can be covered. I don't accept it just by as I hear it now. I used to before, but now I've had to change my position, of course, because the lies are just getting more and more fantastic as I go on. Yeah.
Interesting. No, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been bamboozled heavily, so that's why I would like to be at your factory. Let's see the thing being made. I do know a lot about electronics, componentry, so I can.
Like, what's? Are you in the U.S.? Are you in, like? Sorry, what happened?
You from Japan.
You're breaking up at my end. Apologies.
But I am well travelled as well, by the way. Yeah, I am well travelled as well. So there you are. Yeah.
Well, if you're ever in the U.S., let me know. There's facilities down in Florida that we could go check out. There's stuff up in Seattle, like.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to say my former employee has like a manufacturing facility right in the middle of downtown San Francisco. Like they do all their stuff in house in Pier 70 down in the Bay. So if you're ever stateside, let me know.
Yeah, if I still in contact with you, that'd be good. Yeah, if I ever get there, because I'd like to see this process. Okay, because I'm very interested, and they have to be vacuum tight as well in there as well. And there's lots going on that I'm very interested in.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The main thing would be actually having this thing deployed into space. That's going to be the icing on the cake, of course. You understand? The factory one is provable because we're on Earth. That's going to be. I still want to see it being done, though. That's the thing, because that means I'm seeing the whole thing from birth to delivery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you're ever, so we've got a mission control. Mission controls up in Seattle, and if you ended up wanting to do like launch vehicle control, that would depend on what vehicle we're using. So if it's a SpaceX launch, that's down in Hawthorne, California, and in Los Angeles. Blue Origins is down at the Cape.
Yeah, I've seen the Los Angeles one anyway. I've seen the LA one. Yeah, I haven't been to the actual. I haven't been inside the facility, but in a taxi we drove past. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say SpaceX headquarters is beautiful. I'm currently blacklisted to go into that building, but it's the times that I've been able to get in there have been wonderful.
Yeah. So I got to see, as we drove past, I could see the return section. The section that
the booster.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The booster. The
booster out front.
Yeah. So I saw that one. Yeah. So I've been to Los Angeles. Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket Road. Oh man, I've been. Yeah, one of my close friends from undergrad is now the engineering lead for Super Heavy Booster, which is the Starship launch that went up last night. She's the engineering lead for the first stage of that. But it's kind of cool seeing how we were just like kids in undergrad and now we're out doing shit in industry.
Yeah,
it's fun, man. Did any of y'all watch the Starship launch last night?
No, I don't really watch those Starship launches. I find them insulting, really. It's an insult to my tone because all I see them is glorified fireworks. I know we cannot go to space. The environment isn't conducive for us to be doing anything there as such. I know the ISS isn't where it's claimed. The Chinese CSS is not there. No man has ever landed on the moon. We do not have satellites orbiting the moon currently in the names of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which cost $500 million, $500 million, $500 million to the taxpayer. Back in 2005, that was launched. Then we don't have the Chandelier 1, Chandelier 2, Chandelier 3 that landed 2 years ago. The Chinese orbiting Japan. These things never happened. You see, when you have these firmly fixed in your head, come on. I'm not interested in Elon Musk's rocket launches. Wasting the taxpayers' money. And the money he gets from NASA and everything else? Nah, man. totally insulted by that stuff. It's just not.
I'd be interested. I mean, because they're able to provide live footage all the way up through because of the Starlink antennas that are on Starship. So it's like I know that a lot of folks are like,
no,
say that
they switch cameras, so that's not live.
Yeah, well said.
Well,
they switch cameras.
They do. I was going to say they do switch cameras, but
it's not live then.
Yeah, there you are.
Wait, so it's multi-view. How is it not live?
Prove that it's live.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused as to why changing cameras
very
is not live.
confused because there's no single camera shot from liftoff to floating around, deploying shit, coming back down. There's no single camera shot of that ever.
So if I was able to get the raw file from SpaceX,
go ahead and post it. Yep, I'll believe you then. I want the raw file.
Okay.
All 8 hours of it.
Well, it's not 8 hours. It's like 40 minutes, but yeah, from launch to
it takes 40 minutes to go up and come back down.
No. So Starship, like the launch yesterday, it didn't do a full orbit. It launched from East Texas and then landed just northwest of Australia.
Okay, give me the raw footage of one camera shot from beginning to end.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean that shouldn't be too hard to.
And it launched from California, you say, yeah? So
no. East Texas.
Oh, sorry, East Texas. Okay. So it launched from East Texas, right? Flew up to what altitude?
I didn't watch the footage all the way through.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like 200, 250
miles.
But kilometers. It was on on a suborbital trajectory. It's just a test flight. They're trying to get everything up and running.
It's 150 miles off the Earth's surface, approximately. 150 miles off the Earth's surface, right? And then it landed in Australia.
The Indian Ocean, northwest of Australia, correct?
Okay, northwest of in the Indian Ocean. All right. Okay. Interesting. Yes. Well, I'd like to see all that and the trajectory.
I was going to say they posted that all last night, and they had to put out a NOTAM for the trajectory to let people know, like, hey, don't be like in a boat in this region of the Indian Ocean, northwest of Australia, because there's going to be a ship is going to be coming back down from a suborbital trajectory and do a soft landing. I was going to say, like, the launch didn't even go to orbit last night. Like, they're just doing test flights right now.
Right. So they just flew in the air 150 miles up and took an arc, basically.
Yeah, exactly. This is the last of the Block 2 ships. I think we might actually get a payload on the next launch here in a couple months. They're switching over to the Block 3 architecture. But they're going to be able to start deploying these much larger Starlink satellites, the V3s, using ship. So it'll be interesting because we're going to be able to like launch like whole segments of space stations and huge amounts of raw materials just because Starship is, twice the power of the Saturn V.
What's keeping this technology up in position?
What are you guys?
What's keeping it in position? How is it able to sustain
coming down? NASA's bringing it down. NASA's been classified as a spy agency now.
Sorry, what?
Oh yeah. NASA.
This has been reclassified as a spy agency, intelligence agency.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I mean, the current administration is doing a lot of interesting things, so I'm not sure. I'd be happy to. I mean, I did see that, but I'm interested to see what that actually does to change the work they're doing.
So, with this Starlink or Starship that went up yesterday, did they not film the whole thing from start to finish and the whole flight and its trajectory all the way, or did they not have the camera all the time?
No. They did film it. The issue that some of the folks in this community have is that they have multiple cameras, and then for the live stream that they put out, they switch between multiple cameras over the course of the launch. Like it's all they're getting. It's kind of like a football game. Like it's all live, but like they're changing from the sideline camera to the 50-yard line or whatever. Same thing with like soccer or whatever. But
well, you can understand
entertainment. Sounds like entertainment for the audience, so they get good views of everything.
I mean, yeah, they're a privately funded company, so they have to go raise capital.
They're not worried about straight shots of here. Let's look at this engine the whole time because my job is I worked on that engine, so I want to see that the whole time.
Internally,
he worked on something else, so he wants a camera on his shit the whole time. You guys just switch it up so we can't watch anything then.
Well, so internally they have those feeds. I'm saying the live stream, like you said,
send them to me
for
so
PR.
I can put my own. Send all the views so I can put my own clip together.
I understand that. I don't have access to that. I'd have to ask for it, but I'm more than happy to do so.
Send me the raw data. Just send it.
I understand that. I have to ask. I don't work for SpaceX, but I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
You know those guys over there. Ask somebody.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, sure. I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, because you can understand what we want. Yeah, we want to see this where there's one camera. Okay, it took off, right, and it's showing us the whole flight, just like the pilots are seeing. If there's a pilot on that thing, if there's an astronaut in there, we want to see exactly what he's seeing through the camera, the whole duration, and that would mean the surface of the Earth as it's flying through the air or through the atmosphere, wherever it is, through its trajectory, all the way till it crashes into the sea. That's what I want to see. I want to see that. I want to see that.
Yeah. No, agreed. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, no interruption because we've got the technology to do that. Yeah.
I mean, they have like I said, they have Starlink antennas on the ship on the leeward side when it's doing its reentry, so they're able to actually get live footage all the way through.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. You can see the plasma build up and the burn through and all that jazz. No, happy to ask.
Yeah, that would go some way, but again, it's, and I'm still going to have to heavily scrutinize that stuff because, like I said, the next best thing is to be on the thing itself. That's it,
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then I
was going to say, like, I've talked about with folks in here, like if you want to build a satellite, it's $100K total. Like it's not. I mean, it's expensive. It's not like super expensive though. Like you can build a CubeSat and go buy parts. Like there's people like Pumpkin and GomSpace that like it's like Amazon. You go buy the parts. You can just go you're on Amazon, right? Go buy a structure and a battery and everything, and you can assemble it yourself and do all your testing yourself. And then it's like $50K for a launch opportunity on a Falcon 9. And then go talk to your local teleport and see if you can rent an antenna for a couple days, and you could get your data down.
Do the satellites rent somebody else's equipment to get my data?
Well, no, I'm just saying, do you want to buy and build your own ground station? Like you could, but then okay. I mean, you could do that too.
Why wouldn't you do that? You don't want data coming from somebody else. You want it coming directly to you. Then you know it's true.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. So, and what I was going to let me forget now. Yeah, your satellites. You say they're up there for what? 6 to 7 years, was it?
Depends on the mission, yeah. But the operational lifetime for the Kuiper Sats up at 630 are going to be, 7-ish years.
Okay, 7-ish years. And that's at we're low Earth orbit, which is roughly 350, 380 miles, let's say, off the Earth's surface, right? And are they moving or are they stationary?
They're moving.
Right, and they're moving at what velocity?
I haven't run the numbers. It's a couple tens of thousands of miles per hour relative to their surface.
Right, because is it running as fast as the ISS, 17,500 miles per hour? That's Mark 23.
Slightly slower because they're slightly higher. The further away you are, the slower you go.
Okay. So it's higher up, so it's going slightly slower, but it's still in the thousands of miles per hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands, you said.
I thought they gave internet to people. Yeah. Why would they be moving? Why would they move away from the people they want to give internet to?
So you can, prior to Starlink, you would get satellite internet from geostationary satellites, which are at a specific altitude, 36,000 kilometers away, where the amount of time it takes to go around one orbit is exactly 1 day, right? So like the satellite's going around in its orbit and the Earth is rotating under it at the same exact angular velocity. So because of that, that specific altitude where that works out, from the perspective of somebody on the surface Earth, this thing. And so you would be able to, like DirecTV or Dish Network or Hughes or Viasat or whatever, like that's why they're able to put like a cheapo dish on your roof that doesn't physically move, because relative to your perspective, the satellite is not moving in the sky. The issue with that is that it's super far away, like 36,000 kilometers. So the amount of power and the data throughput that you're able to get from a link that long is a lot lower. So we're talking like 100 megabits per second max.
You're going to answer my question or not? You're going to answer my question?
We're getting there. We're getting there. No, I'm explaining why. No.
About Starlink.
Lordy. I'm saying that traditionally, internet satellites that didn't move were out in GEO, which was lower throughput and higher latency. If you move closer to Earth and go into LEO, you can get higher throughput and lower latency, like better connectivity. But because you're closer to Earth, you're moving faster, which means that they have to move relative to the observer, just to stay in orbit. So then you have to, the Starlink satellites are moving across the sky. I mean, I've personally seen, those strings of pearls after they get deployed. I'm sure that some of y'all have seen those as well. But like, yeah, so they are moving relative. No, I just answered it. They're moving. They're moving away from the people that are giving them internet because they're closer to Earth, which means they're moving faster. That they have to move relative to stay up in orbit. That's
then
the answer.
Internet goes away, and then it comes back when 90 minutes later they get the internet again.
No, that's why we have a constellation. That's why you have thousands of satellites in this constellation, so that your Earth station is.
No, you only see a string of pearls. You only see a string of pearls fly away from you. You don't see 7,000 strings of pearls.
No, that's directly after they get deployed. Then they get added to the system. That's they get the string of pearls
at first. They're lit up by the sun at first, and then they get connected to the system. Then nobody can see them.
No, you can see them using radio astronomy. The reason that the string of pearls.
I'm going to go outside.
You're being
going to have to let me finish. I'm going to go outside tonight and look for this mesh network that you're claiming exists up there.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. Like, if you have a spectrum analyzer and you tune it to KU band frequencies.
That's funny. You should say that.
Yeah, if you have a spec and you tune it to KU, you should be able to see like fluctuations as the satellites get closer to your antennas, receive boresight, and move further away. Like it should be.
Internet goes away, right?
No, that's why there's like thousands of satellites up there for the Starlink constellation.
When the first one went up, the internet just went away and would come back every 90 minutes, and then they put the second string up, and then they came back every 15 minutes. I get it. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So you sound like you're full of shit, dude.
No, I'm not. What the fuck? I just said that Kuiper is doing the same thing. We've got 150. 153 up right now.
You're full of shit.
I'm not. Why are you? I'm being as intellectually honest as possible with you right now. I'm not lying.
Because something moving away from you would not be giving you internet.
Because another one moves closer to you. Like there's it's like a juggling tennis balls.
I should be able to look up. I should be able to look. Well, actually, it's daylight. I should be able to look up and see him flying up there now. What am I looking for in the daylight?
It's too far away. You can't resolve the angular resolution with your naked eye.
Yeah, because you said two.
I'll use my P900. I'll use my P900. What am I looking for?
Well, you said 36,000 miles distance. You said
that's for GEO, not for LEO. We're talking about two different systems. Okay. I get yelled at for talking about a different system.
All right. Okay. So GEO is 36,000, which is 2,100 miles away. 22,100.
Yeah, exactly.
22,100 miles. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's the geostationary ones. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Do you have those systems yourselves?
Not at Kuiper. My previous employer, Astranis, we were doing small sats up in GEO. So
now you can understand my problem there, yeah? So 22,100 miles away. Let's call it 22,000 miles. Now, at that, what is keeping it there? How is it able to stay there? because you're saying it's just stationary means it's not moving, is it? It's fixed, just looking down.
Relative to an observer on the Earth, it's not moving. Both you and the satellite are moving in inertial space. That's the.
Well, the Earth doesn't. We know the Earth doesn't rotate. We've proven that the Earth doesn't rotate anyway. So if you're on a globe, what you're saying is the Earth's rotating and the satellite, they're moving in unison. They're locked.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. My point is, what's keeping that thing there?
Well, this is just the orbiting question. It's got a high enough tangential velocity that the radial acceleration due to gravity is consistently balanced out.
It's at 22,000 miles. Earth's gravity is still there at 22,000 miles away.
100%.
Yeah, it's not been proven on Earth, but you're saying that it's so because of the velocity. So the centrifugal force, right? So it's not falling. It's not falling to Earth because, or is it falling to Earth still? It's difficult, isn't it?
Getting into the parking garage. What was the question?
Sorry, yeah, I was just saying, is it still falling to Earth as it's orbiting? And at what speed is that?
Slight. What speed?
Yeah, because it's got to be traveling in the orbit, carrying some velocity.
It's zero speed. It's the velocity is all going into the change of the.
No, they work it out in miles per hour. It can be worked out into miles per hour. It can be. So that's what I'm interested in. I want to know the miles. Like the ISS is supposedly, it's not up there, but supposedly traveling at 17,500 miles per hour, which equivalates to Mach 23. Now, when I use ChatGPT and AI to work out the G forces that ISS will be subjected to, it gives me a number of 960,000 Gs. Right, that's from the centrifugal force. That's the because it's in a curved trajectory. That would mean to me that thing would be torn apart. It couldn't stay together the way it's been configured. But we've got a speed and miles per hour there to work with. I want to know what that is for the so-called geostationary ones that are 22,000 miles off the Earth's surface.
It's not. There's no speed towards the Earth. Like it's
no. I don't mean towards the Earth. I mean in its orbit. Because it's moving, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, let's. I don't have the math handy right now.
Yeah, I would have to look into that. No worry, I have to look that for myself. Yeah, work that out. Yeah, I should have found that out a long time ago. Really.
Circular orbit is the velocity is a function of radius, and the standard gravitational parameter of the Earth, which is 398,600, whatever mu is. I think the units are
3,000
kilograms.
3,959 miles. If you're talking about the Earth's radius, yeah.
Supposedly. No. It's the standard gravitational parameter of Earth. It's a function of the mass of the Earth multiplied by the gravitational constant, which is like E negative 30 something. So
these numbers are there, but in actuality, haven't been proven. That's the problem.
I mean,
you've got the numbers. The numbers are there, but in reality, we don't prove that. We haven't proven that to actually be a thing.
I'd be interested to see y'all take on the Cavendish experiment, but
no, that's not an experiment, and it always fails. Never been proven. And again, if that was the case, then we're not observing this mass attracting mass. And remember, the proponent himself, Sir Isaac Newton, stated categorically that he didn't agree with the theory. He never proved it, and he said it was absurd, out of his own mouth, an absurd idea, and he didn't want his name ascribed or associated to it. But yet, when he dies, they did that. Why would Sir Isaac Newton say that? See? These are the things that have been said. I'm not making it up. It's what I've discovered. No one told me. I had to find these things out for myself. And I was shocked to find out that Sir Isaac Newton didn't prove gravity, and he didn't agree with that theory. So Cavendish experiment, again, him on his own was supposed to have done this and proved that gravity exists. But it doesn't. Because we don't observe mass attracting mass anywhere. We just don't. It's just not something that we see in nature. Otherwise, we'd have all these clumps.
You see it all around you all the day.
Not mass attracting mass. I don't see mass. I do not see mass attracting mass every day? I don't. You'd have to give us some explanations as to that. Mass attracting mass. Static electricity can attract paper and light things, and that's just momentarily as the charge dissipates, and then the thing's no longer attracting. But we're saying mass attracting mass, attracting mass, attracting mass, and that would be a continuous thing non-stop. I don't see that. Forming spheres, we don't see that in nature. That's why it's hard to accept. And not measuring curvature is another thing. Earth not rotating is another thing. All these things go against any idea of satellites. It just shoots it down. You can't even begin to say they're there until you've proven the fundamentals of the foundation you live on, and that is, it's a sphere, it's rotating, and it's hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour, covering said 19.2 billion miles in 1 year. You've got to prove that this is actually happening. You can't prove that. It's never been proven. No human being has proven that. We have no proof of this. It's just what we've been told.
Exactly. That's why I don't debate. That's because I don't. I cede the fact that that's a pointless endeavor.
Well, no, it's not a pointless endeavor. It would go a long way to be proving what we're being told. That's not pointless, is it? It's not pointless at all, is it? In a court of law, what you just said there, you could be held in contempt. You don't want to know the truth. You're wasting the judge's time. You could be found in contempt for making a statement like that. That's outrageous. Of course it's important. It's not a useless and an unwanted endeavor. That's a necessity. I want to know how we know the Earth is actually moving at those speeds. How can we prove it? Because if it is a false premise, in a court of law, it is stated that whenever you build this is in a court of law, mind you, whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen and deemed null and void. So it's scrapped. You can't even consider it. Okay? That's how I operate, under those premises. So we're not proving that this Earth is a globe. It's not rotating, and we're not hurtling through the universe. Whatever's built on the basis of that false premise has to be deemed null and void. You have no right to accept it. Because there's no premise. It's all under false premises. Can you understand that?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna have to hop on mute here for a little bit. Just got into the office.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna be doing the elevators. No, you're good. I'll be listening. I just got to do a couple elevators here.
Yeah, you do what you got to do. Yeah, thanks for listening and that, and thanks for engaging. But you can understand our position. Mickey was asking those pointed questions. Radin was giving you several pointed questions, and I'm just giving you my concerns as to what I've been told and how I find it difficult to accept what you say you do. Okay, it's that simple. Keeping it clean and honest. So are there any other globers in here who wish to contest what we're talking about here? We're saying that the satellite story is a pork pie, which means lie from Cockney English, cannot be true, because we're not proving that the Earth is a globe rotating and flying through the universe. We can't prove these things. And when you're working from a false premise, as we see it, we flat earthers, then whatever's been built upon a false premise, as in a court of law, has to be deemed null and void. It can't be something you would consider and accept. You can't accept it because it's coming from a false base in the first place. And that's what's happening. Industries have sprouted out now from the premise, now making money off of people. Revenues are being had taxpayers' money's being wasted.
Yeah, Jin. I've been making observations since 2012. I've been looking for the curvature since then. Yeah, for more than a decade. And do you know that guy earlier, Great Angelo? He said he's saying that he can see the curvature. He's been up the plane. He's seen the curvature. What do you think? I think he's talking shit.
No, I've told him that several times because you will notice that he was going to, every time I wanted to talk, he was going to leave because I've harangued him to death, haven't I? Smashed him to pieces with his statement. And when he brought up the idea of the basketball, that he could, I had my basketball ready. I played with my children, so I feel sorry for him. But yeah, you're right. You've been looking. You haven't found the curvature. I've never seen it. You've never seen it. Clearly, he's misinforming us.
Yeah,
and that's being very polite.
Yeah, I think he's been dishonest because, Jin, that's the whole point of flat Earth is to find the curvature, so it proves the globe. Yeah. So
if he'd seen it, you know what he would have done? He would have several videos out because the way I've smashed him to hell and back. I didn't say heaven, you notice, to hell and back, and smashed him again. He should have just from the way I've treated him. He should have had a video out long time, several, because he lives in the Gem Panda server. And when I'm in there, he gets smashed again. Yeah, that's where he's from.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Jin, I intentionally go out and make observations to understand fully the layout of the land,
good of you.
The layout of the surface and how and if it curves or not. Because I enjoy looking at the landscape geography, the terrain, the elevation profile, the altitude profile, topographic profile. So I know what I'm looking at. There's no curvature at all. I've been doing this. I've been doing this since 2012. I'll be whenever I have the opportunity to go outside and make observation. And I can't find no curvature. I understand the surface never drops or curves.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you do that because you're doing it for yourself, obviously. But the fact that you're bringing it to us, motivates us to go and check. You know what I mean? Because that's what I mean. I thank you for that. I've been doing the same thing, but you know what I did it? I did it through my children because by the time Jin becomes a flat earther, we've got one kid, 2015, sorry. So one kid would have been, 7, right? One kid would have been 7. I'm just trying to get this out now. 2000. Then we got. So one kid would have been 15 years old, right? And the next one would have been, what did I say he was? 15, 13, right? So 15, 13, 9.
Jin, did you break up? I can't hear you no more. Yeah, Jin, I think your connection's gone.
Nature. So I used them as my test subject, and they knew the Earth was flat as I explained it to them, and their answers were just bang on. When I asked them the questions, everything they showed was that of a flat Earth, not a globe Earth. You know what I mean?
Sorry, Jin. Did everyone? Jin, you cut out for everyone, I think, right?
Lost your volume.
Okay, just keep talking then, dude. We missed half of what you said.
Sorry. Yeah, I cut off, did I? Okay. Well, basically what I said was I used my children as a test subject as I quizzed them about the Earth and its shape and that. And I asked them to show me how the aeroplanes fly. Okay. And they all flew the plane just level. They didn't show this curved trajectory. When I showed them the curved trajectory, they said, no, Daddy planes doesn't fly like that. But they should because we're living on a globe. It must fly. No, they don't fly like that. Okay, good. The reason they knew all this was because we'd been out, obviously traveling around the world. We've actually gone camping. They've climbed Mount Fuji twice with me. Okay. And a few other mountains, some of them more than 100 times. Mountain bike, trekking and hiking. So they've had this high view of the Earth as Ultimate was saying, it's all level. They've had that view, you see, themselves. So to ask them and say that the Earth is curving, they said, no, it's not. They don't They've never seen the curvature, and they've had enough experience to know. So yeah, and then I asked the children at elementary school and junior high to draw the picture of the Earth, the seaside, the horizon, and everybody drew that straight level horizon. But Jin Sensei is drawing the curved horizon because we're on a ball, yeah, and everybody laughed. Teachers as well. Okay, no, the horizon's not like that, Sensei. You're wrong. You know, it's level, and they all drew the level horizon. Then I pointed to the globe, and then the class went quiet. You know, for about, I would say, just under a minute, and that's a long silence in the classroom. Okay, and then I cut in and said, "Yeah, you guys are right," and I rubbed that my picture off the board because I was wrong. My horizon was definitely wrong. Okay, so the people know that the Earth's flat. So someone claiming to have seen curvature is being missing. The ultimate, you're right. It's a misinformation. Definitely. I've never seen it. Yeah. So I'm glad you put that forward. Yeah. When was the last place you went to? Can you tell us that? Where did you go to last? If you're there. Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I was saying, where did you go last to do your observations?
Oh, I just make observations whenever I have the opportunity. Do you know when I'm driving to work, I can see clearly. I can see myself moving with the vehicle that I'm driving along the road surface. So because when I'm driving, I have to pay attention to what's around me, innit? For safety reason. So at the same time, I can see clearly the surface is flat. Obviously, there's hills and that, yeah. I go up elevation and down elevation, but over distance, there's no drop, no nothing. It's quite obvious. Yeah, there's no curvature, no drop, no nothing, and the road surface just keeps extending. Just keeps on extending for hundreds of miles and thousands of miles. So, how can it be a globe? It's pretty obvious. You still there, Jim?
When buildings, look, if you've got buildings on a curved surface, there's going to be a dislocation where they're moving away from each other, kind of thing. That you don't see that. What you just see is flat level expanse. That's all you keep seeing is just more expanse. And then you think, wow, look at what humans have done. That's what I always think anyway. As I look across the land, you know, and you see the farmland here, you see factories over there, buildings, boutique shops, you know, you see the layout of the land. You don't see that curve. What you just see is you see land and more land and more land, and it's just level. Right up to where you cannot see anything anymore. That's the horizon.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But it's right where you're on top of the mountain looking across. It's just beautiful and it's flat, and you look, you know, across the panoramic view of it all, and you think, wow, look at that. Look at that view. Yeah? Kids loved it when you get to the summit. And that's what you're met with. It's such a great view. The cars look like ants moving along. So, you know, no, it is a sight to behold. If there was curvature, we would say, yeah. I would say yes. I definitely seen curvature, but I haven't. And I've been up high enough. You know, can you imagine climbing a mountain 365 days in 1 year, every day of the week? Right? And you're looking out and you don't see, you know, at the beginning, I wasn't looking for curvature. Okay. But when I look back, I don't remember seeing any curvature. Still climb that mountain occasionally. It's the same thing. There's no curvature to be seen. When I did the 365-day everyday mountain hiking, I never saw the curvature of the Earth once, and I wasn't a flat earther then. Yeah, wasn't a flat earther then, so I was just enjoying the view, and the view was dead level. You know, you can't climb a place 365 days of the year, every day for a year, right? And forget to see curvature, as it were. You're going there every day. I'd start at about 4:30 in the morning, so the daylight's just coming, and I'm in the mountains already. after, let's say, 40-minute drive. So it takes about an hour to get going. You know, because you drive there, you park the car up, and then you get your gear on, get yourself ready, lock the car, and then you're off. Right, there you go. So all in all, within an hour, after leaving the house, an hour, I'm starting hiking up. And I have to get back in time to take the kids to school. All right? I should tell you how fast I was moving, you know, on that mountain as well, because I've got to get back home to be ready to take the kids to school and walk the dog as well. I walk the dog when I take the kids to school. Yeah, that was good, that was. So every time I got invited to like have breakfast with some of the mountain hikers who were up there, because I was going up there every day, you see, so they got to know me. And they kept inviting me to have something to eat. And I said, look, no, I can't, because the children are waiting for me at home. I've got to take them to school. And they said, bloody hell, you're busy. I goes, yeah, I have to do this in the morning, right? And that's my exercise for the day. And then I've still got to work. And they said, you're working after this? I said, yeah. Okay. So, you know, I never saw the curvature, and I went out there every day for a whole year, this particular mountain. It's all level. Everything was level that I saw. Yeah, and I used that mountain to train myself to go to Mount Fuji, you see. That was what I was doing, getting ready to climb Mount Fuji. In 2008, I climbed it for the first time. So Den was definitely not calling himself a flat earther then.
Yeah, Jin, what's the height of Mount Fuji? What's the height?
Okay, Mount Fuji is 3,776 meters to the summit, highest point. Okay, 3,776 meters. The mountain that I was training on was 877 meters. That was my training mountain that I was using every day. It's called Mount Scuba, that one. You can see Mount Fuji. Sorry.
You said Mount Fuji's height is 3,700 meters. Did you
776. 3,776 meters high.
Yeah, that's 2 miles and a quarter. So 1 mile, 1,600 meters. 2 miles is 3,200 meters.
Right. Yeah.
3,200 meters. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 miles.
Yeah.
So so you got another 500 meters. So that's a quarter of a mile. So that's 2 miles and a quarter. That's quite high.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's Japan's highest mountain, isn't it? And I've climbed that 14 times, and I managed to summit 12 times out of the 14. It was the last 2 times that I didn't summit due to bad weather, on both occasions. And the what do they call themselves now? The mountain marshals wouldn't let us up. They were turning everybody back down because it was too dangerous. Wind, rain, fog. Okay, so they said no one can go to the summit today. It's too dangerous. You've got to go back down. Be careful. Twice that happened to me. After going for like 2 hours, only to be turning back down. But the other 12 times, yeah, great times, great laughs, good vibes. Yeah. I met one Japanese guy. He's famous because he's climbed it more than 100 times, Mount Fuji, and I met him 2 years in a row consecutively. And he said of me, "Wow, you like mountains? You're a good challenger." He said. Yeah, met the same guy twice. 100 times. He had his little team with him. He was quite old as well. And this year, the oldest man to have climbed Mount Fuji this year, 102 years old. His daughter was 71. Okay? Can you imagine that? A 102-year-old man has climbed Mount Fuji. Wow, that's amazing, that is. 102. The oldest I ever met was somebody about in his 80s. This guy, 102. So there's some supermen out there, man. And then I met the guy who had climbed it over 100 times. He started in his 30s, he said. Or maybe even younger. But yeah, he lives near there as well, so he's quite lucky. When you live near mountains, you take advantage of that. If you're into mountaineering and hiking and that, you take advantage. Good exercise, good view, clean air. You know, you're just cleaning your lungs out all the time, especially early in the morning. It's when you've got the cleanest of air, no traffic, no smoke, right? So you're up early and the air is clean. You know, and if it rains, because I went in the rain as well, and I went in the snow, and I went in the wind and high winds as well. I was there. There's a famous guy. His name is Mr. Aizawa. I say again, Mr. Aizawa. He climbed this Mount Scuba, right? When the year that I was doing it for 1 year, he'd climbed it 3 years in a row, right? 3 years in a row, non-stop. 3 years in a row. This guy. And he was in his 70s, okay? 3 years in a row, non-stop. And I was there the day he had completed it for the 4th year. Me and this Brazilian friend called Paulo, who's half Japanese, half Brazilian, and we're together in the picture with Mr. Aizawa for the local newspaper, right? Because it was all early in the morning. We're up early in the morning. So the day he did it for the 4th year in a row completion, I'm in the photograph with the guy. Me and my friend Paulo and him, Mr. Aizawa. In fact, he was given a celebratory towel, and he gave it to me. Mr. Aizawa gave me his towel. I've never used it. It's a face towel, right? Rolled up in a plastic bag. I've never used it. Out of respect, because he gave me it. Okay, Mr. Aizawa. He climbed Mount Scuba 4 years every day. Non-stop. So that's where I got the idea from, to do 1 year. And when there were like typhoons and heavy wind, right? And I'm climbing a mountain, I'm thinking he's not going to be there on this one. He's too old. He was there. I'm on my way down, he's on his way up. He goes, "You bloody idiot." I said, "You bloody idiot." That's what I said to him in Japanese. Right? He goes, "Baka janai desu ka?" I said, "Anata mo baka janai?" You know, "Aren't you not an idiot?" I goes, "Aren't you not an idiot as well?" Yeah, we laughed at each other. Because we were out on a typhoon. Okay, and the wind is strong. It's blown branches down. You've got what you've got is a green carpet of leaves all the way up the mountain. Okay, the wind is so powerful, it's blowing the leaves off and it covers the course that you take, and it's like you're walking on green carpet. Okay, yeah, climbed it through the bloody typhoon as well. I did. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa, his name was. So yeah, and all that time, it was all on a flat earth. The views that I saw were perfectly horizontal. No curvature at all. None. Zero. And you can see Mount Fuji from Mount Scuba. Again, it's about what? 200 miles, 250-mile view from the mountain from the peak of Mount Scuba. As you look, hang on a minute, we'd be looking, Scuba. Yeah, to see Mount Fuji. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm looking southwest. Yeah, I'd be facing southwest to see Mount Fuji. And it's great when you see it in spring in particular, because Mount Fuji with its snow-capped looks golden when the sun is up. It's a great view. All right, to see Mount Fuji when it's snow-capped and the sun comes up, it looks golden. Golden cap. Seen that several times over the years. So yeah, experience does count. You know, what do you experience? The idea that you can't recognize curvature is wrong. No, you can definitely perceive it. And if you work out the distance, your altitude and the distance of the object you're looking at, the curvature calculator can work that out for you, and it will tell you how much you should see. And if you're seeing all of it, then it's flat. If you're seeing a portion of it, that's fine, still within keeping with flat Earth. But yeah, so I've enjoyed it thus far. Yeah, so I climbed the mountain 877 meters high. That would be Mount Scuba. That one is all rock. That's not a volcanic mountain. It's a rocky one. Okay, so boulders and rocks and all that stuff. So you've got to be very careful on the way down. Going up is great. I used to take my dog up with me as well. The Labrador, Sparky, we used to go up there together. I'd be jogging, running up. Yeah. And then coming down, you got to be very careful. Sometimes you do what's called the reverse traverse. So you face, it's like you're climbing up, right? But you're walking backwards. Because to go down forward and the angles, you could slip, right? And then your arse will hit a rock. You could break the coccyx, you could damage your buttocks, you know? Yeah, and I did slip once or twice like that. So in the areas where I knew it was a bit treacherous, I would do the reverse traverse technique. And then where I could go forward again, I go forward again, yeah, just to keep momentum up. I was always on the clock, always, because I had to get back here because I'm getting the kids ready to go to school. You know? Did I miss once or twice? Yeah. There were once or twice that I did miss. And the kids had to go to school without their dad, you know. But that's not bad. They walk, you know, they're in with other kids. But most of the time, you know, and it was a good 95% of the time I was with them. They also take elementary school kids to this mountain as well. And the days that my children climbed, I would be there with the dog. So I would be there before them because I take them to school. Okay, and the school excursion is we're going to climb Mount Scuba. Okay, so they're going to climb Mount Scuba. Okay, Sparky, let's take them to school. Okay, right, Sparky, let's get in the car. Okay, we're going to go and climb the mountain and wait for them at the top. They didn't know that, the kids. They didn't know that I was going to be there. All right, and they only get to do that when they're in the 5th year. All right, the 5th year. That's when they do that one. 5th or 6th year. So each kid was surprised to see Daddy on the mountain. Said, you didn't think I was going to come, did you? Yeah, look, I'm here. See? Took all the pictures and that. Yeah, so I prepared them to do Mount Fuji. They've done it twice. Now the two of them last year, two of them did it on their own last year. Without their dad, both separately, different days. They challenged the longest course, and they didn't beat my time, right? And I said to them, well, the reason you didn't beat my time is because you're still young. One was 19, the other one's 22, and I was like in my 40s when I did it.
Oh, so, just realized I was hot micing. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, no. 40. I was. Right? Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I was in my 40s, right? So it took them both of them took them a couple of hours extra time over my time. But I said you needn't worry, or maybe 4 hours. Sorry, I said you don't have to worry about that now. You're still young, okay, and your experience hasn't kicked in yet. You're only 22. So if you climb this when you're daddy's age, you probably beat the time you set now easily. Because when you get to your 40s, you gain a lot of experience, okay, a lot, and that is key. You understand how to manage your body's power over this course. That's what it's all about. You don't know how to do that. You did it when you were in elementary school once, kindergarten once. Okay, there's your 2 times, and now you're doing it as a man. Right, the other one was 19, so he wasn't quite a man yet, but getting there. So you did it, you did quite well, as far as I'm concerned. But I am a bit of a monster, though, with the kids. Yeah, always putting them through it. If they misbehave in the house, I used to. There's a park where we live here. I said, right, and I could see the park from the window. Get in there. You're going to do 10 laps and 10 gyms. They at the park. Then they got to climb the apparatus over the top and come back over and don't touch the floor and then do another lap 10 times. All the boys together. Get out there. Go and do that. That's part of their training and punishment as well. Yeah. So that was it. That was the way to release their energy. Yeah, that was punishment. And when it's good and that, the good times were we're going mountain bike trekking. All the bikes are in the car. We're on our way. We get the car out, get the bikes out, put the wheels on. Yeah. Pump up the tire, everything's fine. Okay. Don't over pump because their bikes didn't have suspension. So now obviously we're going to be relying on the inner tube and the tire for some absorption now. Yeah. Okay. So tire pressure is crucial. You don't want it so soft that you have an easy puncture, but then you don't want it so hard that you buckle your wheels. So you've got to find a balance there. So we did that anyway. And then I have the targets, give them the walkie-talkie, the BB bullets, and the BB guns, and they're going to hit targets. I set the targets up, right? And then once I've got myself in a position where I'm hiding, I say, okay, start coming up and look for the targets, hit the targets. You've all got one each, and then bring your target up, put it in your pocket and bring it up. And that's what we used to do. Mountain bike trekking with shooting. So much fun. Yeah, and they really enjoyed it.
Jin.
Yeah.
Good work on everything, dude. You get a 10 out of 10. 5 stars.
Yeah, why?
Review on everything.
Thank you very much.
That's my stamp. That's my review.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we try to entertain the listeners whilst we're waiting. You know how it is. We're realists. As Jemsy says, we like to keep it in the real is, you know? We deal with the is, the real is. Yeah. The real is level. I love it. Yeah. So our senses are very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. We can deduce a lot from with our senses. And that's very important when we're talking about living our lives and looking back, for example, and, you know, you're being told the earth is not a ball, you're probably surprised. All you got to do is look back in your life. When did you see the curvature? Where was that place that you saw that curvature?
And you will miss a lot if you don't employ them.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll miss everything.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. To miss everything, Jin. Isn't that a lot?
It's a massive mistake. If you're missing the beauties of this earth because you're living in a concrete jungle, I do feel sorry for you because you've got to get out to nature, get out of that concrete jungle, the city, and get into the bush, get into the ocean, get to the rivers, the lakes, the ponds. Start listening to the sounds of nature and the aromas of nature. So much of it. Just to go for a hike is beneficial in many ways for your legs, your heart and lung. And the air that you breathe, especially on a damp day. I was going to say, when it rains, you get that smell of the soil and the leaves mixed. That aroma is that's like medicine for your body. As you breathe it in, it's going into your lungs and into your blood, coming out as sweat. Yeah, wicked that is. Early morning dew. That's medicine.
When it rains and the static in the air, the electricity in the air, it creates ozone.
There you are. Yes. And you're breathing that in.
The air. It purifies everything. Basically, the air purifies, and when you're breathing that in, it's also helping you out.
It certainly is. Because remember, when you're climbing up a mountain, you're breathing in more volumes of air than you would be if you were walking on a normal street, normal road, on a leveled incline, because you're going up, 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 up. So you're gulping in more air, definitely, and that's good because you're feeding all your lungs and feeding every part of your body with this clean air.
Blood is flowing, huh?
Yeah, definitely. It's distinctly different than on street level with all the trucks going by. When you breathe it in, you can taste the lead and the metal in the air that's just come out of the trucks and the vehicles as they've gone by. You can actually taste it. Oh, it's disgusting, especially when you're on a push bike. Because again, you're revving high, aren't you? Because lots of revolutions, on the pedals, because you're going for it. So you're breathing it in, and trucks are going by. And you think, oh, here we go. Shit. Because you can actually taste the bloody lead.
Wow.
Ugh. The diesel.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is why mountain trekking or mountain hiking early in the morning, you're getting the cleanest of air.
Good job, Jen, with the children and everything. Well done.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they love it.
Example.
Yeah. They love it. I'm currently enjoying the one at 16. Yeah, the day before yesterday was asking for his picture of his lives, of his life, his history. He hasn't got any photographs. He said. I said, okay, I'm going to start sending them to you then. I've got loads. I said, let me show you one picture, okay, of the boys. I don't usually post my kids in it, but picture and I'll delete it straight away. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can do that. A picture of the boys when they were little. This would be 15 years ago, I think it was. Yeah, 2010. Hang on. Got to get the picture up so you can see who I'm talking about. The boys.
I can't wait.
Okay, hang on a second. Where are they? Okay, here it is. Hang on. Okay, there's it.
There you go, Jen.
Oh, are we in the politics here? Are we in the politics? No.
Politics, Jen.
Oh, we're in the politics. We are. Okay, good. There it is then. There they are. They're the nasty, they're little devils. I don't know. Has it gone through? Okay, there it is. Can you see?
Wow.
Yes. Poor boy.
I can tell you got 2 wives, bro.
Yeah. There they are, boys.
Wow, Jen. Good job, dude.
That's a
I bought
fabulous family. God bless your family.
Yeah, thank you. I bought those shirts, by the way. All right.
They're adorable.
Beautiful.
That was obviously that was 10 o'clock in the morning. It was a Sunday, and then we were going to go out and play. Obviously that day. Nice. There they are.
So you got four. You got four boys.
Yep.
Wow.
That one on the right's gonna do something big. The one in the middle's got a heart of gold, and the one on the left is a protector. And the one in the middle, the Chinese dude, I don't know about him. He kind of does right now.
Yeah, he's a nice boy. He's the one that's asking for the pictures, of his past. Okay. So that
He's looking up saying, "I got 3 big brothers, bro."
That's right. That's right. And he was saying he doesn't remember. So I said, okay, pictures are coming. So I've sent him 18 today. I did 20 yesterday, from when he was a baby all the way through. So this picture you're looking at was one of the ones I sent him. So he's getting an idea. So I'm going to send him all through the years as he's growing up, so he can see it properly, and he gave himself a nice little portfolio of photographs. Yeah.
Family. Take family photos. And, on the internet, I used to be scared to put pictures on the internet, but yeah, you should probably put your pictures in your own, family areas. Discord's so disgusting. I want to tear down the whole system. I want to be that couple that, went and burned the wires and stuff. I feel like doing something drastic. I'm in a place right now. I just need to calm down because I see why they spray lithium on us.
Yeah, they graffitied my pictures in the Gen Panda server. So I thought, if this is and a few other servers, so I thought I'm not going to be posting because it's not necessary. They're bloody idiots.
I'm glad you know what matters.
You need your children's photos, Gene.
It matters. Family matters over everything else, even flat Earth.
Yeah, these people wicked. They're graffitiing your images. That's ridiculous. They doing that.
Yeah. So I decided not to post anything on the server, but I'm amongst the flat earthers. That won't happen, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 15 years ago, that one that you saw. Okay, that picture was them. So they've grown up much more now. But that was when they were little. That was when they were little.
That gene expression, like the older ones have your genes, and the youngest one, the mom's gene, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It really is, yeah.
Awesome.
Hold on a second. Are you saying you only got one wife? You're saying you got 3 black children and 1 Chinese child with
not
the
Chinese,
one wife.
Japanese, and half African, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa. So maybe for the Chinese one, if you have
Japanese
one.
Yeah, we're saying Japanese to you, Japanese.
Yeah, if the Japanese one marries someone white, it only takes 3 more generations for it to become not a mamzer. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I looked into it a little bit. Yeah, purely because of him,
What does that mean? Can you explain that?
That's beautiful children.
Can you explain that? What you said?
Well, it's Bible. We're not supposed to talk about Bible in here, and it would really.
You can mention it. You can mention it.
Okay, I'll just put a thing in the chat room.
But he got the youngest one got the most attention. Everyone kept saying kawaii, kawaii. He's cute. Everywhere we went. And where would you find him? Sitting on Daddy's shoulder. I was the donkey. Do you understand? He was always on my shoulders. Always. Even when we climbed Mount Scuba, he'd be on my shoulders. And even in Diamond Head as well in Hawaii, on my shoulders. And you heard the people say, bloody hell, you got your hands full there, haven't you, son? You know, I said, yeah. And they said, that boy's a smart boy, that one. Yeah, he'd always be riding on my back all the time. Even when I went out cycling with his brothers, because he was too small, yeah, he couldn't come with us. Okay, that's why I got the bike trailer, so I could drag him along with me in the end. So what I used to do is I used to carry him on my arms and then sit him on my shoulder, and I used to cycle around, and we were like a circus act going all around the neighborhood. Do you understand? Yeah.
I'm picture it.
Yeah. I'd have the youngest one on my shoulder. And I say to make sure you hold on tight, yeah? Hold on to Daddy's head tight. Hold on, yeah, because we're going to go now. Okay, we're going? Yeah. So I ride slowly, slowly, slowly. And as he got used to it, we could pick up a little bit more speed over the months. And then in the end, he got really used to it. He knew what he had to do. He's sitting on my shoulder, you know. Come on, Daddy, faster, faster. He'd be saying, you know, like I'm a horse.
Yes.
Yeah, he was so funny.
I've been there, done that as well.
Say that again?
I've been there and done that as well.
Yeah, man. I got lots of pictures of me doing that with the kids and the bike.
I did it with my boy and my 2 girls.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, kids are great fun. No doubt about that. You know, if you want to be a father and you want to enjoy the children, then they're great fun. If you didn't want to be a dad and it was put on you, then okay. But generally, for me, it was the best time of my lives. Of my life, man. That was the kids when they were growing up.
Real wealth.
Yeah.
You can have all the property, all the gold, all the riches of the world, but if you don't have family to enjoy it with, it's not real wealth without the family. It's only real wealth with the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you see the children smiling, that's when things actually mean something.
Yeah.
Family smiling, enjoying life.
Yeah, okay. I'll treat you to one more. It's of the youngest one. And together we are playing with the Lego in the living room there early in the morning. Okay, the youngest one is playing with the Lego. Right, here we are. And together we are building something. I'll tell you what we built when you see the image. Hang on. The politics, there it is. Okay, there's the youngest one. There you go. Okay. So there we are. We just finished building. Guess what we built? A famous toy shop. Toys R Us. Our version of Toys R Us.
I've been there and done that as well. That's so much fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Toys R Us.
I bought a setup of magnets. It's like toy magnets, and you were able to, build figures with it. And also, I kind of set it up in a way that there will be like a tower of the magnets, and it will have like an arm and a tip, a magnetic tip, and then we will build like a double-side pyramid. And it will be magnetized, and it will be on the table and reaching upwards towards the arm of the tower, and it will spin. It will spin really fast, and it will be just almost hanging from the arm, magnetic arm, and it will be sitting on the table. and you could spin it like super quick. My daughters they love that stuff.
Yeah,
magnets.
yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I posted the second image because what he did, he pulled off a part of the Toys R Us that we've just built, and he's looking at me. He's trying to say to me, "Can you fix it?" That's the expression. Okay, can you fix it? All right. Can you see that second shot? Yeah, that's him saying, "Can you fix it? Look, it's come off." All right. He's only just over 1.5 in this picture. Okay.
Amazing.
And he's saying to me, "Can you fix it? Look, we broke it." Yeah.
He knows we can fix stuff, so he's like expecting you.
Absolutely, instantly. Yeah. Daddy, look? Can you fix it?
You fixed stuff before. Fix this now.
Yeah. You're the fixer of everything. So you
Is
get
he
it done.
the baseball player? Is he the baseball player?
Yes, he's the baseball player now. Yeah.
He's a future star. I'll probably see him on TV in the future, just playing baseball.
Maybe. I hope so. Who knows? I do hope so, because he's really into it. He's definitely living a baseball man's life at the moment. Only 16 years of age now, right? And he's working his hardest.
1-year-old, he was building a castle with Legos with you. He can definitely manage the great leagues in baseball by now.
Yeah, we're building together the Toys R Us shop. Yeah. So there's a little treat. Get a little rare treat now and again.
Appreciate it, Jin.
Yeah, I got over 9,000 shots with all the kids and the action. Okay, I had to say to my kid, right, today, I said, "Look, I've sent you pictures. They're not all portrait ones of you posing, because I'm going to show you pictures of when you're in action. That's what I like about the pictures I take. You're doing something. It's not you just sitting there posing, smiling. That's not, I want you're living your life, and I'm catching you as you're living it." And he said, "Yeah, that's what he wants." So that's cool then. Action shots, yeah. So I'm sure he's showing it off to his school friends now. Yeah.
That's the way to do it. That's actual photography. That's how my dad taught me to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to be a youth worker 12.5 years in London. And part of my skills, photography, and West End at night from the youth club's eyeball. So take your pictures, then you bring them back to the club, and then the next week we would develop the pictures. Actually develop the negatives and then print out the photographs they took. From the negatives. Yeah, I used to do all that. Well into photography, I am. I'm not so keen on digital photography. I prefer the analog one myself.
It's pretty cool.
Comparing the two. Yeah, much prefer analog photography. Where you got to have your light meter, okay, because you're working at your light meter, then you set that on your settings on your camera, okay, and the aperture and everything else, and then you take like 3 or 4 shots of the same thing, right? And then you develop and you choose the best one. Yeah? Different settings.
You get the negatives?
Yeah. More of an adventure. Yeah. And you've got the negatives as well. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Mostly black and white, because color was expensive. And, you're talking of a youth club that's reliant on donations, right? So we couldn't afford to do color photos. All the equipment was way too expensive. So black and white is what we could deal with. That was good enough. We had a dark room and everything. Yeah. And all the chemicals we needed. The developer, the fixer, and water.
You used to get these rolls of negatives from the... The cameras used to have these rolls, and you will take the pictures, you get the roll of negatives, and then you take that to get the
film processors. The film processors, yeah. Yeah, but we process it ourselves, is what I'm telling you. Okay?
Yeah, I get it, yeah. That's the way. You're doing it yourself. Amazing.
Yeah, man, yeah. I started it at secondary school, okay? And I had the knack, all right, of being able to put... if you can imagine a T-shirt that's got a zip, where you put it over your head, you've got a zip there, and then you sew up all the, so it's like a bag, okay, and it's black. It's a black bag with and you put your hands through the sleeve. The sleeves are elasticated so that no light can get in, and then you put all the equipment inside, zip it up, and now you've got to undo the film. But before you do that, you open up the chamber at which you're going to put the film in, okay? You open up the chamber, and there's a spoil in there that holds the negative, okay? So you've set that up in the bag, all right? And then you take the film itself, the cartridge, and you take the ends off, peel the ends off, and it pops open, open it up, and then the film is rolled up, yeah? Then you've got to slide that onto the film. Remember, you're doing this all with your hand in the bag. You can't see what you're doing. I was good at doing that. I did that myself quick. I used to do I did about maybe half the class because they couldn't do it. And I got the knack, and you just get it on, right? Put it in, and then you place all that in the chamber, screw it down, and that's done. I'm done, yeah. So I did my mates, and I used to do it. So I showed them how to do that in the youth club, when I was in my 20s, 25 years and upwards. Yeah, and the kids were getting into it, man. Show them properly, sitting there, with the equipment not in the bag. I said, this is what you must do. You do it like this, and if you want to know, you can feel the difference from the shiny side and the side with the negative that's got the picture, okay? Don't scratch that side, because if you scratch that picture's gone, okay? So be very careful and slide it on, and then when you move the sprawl left to right, it walks on by itself, okay? Gently left, right, and it's creeping onto the spoil, and it goes into a spiral all the way round. And then you put it in the chamber. So I showed them exactly what they got to do. And then they got into it then in the end. Yeah. And then later on, you develop your negatives and that. You hang them out to dry. And then the following week, because usually it's not enough time to do it all in one go, 2 hours. The following week, you're going to print your pictures. So they were always looking after that, looking forward to that. Because not only did we do photography, I was doing football as well, yeah. Football or hockey or baseball, basketball, badminton, and weight training and jogging. So I had to fit in some sports with the photography, okay? So I had to split it.
Jen is like a life encyclopedia of life experiences and a guide on how to do it and how to do it correctly.
Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed that. 12 and a half years. Cheers, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. 12 and a half years. Yeah. And when I came to Japan, I wanted to carry on that youth club thing, but because they don't have them in Japan here. So I ran my English school as half youth club, half English school. So they would learn English, and then they would learn to play certain games, like Monopoly, for example. Monopoly in English, English board, England board, and an American board. So you have American cities and English cities. So 2 types of Monopoly we had. American one and the English one from England. Okay?
That's a good incentive for learning, because it's fun. You're making it fun, and it's engaging. Yeah.
Right. And you're learning the maths, how to use the money, buying the property. Some of the kids were in tears, because they were losing money. You understand? Literally tearful. Okay.
But I can picture it, Jane. I can visualize it. Yeah.
They were crying because they were losing money.
Playing Monopoly and crying because they were losing the paper money.
Yeah. Literally losing money. That would be once at the end of the month was Monopoly. At the end of the month. Once a month. They loved it. And if we didn't play Monopoly, then we'd play what we had. I had PSP. So I had 4 of these PSP players, and it's called Colin McRae Rally. Okay? And it's a rally game. All right? And you're playing against each other, and then you're going to write down your time and your score. So now you're learning numbers in English and writing it on the board and working out how fast or how slow you were. Yeah? All in English. And they're playing the game as well. Again, that would be at the end of the month, once at the end of the month. Yeah. So I tried to run the school English, but with a little bit of a youth club feel. Okay? Remember,
that's why you have clientele to this day. learning English
Thank
for
you.
you from you because
Yeah.
The word has spread and people know that you're a good teacher.
Yeah. I was lucky in the neighborhood. You know, some of my wife's friends and my mother-in-law's friends, they had children. Okay, they would send them here, obviously, to learn English, or even if they're going to work. So some of them are working part-time, and they don't have babysitters, so they bring them here to play with my children upstairs. There are times when I've got like 18 kids in the living room.
Wow.
I counted, you know, because each child had their friends coming. That was good. I liked that. I really enjoyed that moment. And they'd come in with their bikes, okay, their bicycles, and they just park it all haphazardly. They didn't park it neatly. So what I would do is I go downstairs, get the bikes, line them up neatly so they didn't take up too much room. Okay, and then I would look to see if anything was wrong with the bike and tidy that up. Brakes, oil the chain, pump the tires up. And then when they're leaving, I tell them, be careful, because I pumped the tire up, I've oiled the chain and the brakes, okay? The brakes are a lot sharper now, so be careful. And you can really go fast because I pumped the tires up, but be careful. That's what I said to them, yeah. So I'd maintain their bikes whilst they're busy playing upstairs. Yeah.
Job well done, Jin. Amazing.
Yeah, I used to do that in London as well, you see, so, yeah. And the reason I do that, of course, because it happened to me, didn't it? You know, somebody else repaired my bike when I was little. So you don't forget that kind of thing, do you? When somebody that you don't know, that's not a relative, but fixing your bike and making you keep going, you don't forget that person. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's why I did it as well, so that the children could see that if they come here, things are going to be safe. It's not going to get broken, and they're going to have the greatest of times and the most noisiest of times. Yeah, of course. You only live once. So let's make the most noise, man. Let's get that fun going. Lots of it. But safe is key.
Well, Jin, don't. I mean, use by the actions that you've been doing and this life that you've been having, the Creator is watching down, and he might bring you back for more action. So don't think this is the only life you'll have.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. But I'm enjoying it now.
It's probably gonna bring you back as a knight again.
For me, I'm just
for his crusades.
Yeah, maybe. I'm enjoying it now. I'm just keeping myself going as much as I can, of course, as you do. You know, you get older, and I just hang on to the values that are real. Flat Earth is part of that, of course. That's the foundation, isn't it? The flat Earth is the foundation now. That's what people don't understand. That for some people, flat Earth is like literally a rocket boost.
It's the floor you're standing on. Is supporting your standing.
Yeah.
How are you gonna
do it? It just nails it home that there's a creator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do anything without standing?
Yeah, exactly. It nails it home that there's a creator. You understand? Flat Earth nails it home that there's a creator. When you know there's a creator, you understand how how you came to be. Something creates you. You don't know how they did it, but that means you're going to go and meet the creator.
That's the goal.
Yeah. You're going to meet the creator when you pass on. This is a test. That's what it means to look at yourself and to not know how we came to be, what created us. My evaluation is I'm going to meet him when I'm dead then, because I have to know. You understand? I have to know. That means we're going to meet them when we die. That's why it's a test.
All that good work that you've been doing with the bicycles and fixing stuff, it's not for nothing. It has meaning, lots of meaning, and
yeah.
The Creator is going to evaluate.
It's all about the integrity.
Yeah.
It's the integrity. When you see that the bikes, I'm parking the bikes up so they're neat. Now I can see that the brakes are not done up. Look, they're all loose. So I can see that, and I know that that's dangerous. So if I know it's dangerous and my bike is tidy, and I've actually touched this bike to see it's not safe. And I've got the tools. The tools are just like, literally they're in the car. I just put the key and open the window and I've got the tools in my hand. So I am compelled to do that. Do you know what I mean? Because if the kid went home now and had an accident and then I hear of it, I was partially responsible because I actually could have stopped that, couldn't I?
Negligence.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Not necessarily negligence, but you're doing your part. If you have the time, you have the means, and the children, you're just the children are in your house, smiling, making like that. When the children start smiling and you hear them, it's like a joy. You get a joy.
It really is.
And your own children are joining with them, so you're just giving the favor back, just making them happy again by just tuning their bikes. And they appreciate it. They'll remember, like you said, they'll remember that their bikes felt better after you touched them.
Yep, exactly that. That's exactly what happened. And they were so happy, The squeaking is gone. The brakes actually work properly, so they don't have to worry. And they can go even faster, of course, now. Safely. Yeah, safely.
Going on, Flurfs?
Yeah. Flat Earthers.
How are you?
How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're very well, man. What do you have?
I heard a group of you guys went down to the South Pole and had a revelation because of the Antarctic sun that stays up in the sky 24 hours a day. Kind of just blew your entire narrative away. A couple of you guys even, just
part of the revelation is the south. The Antarctica is called the Great South Plateau, and it's a flatland of 1,000 kilometers in diameter.
How does the sun stay up in the air for 24 hours a day if the Earth is flat?
Oh, that's the creator did that.
Oh, so no, okay.
Yeah.
You guys have so what's the excuse for this one?
Because you're asking how, right? You're asking how. How?
Well, I know how.
That?
I know how.
Oh, wait, the creator told you?
Well, it's because
you had a revelation. Did you pray before you got that information?
Just explain to me the Antarctic sun.
It just came to you in a revelation?
Explain to me the possibility of the Antarctic sun on a flat plane.
Look, how do you know the mechanisms of the sun? How do you came to that revelation?
What are you talking about? Group went down.
You said that you know how the sun works. How?
No, I'm asking you. How does the Antarctic sun work on a flat plane?
I already answered.
You're just waffling right now. You're just waffling right now. The
creator is the one that knows the how. I don't know the how. You're saying that you know the how, so that means that the creator told you, or you're claiming that happened. Now, tell me that.
I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells.
Can you?
Yeah, because you're not paying attention, are you? You're not really paying attention to what he's asking you. He's asking you, how do you know how the sun works? You're asking such, that's all he's asking you.
Because he said he knows.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
So how do you came to that?
How do you know how the sun works? None of us know how it works. I don't know how the sun works. I don't make that claim. How would I know? How could I know? I can't go up there to check anything. I may have my ideas, hypotheses, but I can't go up there to confirm what I think the sun might be. I can't do that, can I? I have no way.
I also have my ideas. But this guy said he knows, so can you kindly share with us? How do you know?
Yeah. And then the sun itself doesn't prove the shape of the earth. That's the other thing. And no flat earther makes that claim either. That looking to the sun tells me the shape of the earth. I'm looking at the sun. Okay, I'm a globe. So I'm living on a globe now because I'm looking at the sun.
Well, Jin, I don't know if he's gone. Well, he probably left because he couldn't support what he was saying. But I pointed out that the South Pole is called the Southern Great Plateau.
Yeah.
You know what's a plateau, Gene? It's a flat,
isn't it? It's a flat expanse, yeah.
Yeah. And this one, the Southern Great Plateau is over 1,000 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're looking at the sun from a flatland.
Exactly. From a plateau.
Even though that observation that they did in that area, they didn't went to the South Pole. They were in like at the edge, basically, of Antarctica.
Yeah, it was called Union Glacier, not too far from Hercules Point.
Yeah, which is at the edge, basically, of the Antarctic area. But when you go to the Antarctic, that's made up of a bunch of plateaus, and one of those is the Antarctic Great Plateau.
There you are. I'd love to go there. Yeah, I would love to go there.
You should go. The Japanese probably have like a base, but the Spanish the Spanish they go with the Russians as well.
Yeah,
the Russians are pretty welcoming. I mean, they have people going down there. They do different things, but there's different tours. I imagine the Japanese have their own tour down there, their own kind of like base, doing stuff over there.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah. I'd like to go there. Yeah, and have a mountain bike with spikes on it, suspension bike with spikes, so you can cycle and not slide off there and wreck yourself. That would be nice. That'd be nice to do. You know,
you probably should go with the Japanese though. Don't go with the Americans. Don't go with go if you someday have the opportunity. Just try to do it with the Japanese.
Yeah. If I ever get that chance, I will. Yeah, it's a good advice.
Yeah, because I've seen the Spanish doing it with the Russians. I've seen the Americans doing it, with the English side of things. You could bring the Japanese side of the experience.
Yeah, of the experience and the exploration, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, I truly would love to do that. That would be that's on my to-do list. I'd like to go there and be able to ride around. Yeah. That's definitely doable.
I imagine the Japanese might have their own niche way of doing things. And you will feel,
of course they do.
You will feel familiar with the way they operate.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, I've got my own way, and that would be the experience of being in the British Army. So that stuff you don't forget. Okay. So, but then, of course, when you go with the Japanese, there's going to be a different approach, and let's see what they do. Yeah, I've learned a lot from the Japanese anyway. So you're right in what you say. Definitely. Just by climbing Mount Fuji and that, I learned, and learned from the people. It was a good experience.
If you go, with the wits, that group of people, you're probably not gonna have the actual experience that you want to have.
I'm probably going to be chucking them off the plane. Yeah, I'm probably going to be rugby tackling some of them and then crawling over them like a snake and giving them no doubt, for their lip.
Try giving them a wake-up call.
Yeah. Because these people, they like to make fun of us.
Yeah.
They like to make fun. But to their detrimental, that's what it is, to their detriment. Because they always bite off more than they can chew, that lot. All the while, not proving the Earth is a globe.
I bet you anything that if you look it up, you probably find a brigade from the Japanese down in Antarctica, and you probably, if you communicate with the right people, you might be able to go with them for one tour or something. They'll probably even allow you to do it since your record is perfect.
Yeah, I'd love to. No doubt about that. I've always had that desire.
All fees covered most likely by the Japanese. You'll have no issues of money or anything like that with that.
Yeah, it would be cheaper to go with them anyway. I get your point. I do get your point. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going to show you something now. Maybe you've seen these pictures before, maybe, but I'll show you these pictures. Hang on, 3 lovely little shots. One second, I've got to transfer it from one device to the next. That's what I'm currently doing. Sorry about that. Take a little while, that will. But yeah, won't take too long. Mm-hmm.
You know, Jin, you can, for reference, you can make your own server, your own private server, only you, and you can transfer files in Discord. Like, oh, I got something on this phone. You're logged in Discord.
That's what I'm doing already. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Yeah.
I've got my own server. I have. Yeah. I've had it like maybe 4 or 5 years now.
Cool. Sounds good. There's many ways of transferring files, but the Discord is pretty easy.
Yeah, I've got it there, and I could invite people to come and sit down and have a talk and that, you know. But I'm always in everybody else's server, so I don't do it. But it's there.
Yeah,
you know, but it's got a live stream and everything. Not live stream. Sorry, it's got a VC voice chat. I'm not able to do a live stream just yet. Yeah. I've got Gin Splat Earth. It's called my server. So I actually do have a server, man.
I'm not surprised. You already figured it out.
Yeah. I got a guy from England to help me set it up. Really nice guy.
Super simple.
From Scotland.
I'm being a little just a Discord server is so simple. You've done so many things that just creating a Discord server is one more step.
Yeah.
Of so many steps.
Yeah. And I thoroughly enjoyed doing that, by the way. And I use it. That's what I'm doing now. Is I'm transferring some of my images from my iPhone 6 onto this into this server. This server I've got, Gin Splat Earth server. You might notice when I do some forward pictures, it will say Gin Splat Earth. That's coming from my server on Discord. You know, but I've got everything in there. All the controversial stuff's in there as well. I don't care. So it's all in my in the list, but that's fine. I don't care. I'm not worried. You know, the truth has to come out as far as I'm concerned. So if anybody looks into my my gallery, my files, right, you'll just see nothing but learning material all the way through.
Jin doesn't know what that means. I mean, he knows what that means, but he faces it.
Yeah, I'm seeing someone's posted. There's a picture of their family in here, or what? What am I looking at here? I'm just looking in the chat now, noticing a couple of kids and that in here. Who's that?
Just be careful, because kind of like people don't want anyone to dox themselves, so just
over the fence. That's it. Over the fence has posted something in here. This is just cartoon stuff. Okay. Yeah, this stuff you'll find it interesting because it's to do with the weather, really. Weather conditions. Okay, you'll enjoy this because it's all weather conditions. Let's get back. Yeah, the chat's moved on a bit. Wow, you guys have been chatting a lot in the chat there. Okay, let me see now.
I see JJ posting something multiple times. What is that, JJ? Is JJ even in the chat, in the VC?
Politics. Where is it? Aha, top of the list. Okay, here we go. Here's one image coming up. All right. I'm going to give you the set in a minute. Hang on. Where's the second one? Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, that's at the beginning of the foot of the mountain. All right, winter time, February. So that was February of 2011 when I took that picture. Okay, 2011 February. Yeah, can you see it now? Can you see? Yeah.
Yes.
All right, there's continuation. We're going up the mountain like this and taking the pictures on the way up.
Wow.
Nice conditions. Can you see that? White out. Yeah.
No excuse, Jin. Winter, summer, windy, rain, hot, cold.
Yeah.
Nice, Jin. But, bro, be careful not to dox yourself.
Ah, that's okay. I'm not too worried. I mean, I've already doxed myself in my face anyway,
Cool. That's great. Yeah, who cares? I don't care. I mean, for myself. Just saying because people always make it very important. Okay, there's no problem in doxing. There's no problem in doxing yourself if you're not doing it. I know
no, I've got nothing. If you've got any, I'm not worried about. I've got nothing to hide. So there you are.
Yeah, me too.
It is what it is. That's it.
Yeah, it is. We are old enough.
Exactly. So there you go. Right? Nice. Those are the 4 pictures of me when I was, mountain bike trekking in the snow. Okay, and the last image you're looking at is that the following day or 2 days later, I changed the tires for better tires. Tires on here were not giving me enough grip. Okay, even though I did this, right, I wasn't getting enough grip from the tires. So cleaned the bike off and I swapped the tires. So the next time I went, I had a little bit more grip. Going up and coming down, yeah. Nice conditions, yeah?
Yeah, beautiful conditions.
Yeah. I knew you'd enjoy that.
Yeah, Jin, is there any bears or tigers or dangerous animals when you go ride your bike into the woods?
Not in this particular area, no. No problem with bears. Not here. There's been a spate of bears being found in other regions of Japan, and the bears have killed Japanese people. They've killed, right? Killed a few people have died this year in the mountains because of the bears.
Let me search that out. Japanese bears killing people?
Yeah.
Gonna have to search for that.
What am I? Yeah, this month and last month and the month before last. Yeah. I kid you not. But yeah, as you can see, the very first picture I put was at the beginning. So as you go up now, the snow gets thicker and thicker, doesn't it? It wasn't snowing then, but yeah. It snowed the day before, of course. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoy all that kind of outdoor adventure stuff. I'm into that. I really am. And you can see my rucksack.
Big bears. I didn't know Japan had those bears.
They got the massive bears, man. And you look, there was some. I think somebody died 2 people died this month, or 1 person died this month. Someone died last month. Yeah, there's been a few people died. Maybe 5 people have died in the last few months because of the bits.
5 days ago, 82-year-old woman was attacked by a bear.
Yeah, and she was scared.
Someone
she was lucky
helped
to
her.
still be alive.
She got in a car after. Someone stopped for her.
Yeah. So as you can see, can you see how I've laid the cloth down in the living room? Yeah, on that wooden floor. Nice, massive towel there. Can you see that? That towel is actually what was used in my wife's business as part of a massage one, because it's old now. I said, don't throw it out. I can still use it. Thank you. So if I'm doing any repairs in the house or outside on the motorbike as well, I lay this on the ground. Right?
It's a big towel.
Yeah, massive thing, because it's meant to go over a massage seat, right? Because here in the business we got these seats that massage the body. That's what these towels are there for. Yeah, look at that, eh? And there's the mountain bike, and there you are. And I'm changing my tires for tires with a bit more grip. The tires are called Psycho 2. Now, Psycho means crazy, but also in Japan means brilliant. Psycho, great. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mountain bike is now 15 years old.
And still running.
Still running, man. Yeah. I've changed the chain.
Any pieces go bad, you replace the parts.
Yeah.
Chip it.
Yeah. It's had a new chain on there once, new seat, just the seat, not the post, but the seat itself. And then of course tires and brakes, they go through as you go through the years and that. But yeah. But the thing is all there. Everything's still intact.
How much did you pay for it 15 years ago for the bike?
Okay, yeah, 15 years ago I paid, which the equivalent of 18,000 yen. Sounds a lot. It's cheap. Okay, Ichiman 10. Yeah, 18,000 yen.
Jamesy,
yes?
the right question is how much do we have to pay Jin for entertaining us?
Jin, all you gotta do is log in and listen. You don't even have to say anything.
I can just put the headset and
fall asleep to Jin talking.
Yeah. Shut up, I will not. Don't get me wrong.
It's like a TV show, but over 45 minutes, a couple of hours.
Jin paid.
I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait for the next episode. I get 10 episodes per day.
He's funny.
Yeah, because the other Globe, how was his name? Great Angelo. Yeah, he was very rude immediately. Oh no, this guy is here. I will go away. Because he cannot stop talking and bullshit like that.
There you go.
Yeah, then why is he here? Why is he here when he's afraid to hear people talking a bit? Yeah, sorry. James.
No problem. Yeah, it was too. It's because I neutralized his life.
I mean Gen Z because I interrupted.
I'm saying that Jin paid $118 for the bicycle, so $120 around there.
Thousand.
No. In dollars, $118.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Right.
So
yeah.
and he's had it. Go ahead, Jin.
Sorry. That was because they mispriced it. Okay. It should have been $36,000.
Yen, 36,000 yen.
36,000 yen. Sorry. Yeah.
Which is the double. It would be like $250 around there.
That's right. Okay.
So you got it 50% off.
Yeah, they mispriced it, didn't they? So I bought it, and then when my children grew up, the price had gone up to 20,000 yen. And then the youngest one, it cost me 26,000 yen. Okay, still cheaper. All right, still cheaper than the 36,000, but it's gone up. Okay, so I've got 5 of these Hummers. 5.
Jin, this is for that price, and you go up Mount Fuji. It's for 15 years. This is well built.
Yeah, and it's not that heavy as well, by the way. Okay.
Sorry, but really, did you pay only $120? This is very cheap.
Yeah.
He's been going up and down Mount Fuji for 15
years ago, by the way. 15 years ago, you know. Yeah. 2010. Yeah, 15 years ago. Yeah.
Jin, here in the US, I've seen people paying $6,000 for a bicycle.
That's right, yeah. But then when they pay that kind of money, okay, it would mean that the suspension they've got would be superior to the one I've got on my bike. It means they've got more movement, okay? So they can go down at crazy speeds, and it's called downhilling. This bike is best suited for mountain bike trekking. So that's slower pace, because if you go fast, you're going to break the bike up and break the suspension, okay?
Yes.
Mind you, on Fujinomiya, But I and my children, we beat people, and they got more expensive bike than ours. In fact, we're the cheapest bikes there. Like, everybody's got all the famous brand downhilling and everything. We're the ones with the cheapest. Like, you know, no lie, we're the cheapest ones there. But we're having the most fun. You know.
I can agree, because I don't think you can go any cheaper than $118.
Exactly.
If you go any cheaper, you'll break down.
Yeah, no. These bikes are well made, and it's the cheapest components. And I said to my children, the reason why we're buying it this cheap is because if we break it now, we don't have to spend a lot of money to repair it. But if you buy those expensive ones, which we could have got, can you imagine paying, like, you know, the cost of one part costs more than my whole bike there for one part on that bike.
It costs more than a car.
Yeah. I said, I don't want to waste that kind of money. No, that's too much money. I said, I can't see myself doing that. Not with the knowledge I've got. And you know what I like the best, right? Is when you go to these mountain trekking courses in winter, okay? Right? Sorry, not in winter, when the snow has melted, right? So in spring and summer, and you're putting the bike in the gondola. Because, you know, the gondolas take you to the highest point of the mountains in the winter, and you're going skiing, but you're putting your bike in there. It was so weird to put the bike in, you and your bike, only one person and one bike. That's it, because you couldn't get many bikes in there. And you're going up. So I said, I'll see you up the top there, boys. Okay, go on. So set them up, and then I go in on mine and climb up to the top with the gondola. And then we get ready to go down, and it's brilliant, man. You're going down the hills that you were snowboarding on. Yeah. That was just such an experience. That was as well.
That's pretty
some
cool.
Some parts were still covered in snow where it was really deep. Right. So obviously you don't go anywhere near there, of course. But, you know, it's just brilliant, you know. And I'm just giving you just a little sample of what I used to get up to. Because, you know, it's great fun. And I don't throw much money, because I don't have a lot of money anyway, okay? So, you know, I've always been prudent. I've always been very economical with the way I spend my money. So, you know, and I've got a good eye for a good bargain and a good product. Do you understand?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You know what I suggest? If you wanted to get a mountain bike, you can still get them online. This summer, you might not get it in the shops, but if you go online, you can get it and order it online. Okay, and they're really good, absolutely fantastic on the off-roading course, because the tire also makes the part of it. Right, you might have to change the tires, because the tires that come with it aren't the best. So once you change the tires, the rubber tires, then you're talking about doing some good off-road stuff. I enjoyed it. You know, not only did I enjoy it as much as I enjoyed the motorbike, maybe even more. I enjoyed it more than a motorbike, in fact, because I was actually off-roading, you know. I used to do it on an off-road bike before, but on a mountain bike, yeah, man, you're killing it. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of mountain bike downhill videos as well. Yeah, picking up tips and that, do's and don'ts, just to make sure.
Yeah, Jim. Yeah, Jim. Do you like an electric bike? With electric bike, you can travel further distances with less effort of a pedal bike.
What I did was I got my kids what we call the Pocket Rocket motorbikes, the electric ones. I got them for my children. Right, I kept with a mountain bike. You know what I mean? And we used to go all over the neighbourhood and go up to the saunas. Go to the sauna. They'd be on their little motorbikes. I'd be on my mountain bike with the trailer attached to it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't buy an electric bike today. I want a motorbike like I've got with an engine, petrol. That's what I like. I don't really like the electric bikes. There's no characters to them. They look nice, but do you know what I mean? You know, I like the sound of the engine. You know, the whoa, 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 whoa. You know, you know. I love the engine, the petrol, the engine oil, spark plugs, you know, air filter. That's what I like.
Motorcycles or electric bicycles?
Yeah, well, he said electric bicycles. I prefer the mountain bike that I've got over an electric bicycle, but I bought electric motorbikes for my children, mini motorbikes, we called them, pocket rockets, we called them. You know, you charge them up, but you only get about, they'd last about 2 weeks before you have to charge them up again, which isn't bad, you know. 2 weeks of fun, and then you charge them up.
That's a lot.
Yeah. 2 weeks of riding around and then charge them up again. Yeah, I used to thoroughly love it. Yes, electric bikes are not bad. They're a good invention. Don't get me wrong. When the kids were little, and me and my wife, we travelled to a place called Kyoto, and we rented bicycles, and the truck would come to your location and deliver the rental bikes, and all you had to do was leave it at the station, and then they'd collect it later on, right? So we waited at Kyoto station, right, and then the trucks would come. The truck came, delivered the bikes, and what it is, it's two bicycles, and it's got the seat that sits over the handlebars with a seat belt. So you've got your kid in the seat belted up, and you're cycling around. He's right there over the handlebars, and you're cycling around the city. That's what we did, sightseeing. And then the next time we went to another place, a place called Karuizawa. We rented electric bikes that time. Okay, they were really good. So you could pedal, and then you got the power to go up the hills. That's when I used the electric bit, just going up the hills. Outside, on the straight, I just kept pedaling because we weren't going that fast. Do you know what I mean? So there's no need to use the electric bike. Just up on the hills, I used it. So yeah, they got their usage. So I'm a purist, so I like the motorbikes myself. But you know, the electric bikes. Yeah, I'm a purist, man. Pure motorcyclist. I like the smell of the engine oil and the petrol. Yeah. So you know, I'm not so keen with the noise of the electric bike. That's the noise they make.
Yeah, Jin.
I don't like that noise.
Jin, do you like off-road bikes, like dirt bikes?
Yeah.
Do you like those kind of bikes?
Yeah. My son went dirt biking yesterday with Honda. Yesterday. Yeah. Because he works for Honda. And yesterday was sports day, so they went off. So they went off off-roading in a place called Kawagoe. I used to go there with my kids with the off-roading bikes. They go there with Honda to Honda's track. So, I love the off-road bikes. That's what I rode a lot of. I rode a lot of off-road bikes, man. Yeah. The best off-road bike I ever rode was the Honda XR600. No ignition key. right? So there's no ignition key. You just kick it, and then the headlights come on. No indicators. Kick and go. That was it. That was the best off-road bike I ever rode. The Honda XR 600. And I've ridden a lot of off-road bikes. The Africa Twin 750, which is the Paris-Dakar replica. The Honda Dominator 650 single, another desert blaster bike. Good for deserts and all that, and the enduro racing. Loved all that. Honda Suzuki DR, very rare case. I rode a Suzuki DR 350. I owned that one as well. I ran it until the piston rings died, and then I gave it a rebore and turned it into a 400cc single. And I bought all the stuff from America, Wiseco's rebore kit, yeah, and carburetor and everything. So the 350 became a 400, and I rebuilt it in the bike shop on Holloway Road. I knew the owner, so together we rebuilt the bike. It was brilliant, man. Yeah, I love the off-road bikes. What other off-road bike? I had the Honda XL 250, the Honda XL 500, the KLR Kawasaki 600. All those bikes are off-road bikes. So yeah, I love the off-roading, definitely. Best bikes to ride, really, because you get the best of both worlds. You can go off-road, you can be on the road, and it's good in all weathers. Yeah. Whereas the sports bike, you only want to ride that on a sunny day, because if you ride it when it's raining and you get back home, you've got, if you want it to look really nice, you've got 4 hours of cleaning. I'll say again, 4 hours of cleaning that bike so that it's showroom standard, meaning you can sell it in a showroom. Okay. Yeah. 4 hours of cleaning. But with the off-road bikes, it doesn't matter because they're meant to be dirty anyway. So the only things that you will find clean on my off-road bike will be the drive chain, headlights, tail lights, and the clutch cables, accelerator cables, and the brake levers. All that stuff's lubricated. It's got to feel like new. But the bodywork looks dirty because we call it designer dirt. Okay? So it looks the part. An off-road bike looks better when it's dirty than when it's clean and new, you know? It's like you don't ride it. You know, but with a bit of dirt on it,
we take the latest equipment, yeah, it's not going to be enough even to look,
right, well,
it's not going to be enough even to look at
hold on a second, George.
that's a neighbor.
You said, hold on, you said the latest equipment. What do you mean by that? What latest equipment? What are we talking about?
Dude, this Jackson telescope, yes, he reaches far enough, but we still cannot even observe and examine surfaces of other, even like neighboring galaxies. So I'm not even. It's not even about like just observing planets. We cannot zoom the surfaces of many planets. So,
well, that's my point. You're arguing my point. That's what I'm telling you.
Because
there's no observation of the thing that you're talking about. So you're not observing it. How are you manifesting it into the physical world that this exists? Like, there's no way that you can tell me that any way of evidence that you can show that this is something that is true. There's no way.
Can you
can't even tell me an observation.
Okay, how are numbers real? How can you prove that numbers are real? Can you prove it?
Yeah, mathematics is a language that people learn. It's a convention.
Oh, yeah, that's the language. Yeah, of course, that's the language. It's the same goes for logic and many other disciplines.
Yeah, are those things physical, like the Earth, like you say, that exist out there in the cosmos? Is it physical? Numbers? No, right?
Dude, some theories that we haven't revealed yet.
We're not talking about theories. We're talking about the idea that you think that these other planets exist out there, and I'm telling you, there's no evidence of it existing, and you're like, yeah, it's just like numbers. No, like the thing you're talking about could be existing in the physical realm where you are.
Yeah,
numbers are a convention and a language. They're not physical. Hold on, brother. Hold on, dude. Numbers are not physical. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't tell me they're the same as the idea that you think that there's other planets. I'm just going based on what where your logic is.
Well, my take with other planets and civilizations and other planets is more valid because you were talking about abstract things like numbers and math, yeah, or let's say logic.
AB, real quick, my friend, you're speaking about logic, and your premise doesn't follow logically. And when you say other planets, you're already pre-assuming planets, right? And saying other, you're adding the Earth as if the Earth is one of those lights in the sky. Your logic, it's including a false premise.
Yeah, but what's the argument? I haven't heard arguments ever since he said my argument about Earth life on other planets is invalid because there are no planets, and I said how isn't it that true?
This is the point, though, that there is a difference between the observable phenomena that we see from the ground, from the Earth, Terra, right? We're standing on the Earth.
Numbers. We don't see numbers either.
No, don't worry about numbers. Numbers are, like he says, like a language. You can use them to describe, but number is not the physical and natural world.
Yeah,
the
but
numbers
it's possible.
You use them.
It's just possible in our world, and we can observe it because it's possible for us, considering the means we have. And it's the same in the same way. It's possible to visit other planets.
Sure, we can use numbers and give it a use like a tool to do certain things, but that's away from the point, though.
We can do that exactly. We can do exactly the same thing when we get to another planet. We can use their resources.
When you say we, what do you mean we? You never been to another planet. You will never be on another planet. That's just some fantasy, future fallacy. Non-logical thing that you're committing at the moment.
Yeah, that's the same thing exactly goes in quantum mechanics, where they can't even they can't even be sure about what they talk about because they all have different arguments.
Bro, you have chips in your phones, in your computers. That's quantum mechanics. That's tangible.
Yeah, exactly. Because you simply say this because we have it, and.
Yes, things that we can verify.
Yeah,
Nobody here has an issue with the things that we can verify. But the things that are baseless assertions, like the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space, that's a baseless assertion that has no foundation. It cannot be verified. It has actually been falsified.
Yeah. How about things about in physics and math that can be verified now, but will be verified later? Because, like, saying
that's a future fallacy.
Yes, exactly. Future fallacy, but like there were a lot of.
Because right now, here in the present, or yesterday and the day before, and even tomorrow, water is gonna stay level at its surface, and it's not gonna conform itself on the outside of a spinning sphere. That doesn't happen in reality. It didn't happen yesterday. It's not gonna happen tomorrow.
Yeah, but in the same way, Galileo, for instance, or Tesla, they got a lot of criticism, and they were not recognized fully. But
what do you mean? Galileo has been recognized in many things.
Yeah, but he was also under pressure by
if he did some things that were correct, that doesn't mean that all of the things that he said are correct, dude. That's an all of nothing fallacy.
Yeah, why you always allude to fallacies when we talk about art?
You are the one that brought up logic. You said logic, so we gotta keep it logical.
Yeah, during argumentation,
I didn't say anything about logical. You actually
you can rewind the whole conversation, and you mentioned logic like 3 times.
Yeah, I mentioned it because I said it in the context of like invented.
And with logic, there's also logical fallacies, which you are committing a few. You are correct in a few things, though, but you're extending that to justify a fantasy idea of the globe. Do you think that the things that we're doing in reality, operating here in reality, have something to do with the fantasy of the globe? And that doesn't follow logically. Okay, so the globe claim is that it's curving. There is that claim on paper, right? Or let's say the numbers, the letters, right? The geometry of the globe on the paper, those numbers. When we go to when we close when we put the page down, right? The stuff that is written on paper, the idea, and we go to the world and measure and check that the realist level, that thing is not what the paper says.
Yeah, but it works.
It works? What do you mean it works? Yeah, reality works. The paper has no relation to it. I mean, what is written on it about the globe. Because you can write correct things, stuff that is correct, and you can.
One of them earlier said that actually we have phones, planes, or whatever industry.
Yeah, all that stuff works in reality. Yes.
Yeah, and he said this in favor
of technology.
His ideas about realistic numbers and logic and whatever. So how doesn't it correspond to biology? Because we can also take
different
some
categories
from biology and then.
No, that's not how it works. No, they're different categories. They're different categories, different systems. You can't lump it in all to the same thing. I don't know why you keep wanting to do that.
Just try, bro. Just listen. You're doing okay, but the thing is, you're jumping around in so many things that you won't be able to logically come to a conclusion. So you're gonna have to go. We can go to page 1 and review a topic and bring it to a logical conclusion so we can move on to the next one, because you're jumping around to so many things.
Well, the first his argument, I don't remember the guy. His argument was that my ideas are nonsense because we haven't seen any planet with life. So he says basically because now we have no evidence, it's not true. So for him, ideas only become true when they're revealed. So in the same way numbers aren't real for him.
Remember the scientific scientific knowledge. I mean, my bad. I got a call. Go ahead, take it, AB.
Actually, maybe DJ can take over. My machines are so loud.
I mean, how can you believe in physics while you don't believe in biology or any other discipline? I mean, that's kind of weird to...
It's not. This isn't about belief, right? This is about going out and actually testing what's said to exist in reality.
Oh, but
right?
that's
actually physically testing it.
That's called empiricism, man.
Exactly, and we have all of the observations and whatnot backing up what we're claiming and what we all observe in reality, not what the globe claims.
Well, we don't have enough to back up quantum mechanics.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about a claimed radius and a claimed spherical Earth that would have to have certain characteristics that go along with it. That's the topic of the channel. We're not talking about quantum mechanics or anything like that. We're talking about, they say that you have to have 300 foot of curvature over 20 miles of water. Okay? And when we go test for it, there's 0. Every single time. That's a problem.
Yeah, but that's only problem for those who observe. Because
no, that's a problem for the globe.
Like, because if you have everything enough for conditions, yeah, like the conditions for, like, let's say another Earth, and a proper, light and resources and stuff. There is no...
Look, this is the thing, right? There has to be 293 foot of curvature over 20 miles. Okay, we can go test it over and over and over again during the day, during the night. We can shoot lasers across it. We can shoot radio waves across it. We can do observations with telescopes and infrared cameras, right? And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature. Okay, and there's never any curvature. Then we can go to a different lake in a different location with completely different weather conditions, and we can test that one. And then we can go test a section of the ocean, and then we can go test a frozen lake. Then we can go test a salt lake. Then we can go elsewhere. We can do it again, like repeat. 0 curvature every single time. That's not possible on a globe. That's what it comes down to, right? All of the other arguments, right? That's the prerequisite to all of the other claims for a globe. You're going to need that curvature. It has to be there. And that's where we have, like, unfortunately, your side has to start to, like, going into the mental gymnastics side of things now, or concede or try to present evidence, but there isn't any. So, I mean, what to do? Where do you go from there?
Good thing to do is from the opposite view either.
What's that?
I said there are no arguments from the opposite view either.
There are no valid arguments to explain all of this empirical evidence, and there's no empirical evidence that counters our evidence. And we all have the base.
There are no arguments that there are no actual living things on planets. I mean, how can you state that when there are can be up to 2 trillion galaxies?
Oh yeah, see, that's what you're going to have to go into.
I mean, you can never
really validate it.
You can't really say it's not true when there are over.
Are there
100 billion galaxies in the world?
Yeah. Cool story is what I would say, right? So that's just a theoretical mathematical concept that you're not able to empirically validate. Whereas what we're talking about, anyone can just go and test for the curvature here on the Earth.
validation when, even Venus and Mars used to be planets resembling Earth. It's like just...
cool story, though. I mean, cool story.
DJ, I'm sorry, I have to jump on this one. Because he claimed that they are planets like the Earth, and you just told him that the surface is not curving. So you can't have a planet with that have no curved surface, that's one. And to claim that the Earth is a planet, you have to validate that the Earth is an object that is orbiting a star, which you can't do. So your claim is just thrown from the window, because a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. How can you say that those things in the sky are like the Earth? Can you validate that the Earth is a planet?
Talking about things you can never validate is the mental gymnastics that I spoke about a minute ago. That's your last resort option. Because if you go and actually try to directly change the empirical evidence, the long distance observations and whatnot that I was talking about, that I'm happy to present to you, you're going to have a problem, right? Because you're going to get the same results as we get. And you're either going to become a flat earther when you do that, or you're going to stick your head in the sand and not present the evidence of the observation. That's why there's hardly any observations from the globe side, even though there's countless more globe earthers than flat earthers. But all of the observations, or most of the observations, are coming from the flat earthers. I've never seen a single observation that it comes anywhere close to what should match up with a globe. Like, not even close, not even slightly close.
Yeah, you don't even count meteorites?
Sorry? No, you keep talking about things that aren't the Earth that you can't validate, right? So whatever's going on in the sky isn't going to make the 20-mile lake start to curve, right? It's not going to dismiss the repeated observations. I got to jump on mute for a second.
Can somebody send me this argument about curve, like on beta or whatever?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Look at the chat. I will post some.
Like the full kind of picture.
Yeah, look, I'll present you an example right now if you like.
Here's a 28-mile laser test uploading a video.
Yeah, look, I'll present him something that's super easy to follow along with quickly. Just a simple observation. Okay, so this is 21 miles across a section of the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's just uploading. Sorry, my internet's kind of trash at the moment. But when you see it, okay, the guy set his camera tripod up on one shoreline, 5 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming into the shoreline on the other side, 21 miles away, okay? Over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature. The horizon should be 2.73 miles away. Okay, so anything that goes beyond 2.7 miles should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Following along?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's where he's at. So I'm just uploading the distance marcation.
So you mean it's like not physically probable for him to see it, because if it goes down, then he wouldn't observe it with his camera?
Yeah, the physical geometric horizon would be at 2.73 miles, and the shoreline that's 21 miles away would be hidden behind that horizon by 223 feet. 223 feet is kind of like a skyscraper building, taller than the Titanic. Okay, so think about it this way: if he had the
are you sure like curve is strong enough?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Okay, so you could go on Google right now if you wanted to and type in Earth curvature calculator, and you could pick any Earth curvature calculator, right, to make it simple, and you will get results like this. Okay, so I'm going to put screenshots from a couple of different Earth curvature calculators in the side chat. I can tell you the formulas as well, but like this is a super simple way of doing it. Okay, so if you have a 5-foot observation height, that means the horizon should be a certain distance away from you. From 5-foot observation height, it's 2.73 miles. Okay,
so
and
we take a binocular and then or some kind of, I don't know, telescope, like a very powerful telescope.
Yeah, you would be zooming in on the horizon.
The fact that we can see far, far, far away, like the farthest point, through this binocular, it means that it's not actually rounded, or it doesn't get round over time.
Okay, so this is how it works. Over 21 miles, on a globe, there would be 293 feet of curvature over that distance. Okay, so that means that's basically like a 30-story building. So if you had a 30-story building on the other side of the lake, then you would just be able to see the top story popping out over the horizon. Okay, but we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline at the level of the water, or just a few centimeters or a few inches or feet above the water. Okay, look.
You mean it doesn't curve at all, or?
No, not at all. Have a look at the. Okay, look. Let's go over the observation quickly. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. Okay, so he's standing at the top of that yellow line. Okay, so he's standing there. He's set his camera up at 5 foot high on a tripod. Right, here's an image of his setup. He's using an Nikon P1000 camera.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's the camera setup, 5 foot. Okay, and he's going to be zooming into the other side of the lake, right? It's 21 miles away. Okay, so his buddy is over on the other side of the lake filming as well. Not doing a long distance observation, but just over there. Okay, so here's an image of what it looks like on the other side of the lake in the side chat. Okay, so take note of that. Okay, you can see a big shoreline, and you can see a big white smokestack in the background. Okay, so that's what it looks like up close. So he's 21 miles away on the other side of the lake, and he's going to be zooming across to that location.
Okay, he zoomed in this site, and then?
Yeah, so he zoomed in. So I'll just repost the actual clip of the observation now, right? This is all out of a full-length high-definition video that goes into all of the detail much more than I am. These are just clips taken from it. So I'll share the full video as well, so you can watch it later if you want to. Okay, so when he zooms in, right, so take note of the shoreline, take note of the smokestack, right? It's a big giant white silo-type tower. Okay, so you saw what
miles. I just checked it. It's 33 kilometers. Okay.
Yeah, 33 kilometers, and the camera height's like 1.5 meters or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever 5 foot is, I think 1.5 meters. Okay, so that means the horizon would have to be at 2.73 miles away. Okay, so here is this is where the horizon should be. I drew this off Google Earth. Okay, so he's standing at the bottom of the yellow line, close to the bottom of the image, and he's zooming across all the way to the other side of the lake that you can see in the distance. Now, where the black line is where the horizon should be. That's where the physical geometric horizon must be on a globe. Okay, it's physical. Anything that goes beyond that would start to go over the curvature of the Earth. So just quickly, let's go over the horizon thing. All right, so I'm just putting a diagram in the side chat so we can make sure we're on the same page. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, and then you've got an image of what it looks like on the right there. Notice that beyond the horizon line, you don't see any water. Right, that's the whole point of it. Now, think about this. Yep.
What determines physical geometric horizon?
That would be the globe, right? So that would be the geometry of the Earth. So it's a physical property of a sphere, right? Like if you had a basketball and then you put your eyes really close to the top of the basketball and then you slide your finger away, there'll be a certain distance that you won't be able to see your finger anymore because it will be behind the curvature of the sphere. So scaling that up to the side.
I mean, it kind of goes...
So the definition of a horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. And on a globe, that would be...
So it doesn't matter if it's like a camera or a telescope, it wouldn't be just...
you can't... It's like you can't use a... Like you can't see over a hill, basically, with a camera. Think about it like this. Just say you've got a long hallway.
Yeah, the point with basketball, I got it.
Yeah, or a long hallway and it curves away, right? And then your friend walks around. It doesn't matter. You can zoom in all you want with anything and you're not going to be able to see him because he's gone. Okay, so think about it like this. Just say the Titanic, right? The Titanic is 175 foot tall when it was around. So say the Titanic was where the observer is and the Titanic was going to sail away 21 miles to the other side of the lake. Okay, once the Titanic got to 2.7 miles, it would start to become obstructed from the bottom and you would start to be able to see less and less of the Titanic. By the time it got to 10 miles, it would be 66 feet missing at the bottom. By the time it got 20 miles, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore, right? Because the Titanic's 175 foot tall, but there's 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. So taking the 5 foot observation height into account, it would be 223 feet of obstruction at 21 miles. So you wouldn't be able to see the Titanic at all on the other side of the lake. That's how much curvature there would have to be on a globe over that distance. But we can zoom in, as you can see in the observation, and see the shoreline.
And it works with camera.
Sorry?
And we can see that it works with camera or with...
You can do it with a camera. This is the most powerful consumer grade zoom camera that you can buy. It's got 125x optical zoom. It's kind of like carrying a telescope around in the form of a camera.
What if it was like a ocean and he's take...
Yeah, so in this particular one, he's doing it on a lake because it's in Utah and it's a very dry environment. So you've got very low humidity and very clear conditions. So you can see really, really far in that kind of environment. But we've got ones that have been done over the ocean, over lakes, over frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts. Basically any body of water can be used. And pretty much the same curvature formula would be at play. Right? It would only vary by a slight, tiniest little amount due to elevation. But it would be insignificant. Like a few points. It would be not much. You want to see another one? Okay, so let's go to do it over the ocean this time. Okay, so this next guy is called Dr. John Dee, and he originally set out to debunk Flat Earth by doing laser tests and observations. He's a PhD in optics, so he's very familiar with, he's the sort of person that would be know what he's talking about when he's making long distance observations. But it doesn't really matter who's doing it. I'm just pointing that out, just letting you know who's doing this next observation. 1 second, I'll just all right. Okay, Okay, so this is at a place called Worthing in the UK. So again, he set up his Nikon camera. It's a Nikon P900. And he's looking out at a wind farm that's out in the ocean. It's just uploading. Okay, so the wind farm's 11.2 miles away. And he set his camera up at 3.5 feet high, which is just 1 meter, at 1.07 meters. Okay, so here's the clip in the side chat. Now, this is out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes over every possible detail that you could imagine. But I'm just giving you a really basic rundown of it. Okay, so he set up his camera, 3.5 foot. He's zooming out 11.2 miles to the windmill towers, right? The wind turbines. Okay, the horizon on a globe would have to be at 2.3 miles. And the bottom 52 feet of the wind turbines would have to be obstructed behind the horizon. But we don't see a horizon once again at 2.3 miles. What we see is just flat water all the way out past the windmills, and then we can even see a boat way out beyond the windmills. And when the ship was tracked on the day, it's called the Shepherd Trader. That's the name of the boat, and it was 14 miles away. You should not be able to see that boat at all. And you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the wind turbines touching the surface of the water either. So once again, we have completely flat water and zero obstruction and no geometric horizon.
And where does this descending or decline happen? I mean, should happen?
Yeah, here's the Earth curvature calculator screenshot. Okay, so 2.29 miles is where that horizon line should be. So you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond 2.29 miles. 2.3 miles, basically, which is about, 5 kilometers or something.
I mean, what if its curvature isn't that strong? I mean,
well, the curvature is uniform. Okay, so because of gravity, right, on the globe you have gravity and you have almost a perfect sphere. Okay, so it's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. So it's basically a perfect sphere. Technically, it's an oblate spheroid, but that's just a technicality. So that means that any body of water on the Earth would have approximately the same rate of curvature, the same rate of drop over distance. So this right, so just basically if we're seeing the horizon beyond 14 miles, that would have to make the radius of the sphere many, many hundreds of thousands of miles, right? Instead of 3,959 miles.
What was the maximum that this camera took?
Well, we can see the boat at 14 miles away, but obviously we have visibility, weather conditions, right, that are always present, and sometimes you can see a bit further, sometimes you can't see quite as far. But because this is over the ocean, there's more humidity, there's more weather to deal with, right? So the air isn't quite as opaque as the Utah Salt Lakes. Okay, so that's why the Salt Lake was a great place to do it, because it's extremely dry environment and you can see much further because the air isn't completely transparent. Right, some days, if you check if you went online now and checked what's the visibility rating in my area, in my area where I'm at, it's about 15 kilometers. Okay, so it's not even that far, even though it looks like a nice clear day. You can't see that far because there's dust and pollution and stuff in the air that makes it semi-transparent, opaque, certain amount of opacity.
You know what I'm finding most profound about these long distance observations that disprove the globe's radius is that every single thing in the sky, the sun, moon, all the planets, galaxies, they all depend, their measurements depend on an Earth radius of 3,959 miles. So if that radius is wrong and debunked, that means the distance to every single thing in the sky is also wrong.
Yeah, the whole globe model,
it all crumbles.
Reliant on the R value, the radius value. Because the globe is just a theoretical mathematical construct, right? It's not reality. Reality is what we experience, and then we can validate what we experience by going out and actually testing the Earth empirically. So whatever's going on in the sky is happening above a flat plane, a flat topographical plane. And we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. That's not what flat earthers are claiming.
So you mean it's like flat IRL, but on the paper it's rounded.
Yeah. Yep, basically. So it's kind of like you could think of it kind of like a coordinate system, like a reference coordinate system, which actually originated from the celestial sphere, and then making a conceptual way of the way that we view the sky, which is kind of like a big like a hemisphere above our heads. That's the way that you can conceptualize it because of the way our perspective works. Okay, so that coordinate system has been translated from a celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere. And that's what the projection maps are based off of, right? Based off the celestial sphere. So you can use those to navigate and things like that, but you could translate that latitude and longitude coordinate system onto any shape, right? If you have a look at different types of projections, there's literally hundreds of different projections, all different sizes and shapes, right? So you could translate those coordinates onto like a dinosaur shaped, map, like a dinosaur shaped 3D map, and still use it to navigate, right? Because that's not reality, right? The map is not reality. You're just going off a coordinate system. So what we actually experience in reality is a topographical plane, and that's what we mean by flat Earth, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know about things we can't validate empirically, like things that are too high for us to go and test. We're talking about the surface doesn't have any curvature when we test it, ever. Just like we all experience. So I thought all this was stupid myself originally, but then I saw all of this like long distance observations. I'm like, damn, that's interesting. And I lived on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia at the time, and I bought a Nikon P900 camera. Right, they have 83x zoom, amazing cameras. And I had a boat, and I went onto the lake, and I worked out where the biggest section from one point of the lake to the other point was, and it was 20 kilometers. So then you can calculate how much curvature there would be over that distance. And then based off the height of the observer, you can calculate how far away the horizon would be, okay? So you do 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, so if you've got the camera mounted at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the geometric horizon on the globe would be at 1.225 miles. Anything beyond that would start to become obstructed, right? Like if a kayak was paddling out across the lake, once they get beyond 1.22 miles, they'll start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth slowly as they move further away. But I could zoom in consistently and see the white sandy beach shoreline on the other side of the lake. Every single time. I must have done it 20 or 30 times, different weather conditions, daytime, nighttime, and you could see right across. So this is what's been done like thousands of times at this point, and no one's ever finding any curvature.
But how do I meet the point on the planet after going in circle?
Well,
why does it
people happen? Okay, so countless amounts of people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west, right? Easterly to westerly, or westerly to easterly, roughly, right? Obviously, they're not going in a perfect circle, but east and west are just circles, right? That's possible on a flat surface, right? Because east and west are just going in circles around a north. Like what about south? The compass points north. Yeah, north to south, right? That would be impossible on a flat Earth, but it would be perfectly possible on a globe. But once you dig into it, you'll find that nobody has ever done that. Nobody's ever started in the north and then gone down, 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 gone south, gone around Antarctica, and then come back up around to where they started and done a north to south circumnavigation. The only ones that have been done, if you have a look at their path, right, they sort of started in the north and then they went down, and then they turned around at Antarctica and came back up again. Right, they kind of like do a bit of a U-turn and then come back up, which is also perfectly possible on a flat plane. But yeah, if someone went and kept going south, right, and they would come back to where they started, and that would debunk the flat Earth, in my opinion.
Oh, what's the boundary then?
I have no idea what the entirety of the Earth is. It's not something that's no one's ever just kept going south, like I said. So, like, not even from the globe side. And there's actually treaties in place that make it very difficult, right? On top of how difficult it is in terms of danger and being barren landscapes that are freezing cold, there's restrictions, right? You need a special type of permit, which have a whole bunch of rules and regulations that go along with the permit, and they're very expensive to get as well. So even a Navy SEAL recently, he wanted to just drag a sled across a certain little section of Antarctica. He had to raise over $1 million. He had to have all these safety teams in standby. You're not allowed to take fuel. You're not allowed to even leave your piss and crap there, right? Like, there's all crazy rules and things like that. So there's a lot of mysteries regarding what happens if you would keep going south. So yeah, I don't know. Like, we don't claim to know everything. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth or anything that we can't back up with empirical evidence. But what we do know is that it can't possibly be a globe, because the globe would have to have certain characteristics that would be present. So whatever's going on is happening over what seems to be a topographical flat plane, which I like to think of as the foundation of the system that we live in. And you could kind of think of the known areas of the Earth kind of like a big lake, right? We would say that water needs a container, whether you have a cup or a bucket or a bath or a pond or a pool. It's all requires a container, right? So water will fill, like it will go down and it will find the low spot in the land and will make a puddle, right? And then a bigger puddle is a pond, and then a lake, and then a sea, and then an ocean. And yeah, so I think of the Earth kind of like the foundation, and then it's kind of like a big lake, I guess. And then you've got continents as islands, which is the land that's coming up out of the water, kind of like islands in a lake. And then you could go around the lake. You could go from place to place. You could circumnavigate around it, east to west, not a problem. And then we got restrictions, right? So you're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south without the special permit. Okay, so in the late 40s, I think it was, or the 50s, the Antarctic Treaty was signed by all the major countries, restricting free exploration, right? You can still go to Antarctica, but you have to follow all the rules. It's very strict. All the regulations, or you can go on like a cruise or something like that to a little designated peninsula, or like a little camp. You can go to like a camp and hang out for 2 weeks and, you know, take some photos and come back, but that's not really freely exploring. So there's also restrictions when it comes to the sky as well. The International Space Treaty, once again, that's kind of like the Antarctic Treaty, but for the sky. So you're not allowed to film above a certain height unless you have all of these government permits, and you're not allowed to send rockets up past a certain height. You're not allowed to launch your own satellites into space or anything like that, right? They would all have to hitch a ride on a government-approved rocket, etc. So that's why no independent...
on recording what?
Recording, well, they say it's for national security, so yeah, above a certain height. I forget exactly how high it is, like 120 kilometers or something like that. yeah, you're not allowed to actually send up something up that high without all of these permits in the first place. But then, even if you get the permits, you're not necessarily allowed to film, because they say it could be like a national security threat, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for it. Obviously, they have to have excuses, but yeah. So look, that just falls into the category of we can't validate what's going on up there.
Well, that could work with my argument about aliens.
Yeah. Well, whatever's going on in the sky, right, is definitely happening above a flat plane.
Yeah, that could work. I mean, if you take a look at the moon, actually, you don't see curvature or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like a ball to me, but I have no idea. There was scientists in the 60s saying that the moon's made out of plasma. But I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying there was like mainstream scientists saying that kind of thing back in the 60s. But who knows, right? They claim...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nice.
No, you're right, man. I got to go on mute anyway. I got to go get some work done.
Who started? Somebody started saying something? Whatever.
Pierre, you're like breathing into your microphone.
One made of cheese.
Yeah, right. That's got to stop.
Did you stop him breathing or just mute him? I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, I just muted him.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was
It's like an Oreo cookie. You pushed his like head under the water till the bubble stopped.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Pierre. All right, you're unmuted.
Cheers, man. No, I thought you did some Darth Vader or something like that. Like, your lack of faith disturbs me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lack faith in the globe.
It's spherical. I mean, objectively, you lack faith in science.
No, I don't. I love science.
Mainstream science. Mainstream science.
Mainstream pseudoscience. Yeah, I don't have much faith in pseudoscience. But yeah, real science is great.
That really begs like a question, not begging the question of logical fallacy, but asks the question: why would people have faith in something that doesn't require faith at all? Like, here's a method to test.
They're all theories.
No,
science is based off theory. It's the theory of evolution.
No. Science is based off hypotheses. Scientific theories are based off the scientific method. So your theories can be based on science, right? Something that is demonstrated to be true that you can go forward and base your theory upon, right?
Hypothesis. Wait, you said science is based on hypotheses?
Yeah, hypothesis is a prediction of the cause and effect.
Hypothesis is a supposition.
Yeah, supposition of what causes something to happen. So there must be that, and the experiment that validates that hypothesis to have a scientific theory, right?
Yeah, hypothesis is synonymous with theory. Same word.
It's not. No, a hypothesis is a prediction. A theory's not a prediction, dude.
A theory is a prediction. Yes, it is. They're synonymous. A theory is a prediction. When you've got an idea about something, you're theorizing.
Dude, please.
It's a prediction.
Please. It's an explanation, please.
Well, if you opened a thesaurus, that's synonymous.
For this, my friend. Do you require citation for this?
No, they're opposites. They're opposites. The theory comes after the hypothesis and after the experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all
that's
I'm
at
trying
the
to
end. Like,
yeah, all I'm trying to get to.
How are you saying that science is based on hypothesis? Theories are more advanced stage.
The theory, real quick, guys. The theory doesn't come in singular. It is after repetition, after multiple verifications, after multiple experiments. Then you can make the theory because you have to verify it.
Yeah, all I'm trying to point out is there's a step-by-step process before we get to theory. That's hypothesis, experiment, and then theory. Right? I'm just trying to get to that. That's well understood. That's well known. Yes? No?
Yes, sir. Yes, Jedi.
No, I mean, I know you know. Obviously, we're talking to our friend here. Doesn't seem to want to reply now.
I just said science is based on theory. That's it.
Yeah, okay. I was just clarifying further. It's not actually based on theory, because the theory is based on the hypothesis and experiment. The scientific method must be completed first for you to have a theory. Right? Yes? I'm asking that you understand so we can move on.
Wait, hold on. I've got two people talking to me. Someone's talking. I'm trying to read the chat as well.
All right, yeah, go and read the chat, dude. I don't want to waste my time. I'm obviously.
But the thing is, you weren't really. What were you actually saying then? Why did you, what did you actually say?
Because you said
you weren't really saying anything.
Yeah, we were talking about science and us not believing in it, right?
Yeah,
at the moment, I'm trying to get to the understanding between us of what science is. Right? You said theory, it's based on theory. That's not quite correct. I'm just correcting the situation so we can move on. Because the question is, and there's always going to be, is there any scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth? And that is a question to you.
Yeah, scientists would say yes, that we have videographic evidence.
No,
that's what they would say. That's what mainstream science would say.
I'm asking you.
You disagree?
I'm asking you.
I'm here open-minded. I'm open-minded. I want to be open-minded on this.
Okay, so if you're open-minded, let's have this open-minded conversation, because it needs to be very specific, because words can be used to fool us, right? Especially when we start chucking the word science around. Science proves things, right? Scientists tell us that tells us that the Earth is a ball, right? Now science is specific. That, as we found out earlier, it's based on hypotheses. That hypothesis is a prediction of what causes something to happen. Understanding this very simple first step of the scientific method, observation and prediction, we must understand that when we're talking about trying to find the shape of an object, we're not going to implement the scientific method. We're not going to have a hypothesis based on a cause and effect reasoning assumption that's going to be tested for an experiment that finds the cause of the phenomena. That method isn't used to figure out shapes of objects. To figure out shapes of objects, you use measurement, observation. Right?
Right.
Right. So we're not denying science or not believing science. We know what science is, and we understand it's not the tool to figure out geometry. So there couldn't be any scientific hypothesis for the shape of the Earth, whether it be flat or whether it be a sphere, let alone theory, because theory comes after the hypothesis and experiment. And being as there couldn't be a hypothesis and experiment, there can't be a scientific theory. Do you follow? Or are you reading in the side chat?
No, I understand. Yeah, I follow.
Okay. So it forgive me, but it gets a little bit upsetting when people say that we deny or disregard science and then demonstrate that they have a misunderstanding about what science is anyway. I'm not pouring scorn on you, dude, but I appreciate the time for letting me explain our position. We know what science is. You don't use it for shapes.
No, that's right. I understand.
The faith part is the tricky thing that you're throwing out there. You don't need to have faith in science or lack of faith in science. That variable is completely controlled by making it repeatable and falsifiable. That's how you move faith
you do need
science.
But you need faith in the individual, in the person conducting those in the hypotheses, right?
No, incorrect, because you can repeat it. You can factor that person out as a controlled variable. You can say, hey, that person, you can. Yeah, you can.
Us as individuals, we don't have the money. NASA has billions of dollars. We can't repeat the experiments they conduct to make their conclusions on space and the Earth. We can't do that.
Which one? Which one are you talking about? Let's go through it.
The missions into space, the videographic evidence, putting a camera on a rocket.
Okay, so you put a camera onto the rocket. Okay, then what happens? What's the effect?
It's not an experiment. We're talking about the funding. We're talking about the funding for the experiment. The experiment's going to be based on a hypothesis, and sending a rocket somewhere is not a hypothesis.
Yeah.
Let's see what he comes up with.
Yeah, I can't just say from the top of my head, but let's see. Let's look list of NASA missions. NASA. I'm sure they have many. Earth science missions understand our planet's size and shape. Okay, we could look at like the ISS, right?
Okay, so you look at the ISS, then what?
What it's doing, conducting research, the camera equipment. Just I don't know how much money is put into the ISS.
What's the camera equipment show?
Well, let's see. $35 billion. Wow.
What's the camera show?
I don't know. What does the camera show? Let's find out. I think there's a camera. There's a live camera right now.
Trying to figure out why we're in the ISS.
Well, no, you just said we can conduct whatever I don't know what experiments they're figuring out, but whatever they are trying to figure out, we can't do that. We have to put our trust in these institutions. We can't do those. We have to have faith because we don't have the money for that. We can't do these ourselves.
Yeah, so this is all faith-based, right?
Yeah, exactly. This guy said science is not
but it's the specifics, right? One, I'll give you, International Space Station, there's cameras that see the Earth and it looks like a sphere, right? That's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now they tell us with their science, and I'm using quotation marks because it's not, but they tell us that the Earth is a sphere with their cameras and it's got a size, right? It's this big, they tell us, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So that would mean that the surface of the Earth would measure to have curvature over distance. We would, according to them, observe it because I can't see the bottom of that boat anymore, measure it over distance because it is curved, and practically have to take account for it when we're building, engineering, navigating, and aviating across this sphere that is moving. Right?
Yeah.
So if that's their claim, then we would observe it, measure it, and practically have to take account for it. We don't. So the claim's nice. Okay, International Space Station, they show us a picture of the Earth and it's a sphere. They tell us the size of it, which by kind of omission tells us that the surface of the Earth would have a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. We don't measure that. We can't verify their claim.
Yes, sir.
None of this was science, though. Going somewhere, taking a picture of something isn't science.
And what about eclipse?
Thank you, people.
Which one?
When one planet overlaps another planet, like moon overlaps sun into the sun.
Sorry. The sun, well, okay, the moon gets in front of it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's easy. The moon did that. That's not the Earth.
I need to stop it. I need to stop it. No, I mean moon and sun. Not
the moon and sun? Do you mean a lunar eclipse?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying that the Earth is a sphere and the light from the sun is blocked by the Earth is a sphere and casting a shadow on the moon that is also a sphere?
Potato.
I mean, he jumped into a conversation and started asking questions. I thought I'd be polite and start answering them, but just clarifying your point.
Oh, okay, I just didn't hear him, and I don't hear him now.
Okay. Lunar eclipse. You're saying the Earth is a sphere, blocking the light from the sun and casting a shadow on the moon that's a sphere. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In your example, the problem is the moon would have to be flat to have that type of shadow on the surface. Because if you get a light and a ball and a wall, you will create a perfectly curved surface shadow, right? Because it's a straight surface. If you distort that surface, like trying to recreate that shadow on another ball, that shadow becomes distorted, heavily distorted in some instances. As it travels across the moon and leaves again, the shadow changes shape. Now, what we observe is much like a solar eclipse, right? What appears to be some kind of circle in front or a shadow cast by something that's got a curved edge. So for this example to work, the moon must be flat. It's not my claim, just pointing out that if you understand how shadows are cast, and that's the only way that you can recreate this phenomena of that type of shadow. The shadow must be cast on a flat surface. So I don't need to explain what caused it. I just understand it.
You mean flat surface is the sun's surface?
No, we're talking about the lunar eclipse, right? The shadow of the Earth on the moon. I did clarify this two or three times.
The sun and the moon.
I answered that straight away. The moon's in front of the sun. And that's a guess. It might not be, but hey, it could be, right? That's the sun and the moon. That's not the Earth. The only one that's got any relevance to the Earth is the one where the Earth is between the sun and moon in your model, casting shadows on another object. So both eclipses.
You mean like moon can be rounded and sun can be rounded, or what?
The moon, what? No, I'm pointing out in your example of a shadow cast on the moon because of the Earth. The moon must be flat within your example, because we can only recreate that type of shadow from a curved surface, like a ball representing the Earth on a flat surface. If you curve the surface like it's a ball, the shadow becomes distorted. So your observation doesn't fit anything that we can demonstrate. I see the confusion in the chat.
Yeah, I'm really looking at the picture where sun shines and the arrow, whatever it is, it goes like a rounded form, not in a flat form. I mean, it perfectly shows the form of the moon, not the...
Alright, I do apologise, but you've got to speak up louder. Right, it kind of mumbling and sound dishevelled. Can you speak louder and Put some volume in your voice. Can't understand what you're saying. You don't have confidence in it seems. Speak up.
It sounds like he's kind of deflated because his thing about what about eclipses was supposed to be some sort of like half court, nothing but net shot, and now he's like, wait, what? Huh? You guys have answers for this that go back thousands of years? Well, fuck.
I'm back. So when the sun illuminates the moon, the shadow.
Wait, hold on. Pump the brakes. How do you know that? How do you know the sun illuminates the moon? Where's that coming from?
Well, that comes from the sun.
Okay, based on circular logic, you just the sun illuminates, therefore the sun illuminates the moon.
Yep.
Okay, and that's just
because sun is like a very hot star.
Okay, how do you know that?
It's a source.
Where's that? Okay, where's that come from?
That comes from astrophysics, I guess.
Okay, using what? What method? What observation?
Well, every star gets very hot at some point of time.
Okay, from what? From where does that come from?
And then it turns into a planet.
Okay.
Was any of this?
Wait, hold on a second here. He just said that a star gets really hot, then cools down, and it turns into a what?
A planet.
Yeah, I love this channel, man. This is just a glorious.
Planets in your model are formed from the explosive accretion disk when the sun is formed, right? It's not a once was star. Yeah, you might have a lot of energy in a planet, but it's not how it's formed.
Yeah, dude, you don't know anything about this topic at all. This is like below astronomy 101. I mean, this is like, come on, dude. Come on, man.
What happens according to your picture?
What happens?
Exactly what you see is exactly what you get. Don't add any explosions or suns or gases or balls turning into planets. You look up at the sun. Which one were we talking about? The solar or lunar eclipse? I feel like he's like kind of teleported around between the two.
We started with eclipses, like the sun and the moon's eclipse.
Yeah, which one? Solar or lunar? Do you even know the difference?
Lunar.
Okay, what is that? What's a lunar eclipse?
When we get the shadow of the moon.
On what? The shadow of the moon on what?
The shadow of the moon?
Yeah, this is really good. Keep going. I can only smile so much.
Right, okay, so far I've got a lunar eclipse is when the shadow of the moon.
It does what? Right? What does the shadow of the moon do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I googled it. When the moon passes between the sun and the earth. Yeah, what's the problem?
That's a solar eclipse. Not a lunar eclipse. A solar eclipse is when the moon passes between the sun and the earth. I answered this about 10 minutes ago. This isn't a lunar eclipse. If you're talking about the shadow of a solar eclipse, that's the moon's shadow on the earth. If you need time to think, mate, before you say again, that's fine.
Yeah, but why does it have to be flat?
Because I was explaining a lunar eclipse. Now that's when the Earth is between the sun and the moon, and the Earth's shadow is cast on the surface of the moon. For us to experience the shadow like we do, the moon must have a flat surface. Like, for example, if you were to get a ball and a flashlight and shine the shadow on a flat surface like a wall. If you were to curve that wall or try to shine that shadow on another ball, that shadow would become highly distorted. If the moon was a sphere, we would have a highly distorted shadow. We don't have a highly distorted shadow, and I use quotation marks because you say it's a shadow, on the moon's surface. We can only recreate this if the moon has a flat surface. It's like the 5th time I've said this now. Do you understand?
Is it going one ear and out the other?
Pierre seems to be having problems with what a dependent variable is within a hypothesis. So far, he said it's, I've got to scroll up for this, the engine, the car, the experience of the driver is the dependent variable. The experience of the driver. No. I'm really confused, correct?
So far we've got faith in science, and how do you guys explain things that he has no idea what he's asking for? Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, why are you trying to convince everybody that scientific hypothesis has got anything to do with you driving a car and you sticking a key in the ignition?
There are no certainties.
No,
you name me one certainty. Yeah, because there are no certainties. Everything's an experiment.
How certain are you about that?
Death and taxes, right there. Boom.
There you go. I'm certain that what you're trying to give us is not a scientific hypothesis. A scientific hypothesis contains two variables. Understanding that scientific hypotheses answer the question, what causes things to happen in the physical and natural world, right? Please understand that a car isn't in the natural world, it's created by man. This comes under the category of technology, not natural science. Scientific hypothesis will contain two variables. The first variable, that's the thing that you observe in the physical and natural world to happen. It's the phenomena, the effect, the thing that's going on. That's going to be called your dependent variable. When you're building your hypothesis based upon the dependent variable, you will understand from our conversation earlier, you want to know what caused that to happen. Your cause is going to be your independent variable. A hypothesis will contain both independent and dependent variables, shock horror. Because in the experiment, when you keep everything the same, all other variables will be controlled and have no change. You will only vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it causes the phenomena or not. That's the scientific method, dude. Please stop getting into cars putting keys in ignitions. It's just, wow, what do they teach kids at school? I don't want to humiliate you either, but just call this a learning tool, Pierre. We all have to go through this, right? Because science is a word that has been used upon us to make claims that aren't true. So when I asked you earlier, what is a singular dependent variable, why did you list a whole thing off to me? Right, a dependent variable is just one thing. Can't be a multitude of things, dude. It's just one thing. I get science is hard, dude, but yeah, people like NASA and these people who've got more intelligence and more credentials than me, you, or anybody else, just because of that, it doesn't mean they should wave some kind of...
trust them?
Because they don't follow the scientific method when they make their claims.
What, these educated, well-paid scientists do not follow?
Right, let me say this again. The scientific method cannot be followed to reach the conclusion about a geometric shape. You come in here, right, and it's scientists have proven the Earth is a sphere. You deny science. No, we understand what science is. You can't formulate a hypothesis on a concrete noun. Concrete noun isn't happening. Science and the scientific method deals with the natural world, and it's about the thing that's happening. So people are under some kind of illusion. They've had some kind of magic trick played on them, right? They think that science proves the shape of the Earth. It couldn't. There's no scientific hypothesis for the Earth being flat or the Earth being any shape. There couldn't be so. Measurements, observations, geometry, and a little bit of math. Yeah, you can figure out the dimensions of an object using those tools, but you're not going to be using the scientific method.
But you couldn't prove that the Earth is flat through scientific method, but you could possibly disprove, because then you'd have to look at the law of physics, right? Like gravity. Like your idea of gravity is very different from mainstream, right?
Your idea of gravity works on the presupposition that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So your whole theory of gravity is different.
To begin with, for example, you will tell us that gravity pulls everything to the center of mass, turning the Earth into a sphere. That means we should observe, measure, and practically use the curvature of the Earth over distance. We don't observe, measure, or practically use any curvature over distance. We observe, measure, and practically use a horizontal stationary plane. So there's no ball for the gravitational idea to be based on, because that ball doesn't exist. Do you want us to come up with another idea that the Earth is flat? I still can't do that.
Dwarf planets look like potatoes. What would you say?
Well, I guess you could try and back up your claim of gravity with a scientific hypothesis that's been validated through repeated experimentation. Just to compound the learning further.
Hello, governors. reflections to the light above the table, my table is obviously a globe. Wow. That doesn't make sense.
Yes. It went very quiet. I don't know why. But... Is everyone still there?
Yeah, people were just digesting how silly it is to look at the sky and then tell yourself that your table in your kitchen or your dining room is a globe.
Yeah.
And then they were realizing the analogy from the globe side of things that, wait a minute, that's kind of what the globers do all the time. They go out and they look at flat water on the surface of the earth, and then they say, when we reverse engineer the surface from the sky, the surface is a globe because your dining room table is a globe. It's basically what they're saying.
Crazy.
And then if you challenge them on it, they'll say, well, if you put an ant on your dining room table, the dining room table would be so big, the ant wouldn't be able to tell whether it was a globe or not.
Yeah. Be like that, I guess. Does anyone ride motorcycles here? No?
Nope.
No motorcycles?
They certainly don't ride motorcycles on a curved earth.
You're killing me, bro. You're killing me.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, motorcycles have round tires, which can be measured for their curvature. In fact, a lot of times they come with inches or rims that have like a rating that tells you the distance from the center to the outside of the arc of the wheel. And sometimes you have to know that to be able to buy the right one for your vehicle. Same with cars. So they have a radius.
Yep.
And so with the radius, you can know the curvature rate of the exterior of the rim, and you can apply a measurement methodology directly to the surface to discover whether or not it's actually curved in the manner in which they claim. But rest assured, friend, if you wanted to buy an aluminum rim for your motorcycle and somebody brought a flat stock sheet of aluminum and said, hey, this is a rim with a radius of 13 inches. Well, actually, that'd be too big. Let's say a radius of 7 inches. It's a rim with a radius of 7 inches. Look how much material's here. Look how the light, as I shine above it, moves around the surface. You would be like, you're crazy. It's clearly flat. And then if you ask them, hey, how would I know it's flat? Would I directly measure the thing? And they'd be like, oh, you couldn't possibly do that. Imagine if you were an ant on this giant flat rim. It would be a curved rim, and you could put it on your motorcycle.
Is everyone digesting it, or is it...
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, man.
I am. Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Motorcycle wheels, like car wheels, also rotate around an axis. They tell us that the Earth rotates around an axis. I'd like to see if there would be some type of measurement methodology to see if we could measure the actual motion of the Earth rotating on its axis like a wheel.
Hmm.
Oh man, where'd my pal Illuminate go? That
It's
guy.
gone.
Yeah, as soon as things get hot. Hello.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the Earth is clearly a dining room table that's actually not flat, but a globe. Not because when you purchased it, it was flat, but because once you put it in your dining room and turned the light on above it, that the ants on the table did a bunch of math calculations to the light and then reverse engineered a model about the table being a globe rather than flat, like you purchased it from IKEA. What do you think?
Sounds plausible, yeah.
You're correct. It does sound impossible that a surface that's actually flat can be reified, which means made into reality out of a model based on interpretations of the light that's above the surface. So, in regards to the Earth, about whether the Earth is flat and horizontal and arranged more like a table, or it's arranged more like a beach ball in your garage, which do you think the Earth would be? More like a beach ball or more like a table?
I just come in here to see like the ridiculous arguments over flat Earth or not. I mean, at the end of the day, like, we have so many people who are much smarter than every fucking average motherfucker who thinks the Earth is flat. And if you want to base like the best argument on all of this, is that do you trust a majority of people who have seen something or have well studied on something? Like we do this a lot, especially in health. Like we believe that, penicillin, treats illness or infections, but like, how are you going to test that, right? You're just going to argue it all day long if you just don't believe it, just because you don't believe it. However, we trust like medical professionals and medical researchers to give us the right information in order for us to heal, in order for us to like live and yada yada yada. But when it comes to like the flat Earth and everything, it's like we have astronomers, we have all these, we send satellites up, we send fucking rovers to the moon, we send all of this shit, and like all of this is not like it's like essentially you're telling me that every single person is being lied to when they literally work on all of it, like thousands and thousands, and like you can easily say like 10,000 plus people work on this shit, but all of them are lying, or all of them are being lied to in order to lie to us. But at the end of the day, they're the ones doing the math. They're the ones doing like the hard like research. They're the ones doing the hands-on engineering on all of these rovers, all of these satellites, all of these everything, all of it. And like, you're just going to tell me that this is like, we don't trust these people?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I don't doubt that they engineered a rover and then fielded it on Devon Island on the Earth. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. That makes perfect sense.
You don't understand do you understand what you're saying though? You're essentially saying again, right, that all of these people who worked on this thing are lying.
That you have stacked. Did you measure the curvature of the Earth to verify them?
I don't have to measure the curvature of the Earth, right? I don't have to do that because people are doing it for us, right?
So then you're just trusting a stranger to tell you the truth.
Absolutely. You do every fucking day.
Appealing to consensus. You're appealing to authority rather than checking and making sure.
Sorry, I have to correct him. I don't trust strangers to tell me the truth every day. Are you fucking kidding me?
You absolutely do.
No, not every day.
Yes,
Not
you
all the
absolutely do.
No, I don't.
All right. Hold on, friends. Hold
Tell
on.
me.
Hold on, buddy. Before you go on.
Tell me how to take apart and put back together a transmission.
Before you go on, I'm just going to set the tone real quick. Flatman, you're going on mute. You initiated the hostility, so you're going to stay on mute for the rest of the conversation. All right, continue the convo. Thanks.
All I'm saying is that sometimes trusting an authoritative like entity as far as a mass amount of people is okay, and that's fine, especially if all of these people are essentially peer-reviewed, credited, and also like it's not like these people one person makes something up, engineer something.
Oh, excellent. I'm down. So peer review, can you show me the proven study or experiment that validated that peer review means that a proposition is true or not?
I mean, I'm sure. I don't have like any specific things in front of me.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe you might want to look to find that evidence in something called the peer review crisis or the reproduction crisis. If you look into those two things, you'll realize very quickly.
You can go down that rabbit hole. That's fine. But when there's 10,
it's not a rabbit hole.
Tens of thousands of fucking scientists, thousands of fucking astronomer, like over all countries.
Well, now you're distracting. Yeah, but now you're. I know that. I know that. But the point is, that's fair. But the point is, you put forth peer review as an added credibility, and I'm telling you that peer review isn't what it's cracked up to be. No, it's not. Look up what I told you to look up.
You're
Try
saying
to find
that
evidence.
peer review, it has never ever shown any kind of effective efforts ever. That's kind of disingenuous.
Ever is irrelevant. It's about what's happening now.
Yeah. Your girlfriend is cheating on you, but all of her friends agree that she's not cheating on you, but your homeboy has actual evidence that she was.
This is not apple. This analogy is not apples to apples. This analogy is not apples to apples. Do I have 10,000 plus fucking? Do I have 10,000 plus friends that are telling me the same exact information? No, I don't. Right? Am I going? Even if I had 10 friends telling me that she's cheating on me, I have a likelihood of believing them because all of them are saying it. But I also have to have the notion to believe that all of them are, conspiring in order for me to break up with my girlfriend. Obviously, they're going to have to bring evidence. Obviously, they're going to have to show me something in order to prove that this happened. They can't just tell me that, she went to...
Fair enough. Fair, I agree with you. Except that his analogy was in the opposite. So, for example, it would be all of her friends and your friends are saying she didn't cheat, but one of your friends has direct evidence she did. So that would mean that their consensus among each other, when they peer review their ideas, when they peer review what they saw, is false, because the one piece of actual explicit evidence debunks all their ideas, regardless of how much they agree with each other.
That's fine if there is a lack of evidence that the rest of the friends have. However, if you show them that evidence and you peer review the evidence, because your claim is going based off of not showing the evidence that your one friend showed you to everybody else. If you show that one thing that is clearly obvious, right? And you show it to everybody else that's fighting for your girlfriend, not cheating, if they see the clear evidence, they're going to be like, "Oh, I could see that. This is clear," right? That's the whole point of peer review, that you have to present something to everybody in order to receive it back. So,
yeah, in the case of
this
the Earth,
analogy is just
the proof is the photograph of the horizon being 10 times or 20 times farther than it ought to be, and then the globe claim is, well, the math shows that it could be different. So, in the case that we're still going with, all of her friends, all of your friends are saying peer-reviewed, no, she's not doing it. Your buddy has a photograph of her doing it, and then she says, well, I have an equation that can prove that I'm not actually cheating on you in that photograph.
Please show me where an astronomer or astrophysicist is being presented a flat Earth equation and them going, oh, okay, I can see that.
No, I'm talking to you, the one who's been cheated on, not somebody else.
What? Dude, the analogy sucks, bro. The analogy sucks because it's not apples to apples. It's literally not.
I can help you. Listen, I can help you. Hold on, friend, I can help you. Astronomy is the wrong field, okay? The actual field to determine the shape of the Earth would be something akin to measuring the Earth itself, not things that aren't the Earth. So I'll give you an example. So a guy, PhD, specializing in optics, heard about flat Earth. He knows how to work with lasers. So he said, okay, I'm going to set up an experiment to measure the curvature, which wouldn't really be an experiment, but we'll just use that word loosely for now. So he set it up. He set up 2 different wavelengths lasers. He shot them inches off the water towards each other, used the different wavelengths and his knowledge of optics to conclude, based on all his calculations, with his PhD, which, by the way, up to this point, he is a globe believer. He's just testing it out using his expertise. He concluded that the lasers across the body of water were pointing horizontally towards each other, and there was no curvature in between them. And he did it at a size that would debunk the claims of the globe, and that convinced him, a PhD physicist specializing in optics, after having tested the surface with a laser measurement methodology, that the Earth was not a curved surface. It was actually flat. So there you go.
One versus fucking thousands, right? Thousands.
One direct measurement versus a bunch of people's fantasy. Yeah.
No. We need to peer review it, right? If this evidence is so fucking groundbreaking, why isn't it being peer reviewed? Peer review.
It is. We are the
so
that
get me
peer reviewed right now. Give me examples of people being like, "Oh wow, the Earth is flat
I'll give
because
it to
of
you.
this
I'll give it
fucking
to
one
you.
experiment."
I'll give it to you. No, it's not. See, it's not just because of one experiment. Other people went on, and this guy actually went on from other people before him to do laser measurement tests across different locations.
He can be like, "Oh, okay, this could."
It doesn't matter. Hey, friend. I'm glad you're excited about it. But let me finish my sentence. All right. Other people reproduced the test. They didn't just peer review, they reproduced. They took lasers to the salt flats in Utah, 35 miles, no interruption of any curvature. They took lasers to Lake Idsel, 25 miles, no interruption of Earth curvature. And the list goes on. It's called reproducibility, not review. Those are two different worlds, brother. Go ahead.
That's fine.
And you can do it yourself.
That's fine.
1.2 times
I
the
want
square root
somebody.
of
I want you to show me somebody.
with a little bit of speaking over so that you can hear it. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. You can do this yourself. You can scrutinize this experience that you're going to have to the fullest extent of your mental capacities. You can do it and scrutinize it as much as you want. You can come out making your own example, seeing your own horizon being farther than it should be, 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, and then you can come back and show us yours.
You're just repeating yourself, dude. Like, cool.
I know,
Even if this is true, even if this is real, I can accept that. I don't really care. Like, sure, the evidence is there. However, if it's obviously not groundbreaking, right? We don't base all of our experiences with scientific astrophysics and all of this math. We don't base it around a flat Earth. We base it around a curved Earth. If people are starting, like, the masses are starting to change their equation to fit a flat Earth, then, like, sure, this is groundbreaking. But as it sits right now, it's not. Like, should it be reviewed? Should it be redone, retested? Sure. I don't care. That's fine. But this is like a gradual thing. If it's groundbreaking, then it's going to change something on how the world reacts to their equations, their physics, like, everything changes.
That's not true. That's not true at all. So, for example, I'll give you an example right now of something similar to where someone had a unique piece of evidence that was an outlier that destroyed a paradigm, and then their career was blackballed, being Nancy Schweitzer, who discovered soft tissue in a alleged T-Rex bone, which proves that it is only approximately 50,000 to a maximum of 100,000 years old, not multi-million years old that they need for the T-Rex to be alive in their ideas about what occurred in the past. Now, did they just accept her groundbreaking discovery? No. They tried to shut her down. So this idea that contrary information is going to be adopted or looked at or even taken seriously by the establishment in order to get into a peer review process, which, by the way, is in crisis, hence the paper peer review crisis and the reproducibility crisis.
Another example is the gentleman who gave us the origin story from Africa also found a civilization in California that was older than what he was claiming Africa was. And then when he took it to the board shut him down also. And he's the one that gave them the origin story for Africa.
Right. So even people that make discoveries and then contract their own discoveries are shut down. When the discovery that they made that disproves their previous discovery, which is favored by the masses. So your idea that this peer review process is somehow some kind of uptight, all good, above board, that's the way things should be done process, dude. It's just not the case.
Hold on. I'm looking up soft tissue on dinosaur bones, and it seems to me through all of these articles that I'm looking at, they accept the soft tissue in dinosaur bones. I don't like maybe the idea of them being alive a lot closer to where humans live versus where we believe the dinosaurs to live, that seems to be under skepticism. However, everybody believes that the soft tissue thing is a thing, and it's being peer reviewed and researched as we speak. So I don't.
Decades removed. Removed.
If I remember right, the cause was suggested to be iron. Iron is helping preserve it. I can't remember the exact details, but I did read like a quick Pop Science article about it. But it had something to do with the iron preserving the remnants of.
Right. That wasn't. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But that wasn't even the moral of the story I was making. The moral of the story was that her evidences wasn't just immediately put into a respectable peer review process. He came up against. You go look at her testimony about what happened to her.
Okay, that's fine. However, the end result is that people accept it, right?
Correct. So right now, the laser measurements that are being done of the Earth and all these other things that we're talking about are just they're very nascent. Hold on.
What did I say earlier? I said that it should be peer reviewed and retested and studied if it's true.
Yeah, it should be, of course. Yeah, things should be. Yes.
Yeah. What did I disagree there? Right? I don't believe this is like a groundbreaking change, especially as of yet, to prove that the fucking Earth is flat, dude.
No, yeah, I mean, fair enough. That it's not a groundbreaking change to the social, cultural, and establishment norms. But if it's the case that it is measured and it's not a ball, that is groundbreaking in itself. The change that it's going to occur not being groundbreaking because it hasn't really swept over the entire world yet are two different things, right?
Yeah, but you could also just change the math to make it work. It's not like...
Yeah, you could change the math. You could change the math to make the Earth work. That makes sense.
Yes, which means that the original equation would be essentially wrong.
Right. In fact, the entire idea is about the cosmos.
Does it mean that it's just going to be flat? Like, you understand that, right?
No, dude.
You can be wrong, right? If I have a political view and I end up being
dude, you just said that if the Earth measures flat, you could change the equation. Just hold on, friend. I just want to correct me if I'm wrong. Sounded to me that you said if the Earth measures flat, you can just change the equation so that it works that the Earth isn't flat.
That's disingenuous to my argument.
That's what I heard. So go ahead and correct me. Okay, that's what I heard. Go ahead and correct me.
If you do the math and you change your equation and it still fits, so like let's say the Earth is essentially bigger than we thought it was, or wasn't exactly as curved in certain areas as we thought it was, you can change the equation to make that fit.
I agree with you. And
it doesn't fit.
I agree. No. Hold on, brother. I agree with you that if you measure a flat Earth, you could use a mathematical solution to say that the Earth is much, much, much larger. Because here's the problem with these measurements that are being done. That in order for them to be done, if the Earth was still a globe, you're not inflating the Earth by 1% or 2%. You're inflating the radius by hundreds of thousands of miles. That means that all the preserved angles to the celestial bodies would be wrong. That means the idea of a universe that we're within and the angles to the objects within it are all wrong. All of the cosmic distance ladder would be destroyed from the bottom rung up. The entire cosmogony would be destroyed. That means where the universe came from versus cosmology, which is what the universe is doing now. All that would be destroyed. Destroyed.
Your handcuffed.
There's no saving it. Exactly. Now, if you come back with 3960, maybe you could do some fudgy redubity. But if you come back with a 300,000 mile radius, then the entire cosmological paradigm, which you know and love and believe in, and its cosmogony, which means where it came from, will all be lit on fire and puff into smoke.
Correct.
Now, the reason why I'm angry is because I forgot to drain the water out of my washer before I took it out of the bathroom to do repair work on it. And I blame NASA.
Why?
Well, because the answer is obvious. Let me explain. Because we've been promised all kinds of technology from science. We've been promised all kinds of technology advancements from NASA. But they keep giving us nothing of real tangible value. And they mostly give us stupid stuff like Tang. Now, don't get me wrong, the impact wrench, which they claim to have invented, yeah, that was pretty cool. But I should be able to have a washer in 2025 that when you press drain, it uses reverse engineered vacuum technology from outer space, whatever that means, to suck all of the water out of the chamber. So there's zero water in it, minus the condensation and sweat on the outside of the metal. Right? Shouldn't I have that in 2025?
Makes sense.
From a society that supposedly went to the moon 50 years ago, but can't reproduce that technology today? Pretty weird.
I guess it all really depends on how much are you willing to spend on it.
Fair point. But if we just would defund NASA, everybody could get a super washer. A chicken in every pot, a super washer in every laundry room. Yeah, if you come back with a radius of the Earth at 250,000 miles, that's further than the alleged distance to the moon. That means NASA is one big scam, and they've been stealing your money from day one. And the list goes on with all the institutions that would be affected, dude. The repercussions cannot be fixed with let's just increase the radius of the Earth real quick on paper to make it work mathematically.
Dude, I'm not
That's
a
not
fucking
gonna happen.
mathematician. I'm not an astrophysicist. Like, I am literally just a normal human being with a normal fucking job, just like everybody else in this fucking Discord. Okay?
Yep. Right, I agree with you. I agree with
If
you.
brought it to the attention of a fucking person who is their job to do all of this math. It's their job to do literally all of this. And if they can debunk it in like fucking 5 fucking minutes, then
Measurements are no.
You can do it just like the rest of us. You don't have to rely on anybody. You're
there's
not
like
dumb.
a whole bunch of stuff that none of us understand or even know.
You're wrong. You're wrong, sir. Stop taking your inability to have the acumen to be able to judge whether people you trust are giving you accurate information and projecting that onto us. Stop doing it.
I want to know how you debunk measurements. I give you a measurement. If I'm doing a job, AI, and I give you a measurement, I mean, it's a measurement. I mean, you can't debunk a measurement.
Would you? Yeah, sure. There's measurements and everything, but however, there's things that also go into the equation, such as atmosphere. Like, Maybe
No, that's an
fucking beaches. There's like so many things that can like affect
Beaches.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
If you
Yeah,
have a
beaches.
laser,
Are there pretty girls? Are there pretty girls or ugly girls on the beach? Which one?
Well, if one's blocking your laser, it stops the measurement, right?
Right, just like the alleged Earth curve. Just like the alleged Earth curve. So if you shoot your laser and there's no ugly chick, if you shoot your laser and there's no ugly chick in the way, then you've proven there's no ugly chick in the way. I rest my case.
Okay. Well, whenever you shoot a laser beam from the fucking Liberty Bell or Liberty or Statue of Liberty all the way to the fucking tower in Paris, yeah, call me.
What? Why would you think that's possible?
Flat earthers don't claim that's possible.
Oh yeah. No. So, like if you
standard physics of the. Hold on, friend, real quick. I just want to correct the record here. Even in your worldview, that's not possible because of something known as the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. So light can't penetrate after approximately 300 to 350 miles of atmosphere on the base level. So you wouldn't be shooting a laser across the ocean, dude. Not going to happen.
Yeah, of course. So do the 350 mile radius, then do the fucking max, right? Show me a laser with the max amount.
I'd literally bully the funny thing.
All you'd have to do is adjust your focus, and you don't do that.
All right, so you said set up your laser and take account for the variables and the discrepancies between the laser's errors and the atmospheric conditions. Okay, that's been done over 25 miles. The beam divergence is less than 10 feet with all of the standard refraction model and everything. And the variance is 300 feet, just a little shy of 300 feet. Okay. So that's 2 orders of magnitude off from the prediction. So you might say on a construction site, sure, a 10-foot and 1/16 of an inch board, if you hit it with a hammer, will fit in a 10-foot section, sure. But a 30-foot board, a 300-foot board isn't going to fit. So the error is not with the measurement. The error is with the assumption that the Earth is a ball with a radius 3959. That's the error.
Okay, so are you saying that there's nobody saying that this there's no explanation why this laser goes straight over 25 miles? Is there any explanation by anybody, or this has just been like just forgotten about? Or
well, look,
you never explained.
The explanation is always magic. The right amount of magic. So, however much magic you need to make the Earth.
No. Tell me the magic. If you're so studied on it, tell me the magic.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So the magic is, here's the magic, and I actually have a verbatim video I could play you of somebody quoting this. Their magic is a one-word Band-Aid that solves everything. That word is refraction. And what they mean by that is that light just takes paths that vary and just arrive at the destination. But not only that, they always take the path to defeat any observation. So here's what they said. They said, refraction is such that no matter what observation you make, the Earth is still a globe. That makes their proposition of their claim unfalsifiable.
Okay, so you don't believe in refraction.
No, who said that?
Me.
If you paid attention previously, when I was talking about the laser, I said they took those things into account. And the variance that the beam would be displaced would be less than 10 feet at the 25 miles. Did you miss that part?
Is it possible they're wrong, though? Is it possible their calculations were wrong?
No.
No. So you were there?
No, I'll explain it to you. The standard refraction model is well known. How lasers behave is well known. And lasers are actually tested devices that have track records of data in the field of how much they can and can't deviate in different conditions. So when applying all of this, and actually they took 2 meteorological stations that day. Also, you can just look up the weather that day. And also, you can just look up the models and apply them that day. And so, no, the refraction doesn't save the measurement. Remember what I told you is that refraction is essentially putting it off in the 16th of an inch range for a 10-foot board. But you need hundreds of feet of board. So appealing to refraction isn't going to solve this problem. It's irrelevant. That's like me telling you after you hire me to make a flat floor in your house, and you come into your house and there's like a 2-foot hump in the center of the floor, and the floor is curved all the way to your door, and I tell you, oh no, it's still flat. It's still flat. I want my money. And you say, no, I can clearly see that
This
there's
is in a 2018 documentary, Behind the Curve, captured an experiment in which flat earthers inadvertently proved curvature.
Yeah, I know that one. That's
not
wrong.
A laser.
Wrong.
They attempted to send a signal through 3 holes in boards over a several mile distance. The light would not pass.
Right. Yep. We understand that, dude. We understand.
Halfway point.
Hold on, single
here's
shot.
the problem. Here's the problem, friend.
Was curved and
Single
Look,
shot
this
stud.
kid can't even.
model.
Just gotta read
That
it.
was faulty for either model.
Okay, check this out, friend. If it's the case at that distance that Jaron is the person, by the way, we know him, we know the test, we know what happened, we know the crew, we know the after effects, we know how the director talked to them and said, I'm going to give you guys a fair shake, and then afterwards he's the director of that film, is on record saying he saw a kid talking to a flat earth and he changed his mind of giving flat earthers a fair shake and then decided to make the documentary paint flat earthers in a bad light. Not only that, but we know that the details of the location in the documentary are not given. There's an infographic which shows Jaron holding a light above his head and giving the illusion that this test was accurate. But the particulars aren't known. And matter of fact, if you look at it, Jaron would have to be 17 feet tall for this test to have happened to prove a globe. Jaron is not 17 feet tall. So this little documentary, which by the way is a TV show, has nothing to do with actual laser tests. Keep in mind, he didn't use the laser, he used a flashlight.
Right,
and there was no methodology of making sure that the boards were... There was no, I'm not stretching, dude.
Hold on, AI, just a second. Single shot stud, I'm a Glober, and I can verify that the math was wrong for both models. Oh, he's gone.
Anyway, this Jaron thing is a joke, brother.
Yeah, the math was wrong.
Go find here. Check this out. Check this out. Yeah, exactly. So check this out, brother. Who put forth the Jaron thing from the Netflix documentary? Go try to find the particulars about what actually occurred. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean they provided some figures in there, and but even then, when you do the math for the figures, it wouldn't have worked either way. And I'm pretty sure
to be fair to everyone
I'm pretty
involved,
sure that the light when Jaron did the interesting. Now Jaron did say that that's not when he said interesting. He said he said it late, like much later than when it was edited.
Yeah, they edited it.
But in any case, even when whoever the other guy was, I forget his name, when he told him raise the light up, when he raised the light up, how do you know it's going through the holes and not just over the platforms, right? So it just didn't prove anything either way.
Correct, Brent. And not only that, we have to at least give them a modicum of grace that they had an intention to do a particular type of test. They destroyed the equipment they were going to use, and then they hastily made an alternative test without doing their due diligence of how to set it up. So it could be the case that everybody was well-intentioned, nobody was intending to deceive anyone, but they just screwed up.
Yeah, I agree. Never attribute to malice what can also be attributed to incompetence, right?
Correct, yes. Hanlon's razor. Now, I submit to you that even though me and you just had the discussion, many people, after having heard what we just said, tomorrow, in their mind and to other people, will still use that documentary as proof that the flat earther proved the earth was a globe.
Yeah, and then I would give the fault to the producers who like edited it that way. Like
Yeah,
even
and
Jaron
we
now,
actually
even though
have-
Jaron now has turned his back on the flat Earth and has accepted the globe Earth and all that stuff, he even still will criticize that because of not only the way that it was organized and the way that the producers went about it, but how they misled by the editing. And then he admits now that his math was faulty, which should have been spotted by someone at some point. But I think they were trying to compare like 17 feet between 23 feet. But if I remember right, the actual figure was like somewhere in between that. That would be the globe figure. But I can't remember off the top of my head how, but it was off by quite a bit. Like it was more than just a margin of error of their prediction.
What say you, other friend?
Did you dump that guy or did he leave?
No, I think he might have left.
I was just like in the middle of him talking. I wonder if someone booted him.
It's possible he might have been muted just so that he wasn't interrupting, but then he took it personal and left. But I don't know. But it usually happens like when there's like a coup de grace moment where someone is just putting forth specious evidence like that, and then somebody comes in who seems like an outsider to just set the record straight. There's kind of a track record, I would say probably greater than 60%, where they just bail immediately. I guess that's okay because I was going to wind down my conversation with him anyway because I got to start fixing my washing machine. And that's going to be quite noisy.
I am curious because I've heard people say that. I haven't really seen the claim, but I've heard people mention that Bob Modell expounded on what happened with his 15 degree per hour drift. Do you have a quick summary of what his afterthought was on it?
Oh yeah, I could do you one better. I have him talking about it himself, where a globe
That's
proponent.
the video I was talking about. Yeah, can you share that?
Do you want the video? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I was just curious what he had to say about it.
Yeah, so while I'm looking for it, what was happening was we had a globe proponent who was making arguments and using that documentary as their evidence, and basically mocking Bob for having proven it, not knowing that Bob was in the room listening to him the entire time. Bob joins into the call on the mic and explains to the kid what actually went down. I think the whole convo might be 30 minutes, and he kind of, he talks about what happened at the filming, and then what he thought about it afterwards, and then what he did some tests afterwards, which are very revelatory, if true, that he went and did different tests with
Something
gyros.
to do with doing it at different elevations, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get that.
I heard remnants of it, but I haven't heard his words itself, so I was curious. Thank you.
Any schizo shit?
Yeah, we're all a little schizo.
No, just normal.
Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Lame.
But I'm just going to post it right here in the chat. That way everybody can look at it if they want to. There you go. This is from one of our live streams from the past.
Thank you.
And then not only did Bob go on to do different things, but after he did those, I think some other people were inspired to do other tests of their own. But they're not, they're obviously not in this video. Which, by the way, I have a gyro test that I want to do, which I'll tell you about someday. All right, he went right away to watch it. So he can't hear about my gyro test. Real quick, Bob had his gyro in the supposed Netflix documentary at a particular location getting a reading. He then went on to take it to different altitudes at different locations. My intention is to get a multi-gyro setup and crisscross applesauce the United States from the East Coast to the West Coast, back to the East Coast, so east to west, west to east, over I-40, I believe, which is 3,500 miles long, and then go north to south, and then back from the south to the north on the East Coast, from Maine all the way to the tip of Florida, which is more than 1,500 miles, I believe, on I-95. And so when I have my multi-gyro system, I'll be able to cross-cancel the variance of the trips back and forth to address any alleged claims that the Earth is rotating and that the object known as the gyro is rotating as it travels around an arc of a curved surface. And so since I'm doing it north to south, south to north, east to west, west to east, I can use all of that readings to cross-cancel all the variances out and prove whether or not there was any rotational drift on any lateral axes, or if the housing of the gyro rotated and displaced itself by approximately 35 plus degrees east to west, and I think it's like 20 or something degrees north to south. I've already had multiple Globers admit that if that comes back without reading those degree changes, that they'll be forced to admit that the Earth is indeed flat and not a globe. And yes, doing it on the ground is a superior method to doing it in the air or using any type of airplane system, which we don't have full control over. But having a redundant system also in the air, would also work, but it would have to be reliant on the system that is created and designed for this task, not reliant on systems that are already in use and practice and may or may not have certain types of programming or whatever within them. So everything's going to be raw, created from the ground up, open sourced, so everyone can scrutinize it or even reproduce it. So my GoFundMe, we're seeking $2.5 million, and we're going to spend $500,000 on the event. The rest will be my salary. Deal? I'm just kidding about the finances, but yeah, the systems are going to be approximately maybe $100,000 to $120,000, because each of the gyros that I want to use is in the $20,000 plus range, and I want at least 3 of them on each system. So one of the whole box systems, we'll just call it a box for lack of a better term, it's going to be probably not quite $150,000, but somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 for the unit. They'll have cameras watching all the gyros, watching all the readouts, and filming the environment of the vehicle that it's in the entire time. live streaming and recording, which will be uploaded immediately upon finishing of the trip to match along with the live stream, not like the alleged final experiment disaster where nobody uploaded their footage for weeks on end because they couldn't foresee that they needed higher bandwidth to upload it. No, we're actually going to use some of the money to pay for an actual bandwidth to upload that thing the same day that the mission is accomplished. Oh, that was hard. So if it comes back without the rotation rate claimed by the globe, Globers are going to have to concede that their claims are false. If it comes back with the exact rotation rate claimed by the globe, Flat Earthers are going to have to rethink their position. So it's very palpable for both sides, which means they'd all should be involved and want to be involved and want to donate money or time or expertise or even duplicate it at a later date. Now, there are people who are interested in Flat Earth, Globe Earth that have money, they have power, they have a reach that said, hey, we want to do these tests, but let's get Globers and Flat Earths together to decide what tests we're going to do and what we're going to fund so we can open it up to people who are interested in giving money to this process. Okay, so some of them might be interested in this idea. It's a very good idea. It's compared to some other ideas, it's not that much money. It's easy to control. The parts needed are readily available for commercial sale, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I was listening to Bob Nodell's video that you shared. Thanks for sharing that, by the way. What was were you talking about a particular experiment or just in general?
I'm talking about an experiment that I want done, which is essentially taking a multimodal gear set, I'm just making that word up, of a box filled with different gyros at different orientations, vertical, horizontal, laser gyros, free gyros, gyros that are, mechanically spun, et cetera, et cetera. And so what you do is you crisscross the United States east to west, west to east, 3,500 miles, then north to south, south to north, greater than 1,500 miles. And the arc that it's supposed to travel, if it's on the surface of this giant ball, would be displaced by 35 degrees and approximately 20-something degrees, respectively. And that would be a positional attitudinal change of the orientation of the vehicle throughout the trip, which must be the case if the Earth is indeed curved in the manner in which they claim it is, and cannot be otherwise. And therefore, if it shows that the vehicle did not attitudinally rotate in the manner that it should have, it was traveling over an arc, that it didn't travel over an arc.
Well, in this idea, would you keep it isolated throughout the entire duration of the trip, or will you take readings from it periodically?
It's gonna distribute. It's gonna stream the readings.
Oh, stream the readings. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep. Not only that, but it's going to record them. And so if there's any redundant loss in any of the cameras, we're going to have cameras filming all of the readouts and the surrounding of the vehicle that it's in, streamed. And then we're going to prepay for bandwidth at the arrival locations to put the hard drives in and upload them for everyone in the internet immediately, not weeks later like those morons did in the alleged trip to Antarctica. And not that giving the data out 2 weeks later wouldn't necessarily be the same data. It's to instill confidence in the people that are participating, that we're actually putting forth our due diligence to make sure that they get what they're paying for and what they want us to.
Yeah. The longer it takes to upload, the more it calls into question the validity of the data.
Right. And I also want to have a redundant system, like a copy of the system that's doing it in the opposite direction at the same time. So we'd send one east to west while the other one is traveling west to east, and then they would go back again because we need them to crisscross the surface because that cancels out certain variables, and to crisscross the north to south because that cancels out certain variables. And all things taken into account, you can decide how the attitude of the vehicle was oriented in free space relative to its initial leaving position. and that would give you a direct object on the surface of the Earth making a measurement over a large portion, which is either going to be arced or not arced. Obviously, if the Earth is a globe, it's got to be arced in a certain manner. Obviously, if the Earth is not a globe, it's not going to be arced in that manner. Pretty simple. It'd be the longest continuous measurement ever accomplished in the history of mankind. Direct measurement of the surface, proving the claim that the Earth's surface is actually curved and at a different orientation to the previous part of the surface in free space displaced by 35 degrees over 3,500 miles as either true or false. And I've already had many Globers who are staunch anti-flat earthers say, if you did this test and it came back without the rotation, I'd concede the Earth was flat, 100%.
Yeah, it would be difficult to refute if the data showed no rotation.
Yeah, the only thing that I could think as an excuse would be we live in a simulatory magical dimension. That'd be my only excuse I could think that they could plausibly present. And then they'd have to work with idealism and certain metaphysical claims, changing
Yeah, I mean that would
nature of reality, which they could do.
It just would be unfalsifiable, so it wouldn't even be worth engaging on.
Well, I mean, I would be satisfied. Let's say the results come back that the Earth is indeed flat, and then the only way to cope with it is to change their entire metaphysical presuppositions about the nature of reality itself. I'd be satisfied with that kind of change in their life, because at least that's change instead of just looking at it and putting their finger in their ear.
So, just
That guy
out
that
of
just
curiosity, since you expounded on what that might mean for globe earthers, what would it mean for you if it came back as showing, the attitudinal adjustment that would be predicted by the globe?
Well, I can't see any other reason except for the same reason that I just described, right? So, if it comes back having displaced itself exactly in this particular curve, right? And that would be direct measurement evidence that it's curved in that manner. So I would be forced to accept it and probably still go on to scrutinize it. And unless I found like a smoking magic gun after deliberating on it, I'd probably, be like, okay, I don't see any other rational conclusion. And then I would say, I see many irrational conclusions, but the only rational conclusion would be, this is a direct measurement, the biggest direct measurement that's ever been done. Everybody says the only way to arbitrate the proposition is direct measurements. So this is it. So it's either curved in the manner in which the direct measurement says it is. That may or may not be what the globe says it is. So for example, it might come back bigger or smaller curve, right? Or it might come back this or that. So there's certain irrational conclusions that could be reached if the measurement that it gets are so wildly off from reality. If that makes sense. Like what if the measurement comes back a curvature rate of consistent with a ball of 5,000 miles in circumference? Well, there's land masses that are longer than 5,000 miles. So that would obviously you could just draw out the entire thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious because
So if that happened, real quick, if that happened, we'd have to rethink our understanding of how gyros even work.
Yeah,
Right.
that would be odd in either model, because neither model would predict, neither flat Earth or round Earth would predict that behavior.
Yep, correct. So I think you see the salaciousness, the salacious impact of this is no matter what the result is, there's going to be a decisive impact on something.
Yeah, the only
Something's
thing I
gonna
can
have
think
to
of
be
is there
rethought.
might be some anomalies with the data, depending on the timing. Like if you go a certain distance over a certain amount of time and then come back, there could be some oddities with, almost like false positives in a way, just because it happened to line up that way. Because the way that gyros are described.
Yeah, but I imagine that would be.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I would submit that would be marginally fractional, like much less than 1%. And so the idea of harping on the 1% would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be like specific points of data might be inconclusive, but the collective, the aggregate of the data should be conclusive either way. Yep. But I could imagine some people cherry picking, like, what about this particular reading at this particular time at this particular day? It's like, because there are observations.
Well, yeah, and that's also why we're going to do it.
You can make that in those single ad hoc observations, it doesn't prove one way or the other. Like, it could be consistent with both models in that, in a vacuum, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of observations that would, not just with gyros, but just with a lot of things in particular, where if you just look at that observation ad hoc and in a vacuum, anecdotally, that it doesn't differentiate between a curve or a globe, but you got to aggregate the data. So, while we're on the topic of gyros, when you look at like the gyros on airplanes, and just doing some reading, like, because I worked with a gyro before, but it was on board of a nautical ship. So in this case, it would have been a Coast Guard ship. Like, and we didn't go out that far. We would be in the Caribbean or like in the Bahamian Channel, like those areas, Gulf of Mexico briefly. But and so we did have a gyro on board, but like our speed and our movement across isn't that great. So I don't think it had the same type of systems on to re-erect the gyro, if I remember right, compared to an airplane. But when you look at like gyro diagrams or schematics for gyros on airplanes, it seems to include systems for attitude adjusters to like redirect a gyro to the downward.
Right.
Have you looked at those? And I was just curious what you have to say about. I know it's claimed by a lot of people. They say, gyro is correct, but I like the actual specifics are a little bit more nuanced than.
Correct. And there's actually in modern planes, there's different systems where there's some of them that are mechanically readjusted to down just by hanging weights.
Right.
So whatever down is, or even the net accumulation of forces, because you can trick them into thinking down is sideways if the plane is doing enough of a curve fast enough, right? Going sideways. They'll reorient themselves to the, I guess it's called the centrifugal vector or whatever.
Oh, right. So like if the plane is banking, then the downward acceleration on that plane would not be the same as, the downward acceleration of the Earth. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So at least in let's just call it peaceful level cruising altitude, these devices are designed to constantly force the reference frame of the gyro to point down. So they're going to mechanically tweak it.
Right. Yeah.
So
it applies
if you're saying that system
adjust it down. Yeah.
Right, and so that would just be happening naturally. It's like it's not going to be jarring unless the plane gets jarred. That's why it said peaceful flight. So, it's just like balancing something on your finger. Like if I balance, like I have a 2-foot level, right? It's pretty easy to balance that on my finger. I have longer levels, but those are more harder to balance. But if I take the 2-foot level and I balance it on the tip of my finger, if I move a little bit to the left or right with my finger, I immediately start to see the thing tilt towards that one direction or another. It's like instantaneous. It doesn't like wait a few seconds and then to say, oh, now I'm going to decide to tilt. No, it's continuous. And so a device on a plane like that was constantly reorienting itself to down to set a new benchmark before the attitude of the plane or the pitch to the plane that's on the end user readout is taken. Like you couldn't fully rely on that to say this plane is not rotating as it goes across the surface of the Earth. But there are systems in the plane that are sealed gyros, and the way that they work, they're proprietary to the manufacturer, and the pilots and the end users have no access to that information. They only get what's being read out on their screens. So there at least is plausibly systems within a plane already that exist that could accomplish the tasks that I previously have mentioned to you that we're going to do on the surface of the Earth. But those are proprietary. They have software in them. They have ways of operating that, you know, who knows why bother with them when you could just make one from the ground up.
Well, as far as the mechanical ones, though, which I know those are like older systems, so they're probably not even as prevalent. I don't even know if they still exist in common use. But for the older systems, it just seems to me like if all it's doing is correcting for down, but if that downward acceleration never changes, aside from, you know, the centrifugal forces of the plane banking in certain directions, then you shouldn't need to have such a system. I guess you would regardless, because you would still need to correct if the gyro got like out of alignment from the plane banking.
Right.
Well, although it shouldn't, but I guess no gyro. I guess that would assume a perfect gyro that isn't impacted by the forces of applied to its container, which I guess would be impractical or not possible. So I guess either way, you would have to have the correction system.
Yeah, it's like you know, you could take a bicycle wheel and move it around freely, but if you spin it, yeah, dude.
Yeah, I know what you're
Whatever
talking
that
about.
means,
I've
brother.
seen it where they hold like the bike wheel on a pole, and without it spinning, it doesn't do anything. But when they spin it, it'll like maintain its angular momentum in space that you spun it in. Yeah.
Yeah, they even do it with heavy weights where they cannot lift the weight at all. And then they spin it up and they can lift it at the end of a lever. And we already know that weights at the end of a rod are even more heavier than before. So it's like the guy just starts lifting it over his head like it's nothing.
Yeah, because
the moral of that story is
before
that
you're lifting the weight, after that you're just changing the the direction of the angular momentum, which is a lot.
Correct, but the moral of the story that we were just talking about is that, like with the example of the bike wheel, you can get it to stay pretty stable, but if you put an extreme torque on it, it'll move. So yeah, so gyros in that sense, they're not capable of resisting an infinite amount of forces against their initial spin rotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So in your experiment, how would you account for that? In the experiment,
well, it's simple. We don't get into it. We don't get into a crash. So we make sure we hire drivers that aren't asshats.
Yeah, so we don't send it on like a train. we do it in a vehicle and avoid like city blocks where you're constantly, like big cities where you're constantly braking and speeding up.
Yeah, absolutely. I might even have a dummy car.
Just do the whole Route 66.
Yeah, I might even have a dummy car, so that in case anybody wants to do anything nefarious, they attack the dummy car, and the actual car takes a route that is only published live, and so that there's no way anybody could ever figure it out.
Well, I guess you wouldn't have to publish the exact route, because as long as you have if you're going to have all the data, it's going to include GPS data, right? So if you instantly upload that,
we're also going to include a film of the surrounding environment the entire time, so you can corroborate the location of the vehicle based on landmarks. So, for example, John's gas station in Tuco. It's like, yep, that's his gas station, clearly on the video. That's where you were at that point in time.
I think it's a good
proposal.
The
GPS log will only be used.
Pose that to like a local university, if you have any like well-funded ones near you, they might be interested in picking up the experiment and maybe use like university funding for it. Might be worth making some calls.
Well, I've heard some people who were detractors on this idea say that it's essentially impossible to zero out all the errors of gyros to prove that they're rotating as they move across the surface of the Earth. And I was like, what? Weren't you the same guy 2 months ago who were telling me that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was rotating with a gyro? So which is it? You can use them or you can't. It's either a gyro can prove it's rotating relative to its initial attitude, or it can't. It's like one or the other. It can't be both.
I mean, we use them for all sorts of navigation, so it has to be worth something. But in any case, I think my biggest concern would be is the margin of error with the data getting too big with the motion of the cars, like the gyros being in vehicles. It's because you got bumps on the road, you got changes elevation shouldn't be an issue, but like sudden stops, sudden like fast accelerations, I would be concerned with how that can skew the data, which would introduce a margin of error. Then if the margin of error gets too big, then you can't differentiate between Earth, curvature and flatness. Although it would have to be a really big margin of error if you're, depending on the distance you're covering.
The error, the rotational, because keep in mind it's rotational, right? So if you jerk the wheel and your front tire suspension goes down, right? Yeah. And the box that you're carrying then rotates about a plane, being the bed of your vehicle, it's going to experience like a 3-inch drop very acutely. And then when you release the brake, you'll return to your previous position, which will be 3 inches in the opposite direction. So all of these little errors will mostly cancel themselves out, and we're going to go back and forth, right? We're going to go from here to there, and then from there to here. Yeah.
Now, with the would you also?
But hold on, real quick, Rich, real quick. Unless you fall off a bridge, those errors should be in the less than a foot each time. Unless you're falling off a 10-foot bridge, or you accidentally took a wrong turn off somebody's, 3rd-story parking garage, like you're not going to have a multi-feet discrepancy in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, that's true. I was also thinking about, would you also include controls at the starting location, and just leave some gyros there?
I wouldn't mind doing that, and I wouldn't mind charging extra money and more salary to do it. But that's actually a good idea to actually. So the way I look at it is, I mean, you could make this test into the umpteenth degree, where you have the same device copied in the middle, right? Which would be the apex, right, of the alleged arc between the two locations, and then at the ends, right?
Yeah.
And then compare it all together. But like if I'm estimating this thing's costing $150,000, and then we're making 4 of them. Not to say that people don't have that kind of money. I mean, heck, we spent $8 million on studying whether snails have big wieners. So I mean, we can afford to spend money on this.
Yeah, I would imagine too that if you present this to like a local university, and if they already have gyros or have ways of acquiring, like borrowing gyros, then it might reduce the cost. Like the cost quite a bit if you can get donated gyros. I think that Bob Nodell's, I think he paid the rent, right? Or was it loaned to him? I can't remember.
Well, I could have sworn that in the conclusion of the matter was that particular gyro was damaged. So I mean, why would you want to borrow that one?
Yeah, I know. I just was trying to remember if Bob. I know he didn't.
Oh, you mean the method? Okay.
I meant the gyro itself. Was it donated?
I think he borrowed it. Yeah, if I remember correctly, he borrowed it from somebody else who had purchased it previously. That was a member of the FE core team.
Oh, the FE core team. Okay, yeah, I've come across them a few times.
He might even say that in that video. I'm not too sure what they've been doing lately, but as far as I know, they didn't disband.
Forgive me, I'm outside right now, but didn't he get a few different results too? Not the same result every time, so it didn't really prove any movement?
Yeah, I think while it was in the specific location for the documentary, it read a 15 degree per hour drift every time. But from what I recall, I just listened to his video when he was correcting someone else, and he tried it at different elevations, and it gave different readings based on elevation. Which suggests either there was an issue with the gyro itself, which maybe it was broken as proposed, or that there was something wrong with the gyro. So the results would be inconclusive. Doesn't prove flatness, doesn't prove lack of rotation, or doesn't prove rotation. It's just inconclusive. If you were getting
now, if I remember correctly, yep, and if I remember correctly, he might have said it in that video or afterwards. He said that he did some tests at different altitudes, but then he was planning to go to different locations on the Earth and do the same test at different altitudes to get like this large body of data and then compile it into some kind of, let's just call it an academic presentation, and then deliver it to certain universities and say, hey, here's the data I found. And I don't know if they ever finished that. And then obviously Bob passed away, so I don't know if somebody carried his torch on that project.
Hey guys,
What up?
um, did any of the flat earthers happen to see the launch by SpaceX today for the Starship?
Probably not. I don't think probably any of them cared. But I didn't. That's all I know.
Because like I think 25 minutes into the launch, because it's live streamed and everything, right? Once the rocket is like way up high, I think 60 kilometers, maybe more. You can see the curvature of Earth from the camera. It's right there, streaming in 4K. I was just wondering, like, if anybody saw that and what they thought about it.
Right.
Do you know if it was official?
No, it isn't, because when you look at the rocket, while it's on the ground, while it's stationary before the launch, you can see that the rocket is like clear. It's not a fisheye lens because the rocket is straight. And once the rocket is in space, it's still straight. But the background is like only Earth is curved in the background. So if it was a fisheye lens, the rocket would also be curved while it was stationary on the ground. Do you get my point?
That could be the case.
Like basically,
let me give you an alternative. Let me give you an alternative idea. So I have a device that has 3 lenses, and it can actually continuously stream what I'm looking at while switching between the 3 lenses. So that means I could broadcast an uninterrupted live stream from this device that has 3 lenses and switch between the field of view of the lenses on the fly. And it has advanced centering software, which actually uses post-processing to adjust the frame so that the amount of what you see in the frame relative to the center point can stay the same. So that I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that technology exists. So just by looking at it per se, you couldn't necessarily say, I know exactly what camera is being used in this portion of the stream, right?
No, but I could say the same thing about your claim. Right.
Sure. So then if that's true, then you've taken this image that you're claiming showing curvature of the Earth off the table as being evidence that the Earth is actually curved. I'd agree with you. So in other words, your evidence was it looked to me like the rocket was a certain form and shape, and because it was a similar form and shape high up, therefore I'm looking at the curvature of the Earth when I see curvature in the image. Correct.
That was actually in response to the claim that, well, do you know about fisheye lens? That when this specific statement was made, that's when I responded with this answer that you just said, yes.
Yeah, I posted in the side chat a direct link to the video, and then I think around 35:45 is when the video starts from what DP Prime is talking about.
Absolutely. I can tell. Listen, friend, I can tell just by looking at it that that's not a circular curve. That's a complex curve.
What?
Yeah, dude.
I mean, it's not
like
flat.
okay. In case you didn't know, brother. In case you didn't know, and I'll inform you. I'm an artist, and I've worked in graphics, and I understand perspective and how to teach kids how to make horizons and all this stuff. I'm also a fully credentialed art teacher. And I'm telling you, from my expertise, just from my eyeballs, what I'm looking at is a complex curve. So it can't possibly be the curve of a ball that is near perfectly a ball. Okay? Not the case. So if that's true, then that means that this can't possibly be an accurate representation of the curvature of the Earth. So then it puts it back into what category? Because there's only 2 options, geometry and optics. So it's clearly an optical curve, not necessarily a geometric curve. So I think that my summarization that this isn't actually the curvature of the Earth is more plausible than your claim that it is.
My claim was that it's definitely not flat.
Oh, I would agree with you that hold on, friend. I'm agreeing with you 1000% that the appearance of that line is not a straight line. It is indeed a curved line. The boundary between the blackness of the color field and the boundary of the blue, white, and etc. of the Earth, that's not a straight line. I agree with you. What I don't agree with is that non-straight line represents a physical curve of the Earth.
Wow. Even with the point, like I respect your opinion, don't get me wrong, but when you're saying that can you bring the image? Okay, so when you're saying it's not an actual curve, right? Even you're saying that even with a point of reference in the picture, which is the ship, because you can look at the boundary of the ship itself, and you can pretty much gauge that, okay, that's a straight line. Even though the ship is cylindrical, right? The angle that we're looking at from the fin down the ship, it appears to be a straight line all the way from the top to the down.
Okay. Put it in Photoshop. Put it in Photoshop.
If I can just finish.
Put it in Photoshop. Hold on, friend. No.
Okay, I'm not gonna tolerate it. It was nice talking to you.
Okay then. Get lost. Thanks. Was I mistaken, or did he not interrupt me earlier as well? It's like, I mean, good grief. What do you want, a formal conversation where you have a clock in the middle and we have to press the clock for him to feel safe? Because what I was about to ask him is to actually apply tools to scrutinize his claim about the image. So notice how as soon as it got to the brass hot text, he bailed. He just wanted us to take on face value his, oh, it looks to me. It looks to me. And I told him the reason why it looks to me and why I trust my interpretation better than his based on my credentials and experience, right? Which he doesn't have to believe. He could have retorted, oh, well, can you apply a tool to the image to validate your perception that it's a complex curve and not just a uniform curve? And which it is, if it is truly the curve of the Earth that's being expressed in this curve, it should be a uniform curve, not a complex curve. Because the globe that they claim is nearly a perfect ball. Sub-pixel accuracy, actually, by many people's accounts, for most cameras. In other words, based on the camera you're using when you're taking a picture of the Earth's curvature at range, the curvature should be almost a perfect circle, the arc segment of a perfect circle. I looked at his image, and it clearly is a complex curve to me, clearly. But he said, I know it's not a complex curve because the rocket looks straight to me. So he's judging the fact that this isn't a complex curve based on his assumption, which may be correct or incorrect, from his perception that, to me, this rocket looks straight or nearly straight. So why does he get to say it's nearly straight, but I don't get to say this is clearly not a perfect curve? Isn't that a weird double standard?
Yes, yes, it is a double standard.
Oh man, somebody get me her number.
It's 7.
They always leave.
More like -7. Oh, I think Elijah was speaking. Go ahead.
No, I just said they always leave when the point is like right there. It's like they're working backwards from a conclusion, but unbeknownst to us, and they don't like when we get them off track because obviously what they're saying is true. So it's like when they get to the portion of the conversation where it's way beyond them proving a point, they're out of it.
Well, there's also a phenomenon called near field and far field diffraction, right? So the light that's in the near field doesn't have the same amount of splayed propagation angles in the same manner as light that's coming in from the far field. And so the image is being compiled at the lens, or the light's being redirected at the lens and compiled on the sensor, right? And the light that's coming from far away has entirely different types of aspects to it than light that's near up. And it's dramatically affected in different ways depending on the lenses that you use. So like he had no scrutiny in this whatsoever. He didn't know what he was talking about. He just was basically saying it appears to me. And I offered him a rebuttal, it appears to me. So it was basically he said, she said. But I think based on the reasons I provided, that my reasons were more sound to my conclusions than his. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Are you into the pocket athletics theory stuff? Because I leave that to the teenagers. The teenagers, got it. Baby girl.
Oh, rats. Now we can't eavesdrop on Elijah's personal conversation since he muted himself. Now we're going to be bored.
All I do is say smushy love you stuff.
I can throw some gasoline, AI. I heard you talking about the picture of that curve from the picture, and that how you were saying it's more plausible that you were right than the other person was right. But when you said that the blackness of space and then the the visible curve of the Earth is not a example of the Earth curve. I just want to know, what is it then if it's not that?
A complex term created by the lens.
So what does a complex curve do if it just goes on if it just keeps going? Keeps curving.
In the side chat, I overlaid a picture. I use Pixlr. It's like a free web-based kind of Photoshop type app, photo editor. And I just made a circle shape, pinned it to a fixed ratio, so it was the same height as width. I had to make it really big, but that's about what I got.
Did you make it the size
I'm not
of
sure. They post. Yeah, I agree, Yoder. I was just doing something really quick ad hoc, like anecdotally, but I wasn't presenting it as proof of anything.
Did you use the metrics of the Earth when you did that? Or did you just do some arbitrary?
Yeah, I agree. You also would need the distortion grid of the camera.
Okay. I guess it's called suck my dick then. Sure.
Why did you? Oh, crap!
All right, don't be getting the genital references.
I dare you. I dare you ask why. I dare you. Go ahead, punk. Make my day. Clearly, if he heard the general reference, that dude heard me speaking to him. But anyway, seeing as that he was trying to respond to AI, I guess I'll let him do that.
Well, this would be at least an attempt at the appropriate rebuttal, right? Because me and the other kid were basically saying it looks like to me, and I had some rationale, right? And so at least attempting to put a single arc curve, right, so it has a consistent arc against it, would at least plausibly debunk my perception that it's a complex curve, right? Now, obviously, I didn't do it. I didn't scrutinize it, so I'll probably try to do it myself later. But that would be the appropriate rebuttal from that previous guest. But he didn't offer anything like that. He was talking about the rocket appearing to not be, appearing to be straight. Which I was going to tell him, hey, use the line tool. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, and I didn't do this as like as like a gotcha or anything. It was just I just did it real quick in Pixlr, and but I had to make the circle really, really big in order for the curve to line and it doesn't even perfectly line up. You can see atmosphere above it, but I kind of left that there as a reference point. I actually should have took away the grid over the photo, and maybe lower the transparency some.
Okay.
But
what's the radius of the circle that you ended up with? What's the value of the radius of the circle?
Just as far as pixel size, it's 6,400 pixels compared to the picture, which is 19.
You don't know how big the circle is that you had to create?
Yeah, I'm looking at the pixel of the size of the circle is bigger than the picture, so it's 6,453 pixels.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter anyway.
The picture is about 1450 by 822. So
okay,
yeah, it doesn't
so I need to set mine. What did you say? 6,000?
400, 6,400.
Okay, so let's just say 6,500. And what is the other one is 1,500. So what's the percentage of 1,500? Yeah, cool. Just let me do some math, man. Let me do some math out loud, okay? Quit picking on me for my disability. Okay? Thank you. So let's see. So 6,500. So 1,500 out of 6,500 is 1/3, correct? Right? Or am I wrong? I think I'm right. 15 equals 3. No, 1/5. 1/5.
Well,
right?
I use Pixlr, so there might be some zoom.
Dude, who cares? We're trying, we're trying to do simple math here, and you're ruining my flow.
Sorry, I thought you were asking me, not thinking out.
How much percent is 1,500 out of 6,500?
Your mom.
25%, almost exactly. Or it is exactly
25 or 1/5.
15 times 4 is 60. Okay, yeah, so it's close. It's roughly
so 1/5. Right. Yes. So this, we can all agree that this rocket is less than the height of the claim of the ISS, right?
Yeah, the altitude shown is 56 kilometers.
Right. So the actual claim of the height of the ISS and its vantage point to the horizon would only be 3% of the Earth's surface. And if you did it 360 degrees around, you're looking at a certain percent, right? So you'd be asking me to believe that something much lower than the ISS is seeing 1/5 of the circumference of the Earth's curvature. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't think that tracks, because you can take circles of any size, and if you zoom in far enough on one of the circles, the lines, the arcs will match up regardless of the size of each, at least for a certain amount. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so we'd have to cross-reference the land that's being seen.
Right, yeah. Which at 56 miles, you can get a rough idea of using an Earth curve calculator, because you're not going to have that, like, refraction is not going to be an issue here for the most part. So you could just do the geometric horizon.
This is nothing.
At 56 kilometers. But I don't really watching the video. I don't really get a good eye on it.
Right. So let me ask this question.
Marks.
So then let me ask you this question. If the globe, man, Elijah.
Okay. Shit. Y'all can hear me when I'm hot mic.
Quit love talk. Quit your romance.
I'm making rice with my baby.
That's how mics work, man.
I'm making rice.
All right. Have a date night. Have a date night.
Curry chicken. All right, I'm going on mute.
All right, so, oh man, I forgot. Dang it. Oh, so if you're on top of a ball and you're looking out to the curve of the ball, right? And you're below a certain altitude, then all points on that ball to the tangent intersection are at the same elevation, being a drop angle from your position, and all points are at the same distance. So if they're all at the same distance and at the same drop angle, how would we be looking at a curve here? And keep in mind that if you keep tracking left to right, that curve should keep falling down and away from its same vantage point. But you'll find that if it rotates its image, that the apex of the curve that you're apparently witnessing will always maintain the center of the frame if it's looking out towards the ground, right? So how could that possibly be a curve of the actual Earth and not an optical curve?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think it's a common mistake when globe earthers try to use anything to do with spacecraft, rockets, or anything to try to offer it as proof, because there's so much we would have to look at. Like, granted, you can imagine that at a certain distance, looking like towards the Earth, if the Earth were a globe as big as they say it is, regardless of that distance, if you're but at a significant elevation, like in this case, 56 kilometers, you would expect to see a circle, and then you could take that circle and superimpose it on any circle of any size by just zooming it in and out. Because at some point, you can line up if it is a circle, or at least a portion of a circle, you can line it up with any other circle just by adjusting the size of either thing you're
right. But that adjusted size, but that adjusted size would then have a radius, right? And you could then take the alleged height of the object from the surface with that radius, and then it would be above a certain type of radius, and you would corroborate that with the land masses, in theory.
Yeah.
So in other words, the impression that I'm getting. See, here's my point, friend. When I was telling you about the horizon is equidistant and at the same drop angle, 360 degrees around you, that relationship doesn't change until you are a particular distance away from the surface of the ball. And I'm telling you that this rocket is not far enough away for those relationships to change. The ISS isn't even far enough away. So I can already tell you, based on facts and math I've already previously looked at, that anything below the ISS isn't seeing any curvature of the Earth.
There's I think there's been some like amateur rocketry people who've taken.
Well, I think you can kind of diagram it, right, in like a 3D model, and you can see and just do the geometry and go, okay, if you're this far away from the Earth, how much, and if the Earth is as big as it's claimed to be, how much of the Earth should you see, right? And if you're just looking, like, if we had a panorama of what that person at that particular elevation could see, it would be a circle where their line of sight would eventually not touch the Earth anymore on the sides, right? It would just go off into, infinity into space, right?
Right. But if you maintain your attitude and do nothing but rotate,
right,
the curve will continue to fall down and away. But on these high altitude footages where the object is anywhere near level and just rotating, the apex of the arc of the curve always maintains in the center of the frame, and the sides are falling away only on the edges. They don't just keep continuing to fall away. So now, if that was happening, dude, the only thing that you could surmise from that is some kind of dog toy bumpy Earth. That makes no sense, dude. So, for example, in the words of our immortal Glober caddy, who may or may not have passed away since we knew him last, because it's been a long time since we heard from him, and he was an older man. He said, look at the horizon. If it's curved on the left and the right, turn to the right. Did the portion that's in the center of your view drop? No. In fact, if you turn 360 degrees around, it's right back where it started from. How could it possibly have curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon can curve is nuts.
How do you like move from one side of
Well, it would be like the amount that it would be curving away from you, depending on the height. I think would be. I'd have to look at the figures because the angle of difference, the angle of attack, I think is what I'm referring to. The angle of attack of like the light paths from each point of what you're seeing into your eyes would be very small. And then the distance that
the angle of attack,
that
let's
particular
check this
light.
out, brother. The angle of attack to the horizon is the same. It's the same distance and the same angle, 360 degrees around you. Until you get a certain distance away from the ball that you're looking at, and then the distances to those points have physically lengthened or shortened. When you're at a certain range, all of those lengths are identical. There's no variable information at all.
So that shit is sick. You don't like the sun? I like the sun.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
a gradual change, right? Like as you get higher, it goes from looking from like a small amount of curve to until you see the whole sphere.
No,
dude. There's no difference, dude. If you're looking at a straight line, right? It's a straight line. If you're looking at a curved line in which all the light is coming into you at the same distance and the same drop angle, no matter where it is in your field of view, then all of that information is coming in equivalently. It's going to look like a straight line.
Do you think that this
You shouldn't be seeing any curvature.
if you had like in a video game if you model what it looks like if you're standing on a large ball in a video game and you get higher and higher, that we could see what we would expect to see.
Yeah, well, that may be, but the problem is that video games don't actually render projective geometry the same way that actual physical objects with lenses do.
What about like if it's
so they have their limits?
If it's
ray tracing doesn't do anything. Doesn't change any of those relationships.
But ray tracing is a pretty accurate way of modeling like how our sight works, like how we see things.
Okay, so do you have them? Look, the point is, granted what you're saying, in reality, you'll never model what they're looking at. I mean, because to model what they're looking at based on the math would be a circle with no drop, 360 degrees around, all the way up to the ISS and further.
So
what distance? I don't know at the moment because I don't remember, but it's definitely more than 250 miles.
Well, it's just good. And to reiterate his point, when you take a circle and you put it horizontally to you, right? If that's the extent of what you can see, being the horizon, right? Then that is the same distance and the same drop angle in the entirety of your field of view. There's no differential in the information. So when you look to the left, it's not a different distance. So there's no different distance that can be rendered. When you look to the right, it's not a different drop angle. So there's no different drop angle that can be rendered. It's the same, no matter which portion of your field of view you're talking about. So how in the world is there differential information that can be rendered?
It's hard I'm having trouble like visualizing this, but if we were able to make a simulation where you're on a sphere, you can change the size of it, you can change how far away from it.
There is a simulation like that.
What is that?
There is a simulation like that.
Right. Could look at it?
However, it drops on the y-axis, not the x.
Can I see? I don't know what this simulation is. If it's something that I could just like look at.
Do you think it matters? You have an AI. I'm asking AI. Is what I'm saying relevant? Do you remember the video that was spliced with Neil deGrasse Tyson's and Felix Baumgartner's jump? where the guy is basically, you know what? I'll just get the clip.
Yeah, because I was about to say, yeah, I remember, but I couldn't possibly know where to begin to look for it.
We could. I mean, I could make one. I could make one where we.
Yeah, I agree. You can make one where you think it's accurately modeling vision, but I guarantee you won't have a functional lens in the software, and you won't have an inverted focal plane, or I think it's called a pressure plane, or whatever the heck those things are called. You won't have any of that in your model at all. You're going to have you're going to have a projective pression or something. It's some weird term. You're going to have a projective geometry system that essentially is similar to 1-point perspective.
Yeah.
Right. In a projective geometry. That's what you're going to have. That's what you're going to have. But guess what, friend? That's not how optics work.
How so? Like if you're using like a ray traced. So if you're ray tracing, doing I mean, in video games, so like perspective, even just like in Minecraft, you can see perspective effects in Minecraft perfectly fine. Like, what is it about? Like, if you look at a screenshot of Minecraft, you can see the perspective effects, like the lines of blocks converge and stuff. What are we missing? What would like Minecraft, for example, be missing about the way we would expect like a camera to take a picture?
Oh, because actual light interferes with itself. Simulated light passes right through itself because it's just like clipping through a wall. So that's at least one reason why what you're looking at now. See, don't get me wrong. 1-point perspective simulates an accurate representation of the world, but it's not actually how images are created in optics.
Right.
Remember, the perspective was created. Perspective was created to look at the 3D world and try to mimic it on a 2D plane, right?
Right. But if we're using, if we could use a, so I guess all these effects that you're talking about, like the, to try to mimic a camera, I don't see them having such a large impact. I mean, and like talking about like light interfering with itself, I just don't see them having such a large effect on the resulting image that we couldn't use it to simulate.
Yeah. Like for example, what program has a near field and far field diffraction rate congruent with Fraunhofer and Fresnel diffraction?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't. I think
none of them do. None of them do.
But how much?
No model of graphical representation accurately models the physics of how light actually reaches your eye and is rendered into an image, or any camera for that matter.
If we're looking for like a good enough here, like
no, we're not
good enough to represent, just how a sphere, how we see how a sphere, if you take a photo of a sphere from some distance, what it would look like. And these effects that you're talking about, they would affect, at a minuscule level what the,
Well, let me ask this question, friend. Let me ask this question. You're looking out over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So just imagine a rectangle like a photo. You don't have to imagine your actual vision, because using it as a rectangle slice of your vision is more helpful. So you're looking out at the horizon, and it appears to you that the center of your field of view, the color of the horizon is higher than it is on the far right and the far left. Okay, that's what it looks like to you. Now, then you go to the claim that you're on a ball. The ball's claim about the horizon is that it's the leading edge of a ball. And that means that there's an intersection point of your vision. You could just imagine it as a red line, like a laser line out, and that intersects the ball at some point. That would be a tangent line intersection point. Now, in the center of your vision, it appears that point is higher than the one on the left and the one on the right. But according to the model that the Earth is a ball, the distance and the angle to the center of your vision, which appears higher, is the exact same distance and the exact same drop angle as every other point of the horizon, all the way out to the left and all the way out to the right. So if it's at the center of your vision in the center, and it's lower in the right-hand side, but the information is the exact same angle and the exact same distance, how is it rendering lower on the extreme right and the extreme left? How?
I'm having trouble. I gotta admit, I'm having trouble following. But I probably maybe I should just try to make one so I can picture it for myself.
Well, let me make it more simple. If something's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees. If something else is 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees. Right? So if it's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, and this one's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, and this one's 5 miles away and dropped 3 degrees, then why does one of them appear higher than the other two when they're all in the exact same physical location relative to you, radially?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So
just to summarize that point, it was actually flat earthers who said that you should see curvature on the x-axis, and globers who said, "Hey, that's retarded because insert what AI just said." So this is actually a glober's rebuttal to flat earthers prior to 2016.
So let's get back to, so we have an image. So let's say, and we have an image from some rocket that globers are claiming that it shows the Earth curving. If I make a simulation and I put the camera at the height that the rocket claimed to be at, I think that we would see the same thing the camera saw at that height. So maybe here, if you can do this visual. So you're looking at a ball from really far away, and you can see the whole thing, the curve of the whole thing within the frame of the camera or the video game or whatever, such that, okay, maybe 90% of the ball is in frame, but there's some that's outside the frame, but you can pretty much still see the whole thing curving around. As you get closer and closer, you have to move your camera so that you see the edge, so that the edge of the ball, but it's still really curved. And then as you get closer and closer to the ball, that curve gets less and less perceptible. There's because the circle that the ball represents in your view is getting larger and larger.
Is the image you're going to create have no identifiable land masses as well?
Let him finish.
It could potentially. You could throw an image of what the globe Earth should look like, and just in terms of land masses, and maybe that could be used to help. But the curve, I think the curve itself, seeing the curve on the image, the curve of the Earth on the image would be plenty for me to think, okay, what the only explanation for that would be that the Earth is curving. And there are images. There are plenty of images of even just like amateur rocket people who take videos and pictures from high altitude where they see that curve.
Can you summarize your point in in a couple of sentences?
We have pictures taken from high altitude that show curve, and there's nothing and we would expect to see that amount of curve given the altitude that they claim in those images.
But the curvature is not the curve of the Earth.
What else could cause that curve?
Well, it's not you asking me to validate your point. Again,
okay, I see. What we're
talking about again, even from the height of the ISS, you just see a circle. So again, you're saying, well, we will take that information of all distances to the horizon being equal, aka a circle, and somehow I'm going to affirm the consequent within that, because I'm going to expect to see X amount of curvature. Thus, I see this curvature. And so that is the curvature that I expect to see on a globe, because that's the curvature of a globe. No, that's just you affirming the consequent based on information that you know isn't actually a justifiable claim on its own that the horizon is Earth curve. As a standalone, that's not the truth. That's what we're trying to figure out.
What's convincing? I'll just explain like what's convincing to me about it is we have this model that the Earth is a globe, and we can make predictions. You can make a prediction about, okay, if you're looking at if you take a picture of the Earth from some altitude, this is what it will look like. And in all instances I've seen, when from these high altitude photographs, the prediction made by the Earth model matches what we see in these photos, and that's
But again, I don't know what you mean by that, because according to the size of the globe, geometrically speaking, again, even if you were at the height of the ISS, the horizon isn't changing. There's
from
no curve.
Can you repeat?
Why don't you present what you think is a picture or something?
Let's see.
Along with the altitude, and then we'll go from there.
Highest amateur rocket.
He said all of them.
Let's see.
There is video from 1946 and 1944 where they sent the V2 rocket into space.
There's this guy. I saw this video not too long ago. His name is Kip Daugerdas. Yeah, if you look up, it should be the first thing that pops up. KIP Kip Daugerdas. I don't know if I have where the text channel is. Here. And he launched something up to 56 miles above the Earth. The camera is rotating because so you get several good images. It's a video. You get several good images where you can see the horizon at that height, and it looks curved.
Any identifiable land masses?
Well, I understand that it looks curved, but that's still not the horizon.
I think I saw someone else where I looked for the Walter Bislin calculator, because that you could see the expected curve from that, but I think his sight is down.
No, we have a guy by the name of Paul Larson, planetarium director, who did the math with his colleagues, and again pointed out that even at the height of the ISS, the horizon would not appear curved. Now, that is, I don't know if he said that before or after Neil deGrasse Tyson also said the same thing.
I mean, I don't
So
care.
I don't know what math you're talking about, but the math that they're talking about is suggesting otherwise.
Not
only that, but we have high altitude footage as well. We have high altitude footage as well, and there's no curvature.
What maybe I could see an example. What I could look up something.
1 second.
Is there an example of like a high altitude photo I could see?
1 second.
Sorry. I really should. I should make like a little simulation to see this, because where you can like change the FOV of the camera and stuff to simulate what you could see. I'm sad that Walter Bislin, because his you can change the FOV and stuff, but his site is down. I'm sad.
You know what's unique about the human eye versus other optical platforms?
What?
You got to guess first, man. This is no fun for me to just give you the answer.
I mean, a lot. I assume. I mean, there's a lot different, but I don't know what you're.
Right, I'll tell you the answer. I'll tell you the answer that I'm trying to get at. A curved sensor. A curved sensor.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So if the horizontal information is coming at you in your entire field of view at the same drop angle and the same distance, and it's passing through the lens, being flipped on the focal plane, and then those inverted angles are then cast on a curved sensor, they're going to then be at the reciprocal angles, right, that they came in at, which means they're going to be the same angle and the same distance. So tracing that on the back of your sensor would be on one axis a curved line and on the other axis a straight line. And the axis that it's actually hitting your sensory receptors, your rods and cones, would be a straight axis. So it would be straight. Where's the curve coming from?
Crazy thing about him is that you think this is like.
If I look at an object in Minecraft or something in a video game, and there's a cube or a sphere somewhere on the screen, or even just looking at a picture, right? The picture okay, we're talking about simulation here, and like if we can simulate. If I placed a sphere at the same distance that the video game is simulating it is, at least the shape of it that I'm seeing, it's what I would expect to see if I was seeing it in real life. I just don't see why
That's a different angle, though. Look. If you're looking at a sphere from a sideways angle, far enough away, then the apex of the arc compared to the apex of the arcs laterally would actually be a functionally different distance. It'd be longer to one than the other, because a diagonal distance. Okay, so imagine a straight line out at some distance, right? The center point is going to be a straight line. That's one distance. And diagonal is further, correct? We all know that. But when it comes to a curve, because a curve is curving, it meets the diagonal distance at the exact same distance as the straight line distance in the center. So there's no difference. So in one way of looking at a ball, when you're far enough away from it, there actually is a functionally different distance. And if you're close enough to it, there is no functionally different distance. The horizon, the tangent line to the horizon, is equidistant around you and at the same drop angle. So I haven't heard anyone explain to me why there's any differential information to be rendered as a curve.
I think that what could be convincing here is because I'm having trouble visualizing this. I think I will try to make something like this and to share like just a website.
I did share the video.
What could be convincing to me?
I did share the video that I said that I would. Hello. I did share the video, both of the high altitude and the video where the horizon drops. Now they do have the horizon appearing to be curved, but I don't know about that. But I mean, have you checked those two things out, or is this just a one-way conversation? It's
So
like,
I just found the chat. I hadn't seen the chat. So
all right, well, let's have a two-way conversation where it's
Yeah.
like you're trying to get what we're saying because you're saying things, and if we're trying to meet in the middle, then what I'm saying is relevant to your end goal, right? Like if we're talking about the same thing, if we're trying to get to the same conclusion, then you got to look at the stuff we're talking about.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chat here. So, let's see.
What do you say about the rice cake?
Is this the Christopher Farms or no? This is higher than that. The Flat Earth Addict one.
Yeah.
I'll load that one up and see what we got here. Okay, and how high? 121,000 feet. Okay, so 22 miles. Yeah, I wish I could see. I want to see. Let me compare. So I want to see like what the expected curve from the curve calculator would look like. But in lieu of that, maybe I can just I can compare the same height to what we saw in my video, the video that I wanted.
Yeah, I understand why you would want to do that.
Because I think that he shows the height as it's progressing. Let me find it. So 22 miles I'm looking for. This is 121,000. So they do look different. So I mean, both of these videos are claiming to be so. Like in the Kip Daugerdas video, and he used a rectilinear camera lens. The video that he's showing is you can see a visible curve at 150,000 feet, much more so than the curve seen on this one. It actually kind of looks like a negative curve even on in the video you posted. So I mean, either one of them is lying about the lens they're using, or one of them just produced a video from scratch, or one of them is giving a different height than the height that they are showing. Yeah, it almost looks like
the raw footage isn't available anymore because in the link that Big Daddy Flurf that Eli posted, it does in the description, it shows the links to like the raw footage, but the video is not available anymore. But if you search for like Little Piggy high altitude balloon, you can find other clips from the original, but there's not that many. The original raw footage isn't available anymore, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Unless someone has it, like maybe the Flat Earth Discord might have the original.
Yeah, most likely, because we make a habit of saving things because they like to delete a lot of shit. So
yeah, I would want to see more more footage from
Well,
this.
again, like the overarching point is, again, even at 200 out, even at 250 miles, the horizon would appear 360 degrees is a circle. Like that's
It would depend. I guess it would depend on your field of view, the field of view of the camera.
well, no, just as you as a person. Forget a camera. Just in general, based on the size of the Earth, you looking at the Earth from 250 miles, they claim the horizon would basically be flat. That's the point AI has been. That's the point AI has been trying. That's the point AI has been trying to make to you. So if we're arguing that a camera may have it appear to look otherwise, I don't see how that's really relevant.
At 250 miles, yeah, I would definitely. I mean, I feel like curve could definitely be visible. I think I will try to make.
I know that's what you're saying. I know that's what you're saying, but the rebuttal I've given you, you have to actually engage with
Can you
in order to. Oh, it would look flat based on the math. If you want the math, I can dig that out.
What would look flat?
The horizon.
The horizon would look flat at what altitude?
250 miles.
The horizon of like the globe.
The horizon. Yes, the horizon would look flat.
The horizon would look flat. That does not match what.
I know that's what you're saying. So with my rebuttal, you have to actually engage it to say, okay, that's incorrect. Because ultimately, you're saying one thing, I'm saying another thing.
Right. Okay.
And if we're getting to the same conclusion for whatever reason, you're not addressing the rebuttal. You're just dismissing it.
To summarize your claim, you're saying that under the globe model, the horizon, the surface of the Earth should look flat at 250 miles up.
Mm-hmm. The horizon, yes.
Well, this is where we get into this.
I know, and then you say, well, I don't think that. And then you say, I don't think that's true. And then you go into your spiel about how what you think you can do is going to match what you would expect to see, which I've already called an affirming the consequent. But moving that aside, you're still not. It's like you're not actually engaging with the rebuttal. That's what you're not doing. You're not engaging with it. You're just dismissing it.
Right. So the one distinction that maybe we're going to get tripped up on is there's the visual horizon, which is like an optical effect, and the globers are what we say is the horizon, which is just the Earth as it is visible, like the surface of the Earth as it's visible. Which one
it would look again? Neil deGrasse Tyson was clear. It would look flat. That is visible. That's what we're talking. It would look. I don't know what part of what I'm saying you're not understanding, but you have to actually engage. You have to engage instead of hand wave dismissing it by saying, I just don't agree. You have to actually look into what I'm saying and see whether the rebuttal is relevant or it's not actually applying to what you're trying to say. You can't just say it's not applying to what you're trying to say when it is. So in order to tell me, hey, actually your point doesn't make sense because X, Y, Z, that's what you have to actually do.
I'm going to do some quick math here. So at 250 miles, that's like more than 400,000 meters up. And let's make our field of view like 60 to make sense. So 250 miles. Let's see. Let me just see that as a fraction of the size of the Earth in the globe model.
Yeah, it would be 3%.
3%. $250 miles.
Yep, 3%.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm looking at a little just a simulation. I need to, and I'm seeing curve on the simulation. Obviously, I don't have it published anywhere, but I guess I would need to provide some math for why I think at 250 miles up we should see curvature, but I would need to publish that. I think I will. I will make a website though, to see what curve we expect at different heights. Because I think this is something I don't know where Neil deGrasse Tyson said this, but if he did, then I think he's wrong. Obviously, but. Yeah, what would we?
Well, why don't you just go back to when the astronauts claimed to have photographed the Earth on their way to the moon?
Because I don't think it would be an effective argument for you guys.
No, but it would be for you.
But yes, because
it would be the answer for what you're searching for.
I mean, I don't think that would be an effective for this argument because you don't believe.
So you don't. So it sounds like you don't even have any confidence in it either.
I mean,
you believe that that's what they. Are you not believing that they're presenting an actual image on the way to the moon?
I do believe that, but if I'm
okay, then use that globe to use that globe there from the height they supposedly were at.
I don't think that you guys are believing.
Yeah, well, maybe through the process you'll cross the line and realize that it isn't what they've presented it to be. You're looking for you're wondering what is the globe supposed to look like from space? What kind of curvature are we supposed to see? We'll go to the horse's mouth.
Hold on, old house. So, I just went into Perplexity AI to find me what I don't have the time to find. So, Earth curvature over large distances at 250 miles. The Earth's surface drops by around 5 miles, or 26,669 feet due to curvature. This means that distant objects at ground level would be hidden behind the horizon, but the visible horizon itself will still look flat without a wide enough view to resolve the curve. To see the curve as a line bending away, you would need a vantage point with a panoramic high-altitude view over hundreds of miles. Visibility in proportion of the Earth. Covering 3% of the Earth's surface area in one view is theoretically possible only at extremely high altitudes, not from the ground level. Even at 250 miles, the horizon appears flat to the naked eye, unless using instruments or photography spanning a wide angle. Now that second part right there, I would contend, but that's in conclusion. Although 250 miles encompasses a significant fraction of the Earth's curvature, the horizon will generally appear flat to a human observer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to disagree with Perplexity on that. I don't know what the prompt you prompted it with, but.
Well, I know, because again, you're saying I'm going to disagree, but what you're not doing is asking to see the map. which is what I keep trying to prompt you to do, because I asked you to engage with why my rebuttal is relevant or not. And you just keep dismissing it. So now when I read Perplexity AI, you're just like, well, I just don't agree with that. You've been saying that to me for about 40.
You're right. I can see that I don't. I need to think about what this math. That's what I'm trying to do right
Hey,
now.
no,
So
you need to just ask for it. It's weird.
Well,
that you
yeah. What
just
is? I mean, yeah, what is the math that? Because if I'm, I think that probably what we're looking for is like a cone. So you have a sphere, and then you have a point at some point in space near the sphere, and then there's a cone that is defined by the point, which is the camera position, and then the where it is tangent to the sphere, and the size of that circle that where the cone is tangent to the sphere. That's what would be the horizon. That's what we'd have to derive it from. But I admit that I still need to figure out that math for myself. So.
Fair enough. As close as the concession as we're going to get, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna hop off, but if my ADHD doesn't drop this topic, then maybe at some point tomorrow I'll have some actual math to discuss.
All right, we'll be here waiting with
I'll
it.
come back tomorrow and be like, all right, guys, I'm flat now. We'll see. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this isn't a flat Earth argument. It's actually a globe Earth argument. I told you that from the beginning, that the horizon would appear flat. So saith the globe Earth that argue against the flat Earth. So I don't understand how this would be a proof of the Earth being flat to you when it's actually supposedly still an explanation under there being a globe. But good luck to you. Ow, you didn't give me any. I'll be wrong if I beat you up. Get out of here.
Elijah.
What?
Okay, Star Trek. In Star Trek, they would arrive at a planet. They would put the planet on screen on the viewer. The planet would look like the classic curve up in the top left, and then the curve is going down towards the right side of the view screen that they're all looking at. Now, if the Enterprise, while looking at the planet from that vantage point, did a 360-degree rotation on the same plane, it would be facing, a 180-degree rotation. It would be facing away from the planet, and it wouldn't be able to see the planet. Make sense?
Say that one more time.
Be looking out into the. Okay, it's looking towards the planet. The curve of the planet in the view screen is, you have a rectangular view screen. The left side of the view screen has a lot of the planet in it, and then it starts to curve down towards the right side of the view screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at a portion of a curve. Now, if the Enterprise maintains its orientation and rotates 180 degrees, it'd be looking away from the planet into the blackness of space, right?
Well,
right. So you have to be in that type of position to be able to see the curve, have it like an oblique slant in your field of view. If you're looking directly at just the horizon and rotating 360 degrees, it's going to trace the exact same line in your entire vision. Now, when you're on the surface and you're looking out and you're seeing this alleged, peak of an arc in the center of your vision, and then you're seeing a downwards, what appears to you to be a downwards curve to the left and right, and you do a 360 degrees, and the apex of that arc is in the center of your vision the entire time, and the drop angle and the drop distance is the same, 360 degrees around. That makes literally 0 sense. Hold on, let me get the quote from Caddy, bro. And you read this quote from Caddy, man, it makes perfect sense. Give me a second. I have it saved in our main server right here. It's called Memes Horizon in the bot. In fact, I'm going to save it so I don't lose it. All right, so let me come back to the chat here.
It was so good. I'm not from trip. Too good to trip. Mm-hmm.
All right, here it is, friends. Read this. Okay, I'll read it out loud. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up exactly where it started. How could it have possibly curved down? Anyone who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve is nuts. Now, this guy was a glober, by the way.
I mean, you did just say turn around and 360 degrees. Those are all points of roundness and curvature.
Well, that would be from the perspective of like standing on the surface, right?
Yeah, but not only standing on the surface, because even if you get away from the surface, the relationship of the drop angle and the distance to the horizon maintains itself until you get to a very large distance away from the surface, which could be expressed as a fraction of the radius, which I can't remember the exact number. But so the guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul Larson and other people who were saying, it's like, these high altitude things, like from their vantage point, they're not looking at the Earth from an oblique angle. They're looking at it from as if they're in the center of a circle, looking out and acquiring a tangent to the horizon, which is the same drop angle and the same distance, 360 degrees around. There's no differential in the information. And so when you read what I posted from Caddy, he said it right there. He said, listen, you're turning around 360 degrees. The Earth is in your field of view the entire time. How is the horizon curving? It makes 0 sense.
I covered everything. You what? I covered everything.
Tell us how she played. You know how she played. Where's the bottle?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was so good. You know how you eat and you look at it? So I know I didn't because I was
Not better than mine.
I just thought it was fish. So I was like, so I know I was not.
Hey, you said mine was the best.
Whatever. Yo, man, this curry chicken, bruh. You gotta come over, man. I'm in Midtown.
Now, some people listen. Check this out. Here's a cool physical test in the real world that was done. So what he did is he took a drone. He went to a water tower, and the water tower thing was actually in the shape of a sphere, or it might have been a tank. I can't remember exactly, but it was some kind of large structure, right? That was in the shape of a sphere. He put on it a drone, and then he raised the drone off of it. Okay, and he videotaped what he saw. And from the drone's perspective, after it got to a certain distance, it did seem like it was seeing a curvature in the left and right of its field of view. Now, the problem is that you can't analogize that to the things that are a little bit off the surface of the Earth, because the scale of the drone compared to that arc was massive. That would mean higher than the ISS with a lens bigger than a city, right? So basically, he was proving that until you get higher than the ISS, you're not seeing any curve.
I don't know how they don't understand this point. You know what's wrong with it? Like, so they've tried to pay attention. All of the points that we have are points that they would like to red herring away from. Um, this being one of them, because it's like, what's wrong with agreeing that you will never, ever, ever see the curvature of the Earth? What's wrong with that? I mean, that doesn't mean it's not a globe, right? It's seeing curvature was never, um, you know, uh, what's the word? Seeing curvature was never the 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 proof that the Earth was a sphere, like ever, like because we never expected to see it. I don't think they can accept that. They're like, no, I mean, if at least what NASA's showing me, obviously the ISS, like, no, we have this. You can't take this away from us. This is the Earth being spherical looking. They can't accept the fact that that's just not true. Isn't that funny? They can't accept. Well, you know what? Fair enough. It's a globe, and we never see it. How sad is that? That's kind of sad. Uh, I put it inside the oven. Get out of here. Should have got a dog if he was gonna act like one. Dang. Harrison?
I'm here, but I'm busy.
Okay.
I can listen, but I can't really engage.
Yeah, actually, see that screenshot, Harrison. That's a perfect example of if you were far enough away to see the actual Earth's curvature. If you were to do 360 degrees on that, it wouldn't look like the gift that Hell's Angels posted before that. Exactly. That's AI's point right there. You go 360 degrees on that screenshot at 4 minutes past the hour, the apex of the arc is not going to remain in the same place.
That would be Oh, excuse me. What I missed? Yeah, so in conclusion, the Earth is flat. So let it be written, so let it be done. Silence is acquiescence. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
I object.
Oh, man, you didn't get it in fast enough, dude. I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't want to talk over you.
Oh, so hold on. You're saying I should give 3 seconds for rebuttals? All right. 3 seconds.
No, I said it immediately after you ended your sentence.
Yeah. So that was within the 3 seconds. So we'll retroactively allow it. Go ahead.
Well, that's not the only conclusion. You can make lots of other conclusions. So it's your fault. You had multiple false premises.
I don't have any premises.
Right. That's my point. They're all everything that you just said is just false. Because you don't have any actual valid premises.
What if I said I know the Earth is flat because we already know the Earth is flat?
That's a circular argument.
Really? So what if I said, can you prove an airplane is rotating as it travels over a globe? And someone says no, and then I go, well, how do you know it's rotating over a globe? And they say, well, because I already know it's a globe. Wouldn't that be circular as well?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What?
Wow. Double standards much?
Well,
plane
did you
rotates,
mean you wouldn't make that argument? Did you mean you wouldn't make that argument, or you wouldn't say that that was a double standard?
Well, no, I would refer to the evidence that the plane does rotate over 0.06 degrees per mile.
Oh, really? Where's that recorded?
In the telemetry data, the altitude data, all the evidence.
Really? Where? Can you provide that for me? Because I've been told that doesn't exist.
So you've been told. So whoever told you it doesn't exist was lying to you.
I could care less. Who cares? Now's your chance to give it to me.
Right. I just
telemetry data from an airplane that shows it's rotating.
Right, because it maintains a curved trajectory over the surface of the Earth as it flies.
Okay, yeah, but where's the data that's being recorded, like measuring that? That's what I asked for.
Right, and that's what I'm giving that to you. I'm telling you the data is in the altitude, the telemetry, the trajectories.
No, dude. I didn't say to tell me that's where it is. I said give me the data.
I don't have a data just lying around of random flights. You can just look it up. It's just a concept.
Oh, you mean like maybe the NTSB data from a flight recorder?
Right there. The Hell's Angel.
Where in there is the rotation of the plane?
Right, in the altitude. Because again, that map shows the.
What about? Okay, fair enough. What about the altitude? What about the altitude means the plane's rotating?
So, like as it flies over a curve, it's rotating along that curve.
Hey, Elijah, did you catch that? He said that I know it's flying over a curve because it's flying over a curve.
I said as it's flying over a curve, it rotates because it's on a. It's
okay. So where is that in that data?
So the data is right there. The graph itself appears flat because
which part of the data? Which part of the data shows that altitude is a curve, dude?
Oh, because when it flies over a curve, it matches that.
Right. So when it flies, so the data that doesn't show a curve is showing a curve because you already know it's flying over a curve.
No, that's not what I said. You're misconceiving. You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
No, not at all, brother.
If you wanted to see the graph, if you wanted to see the curve visually, you would need a curved graph to show the curved trajectory. You've manipulated the data. Like that graph manipulates the data because the graph is on straight lines.
How do you know it's manipulated?
So if you took the reason why you would know that it's a curve is because if you took that exact graph and then you applied it to the same exact to a curved line, then it would show the exact perfect. It would align perfectly with what the plane actually physically did, because that's where it's getting the information.
All right, so circular reasoning. So circular reasoning.
That's not circular reasoning. It's taking something that's been manipulated to look straight and if you wanted to, like I said, if you wanted to visually see the curve in the data, you would have to make the graph itself curved, and then it would match the distances and the altitudes and the trajectory. Because something that's an object flying over a curve at exactly 50,000 feet from the surface of that curve would also be curving, because if the plane went 50,000 and 1 feet above the curvature, it wouldn't be curving. It would then be going straight.
We agree with you. We agree with you that if a plane, we agree. Bro, Talon, we agree.
You have to also
Holy
curve.
fuck.
Yeah.
3 people.
That's what's
Why
circular.
did you go ahead?
I was finishing
That's
my
what's
sentence.
circular about it. Yeah, that's what's circular about it.
No, it's curved. Like, yes, like
You're sitting there
to
saying
demonstrate that something is a curve and is a circle. So the plane flying would be a circle, but I'm not making a circular argument. The actual trajectory is curved.
Hey, listen, Fred. Can I make an insensitive joke?
Hang on, Flare. I'm trying to talk to AI. I would, if one of you guys want to choose.
Well, I want to make a point to Big Daddy in the form of an insensitive joke, and I think Big Daddy will understand. Have you ever heard of a trans autist before? So where you're born perfectly normal, but you identify as an autist. All right, I retract that statement, and I will self-flagellate as punishment.
Right, like everybody's born a Glober, but then you have to grow up and get indoctrinated into flat Earth. Right?
No, that's not true at all. No. Actually, it's well known in psychological circles that children experience and express the world as if it's flat, and they're told it's a globe, and then they have a competing idea about their primary experience versus what they're told is true. So you're actually wrong, sir.
No, babies are born not having any fucking idea what they're talking about, so they wouldn't know that it's flat because they're a baby.
Never mind, dude.
So no, like you wouldn't make that such an assertion, because you wouldn't assert that a baby knows something, because they're fucking babies. They're dumb. They don't know anything.
Holy crap. Painful. So that means that I don't even, oh man. Do you realize, bro, that this one Glober said that babies can't walk when they come out of the moms, just like deers? Because babies have to adjust for the spin of the earth before they get used to being able to walk.
Coriolis. Wait, do you think that babies can walk as soon as they're born?
No, I'm saying this Glober offered us the reasons why babies can't walk is because they haven't yet adjusted for Coriolis.
Oh. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I get. That's, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about that. Wait, what? No, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's because they're big old. It's because we got big old brain heads. Our brains are too fucking big when we're babies. Our bodies haven't caught up yet.
Let me ask this question, friend. If I have altitude data, let's just use construction terms. So height data of a wall, and the height of the wall is 10 feet from the floor. Okay, the height of the wall is 10 feet from the floor, consistently along the entire distance of the wall. So the top of the wall is 10 feet. Every time you measure it to the floor, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet. Now, is that information enough for you to determine whether or not the top of the wall and the floor is curved or flat?
Based on what I think you said, I believe you would be able to assert that it's flat. So it's 10 feet from the top.
Well, technically no, because let's say I'm making a like a bridge, right? And I'm curving the floor over a gap, and then I'm going to do what we call in the biz pulling parallels. So we just pull a vertical line straight up 10 feet at the one end, and then every foot we do a 10-foot pull, and then we trace a line along those lengths, and it would end up being curved. So actually, just the altitude itself per se doesn't give you information of whether something's curved or straight. You have to understand what the baseline is, right?
But you would still be able to determine if the bridge is curved or straight because of the because you would be able to measure the distance from that surface. So bridges are notoriously curved, right? Most of the time.
Right. Sure.
And so like you would be able to if something was 10
I'd agree with you.
So if something was 10 feet above that curve for the entire length of the bridge, they whatever line that those, like if you formed a line over those 10, like the 10-foot distance from the curve, that line would also be curved. You understand that?
Correct. Right. So that's applying the standard being pulled from the benchmark, which is a known curve. But the information 10 foot from the surface of the floor isn't sufficient to tell you whether it's curved or not. Likewise, in the airplane data, you're appealing to a variable that's not in the data itself.
Well,
and then saying this data shows a curved track because I already know the Earth is a globe, which you already admitted earlier would effectively be circular reasoning. So by your own admission, you just did circular reasoning. Good job.
No, I didn't use the circular reasoning. And saying that you can't know something is just an appeal to ignorance.
Wow. Alan, you'd be fun at parties.
I'm fucking hilarious. I would throw the best parties. Back in college, we had a 15-foot beer bong because the house that I lived in was had a door to the backyard on the second floor, but no balcony. And so my buddy and I went and bought 15 feet of tube and put a 4-quart funnel on top of that bad boy. The pressure, like we had a valve on the end of it. And we learned early on that like if you opened it up all the way, the people would just get like it was just a fire hose of beer. And so little needles of beer, like their cheeks would first pop like balloons, and their cheeks would just explode. You'd just pop open, but then needles of beer would shoot out from the sides of their mouths because the pressure was so high that they just got blasted
crap,
by.
Dude. I think I understand. I think I understand where your ability to think has been changed throughout your life.
I mean, it was college. I was going to nursing school, and my buddy that the reason why we were building the 15-foot beer bong is because he had just graduated with a double degree in chemical engineering and chemistry. So that's who I was hanging out with in college. We're all Boy Scouts.
Cool.
That's why we were able to create a 15-foot beer bong with a valve on the end of it.
Yeah, I bet you he's smart enough if you ask him to tell you as a friend that you just did circular reasoning.
Well, he wouldn't do that because he's a scientist, and so he's not only a glober, but would even be able to explain better than I could why it's a globe. And
I know. That's why he would. But he would say from this output data alone, it doesn't inform you of whether or not the plane is flying for a curve.
He would not
That's
appeal to ignorance.
Information. You're right. You're right. He wouldn't. So he would not close the circle. He would not close the circle as circular reasoning. He would leave it open and say you need to prove that it's flying over a curve severally from this data. Holy crap.
He already does. That's again, you're putting words in his mouth now, but he would agree with me, not you. You're the one who's appealing to ignorance.
No, he would agree with you that the Earth is curved, but he wouldn't use it in that argument. He would say the Earth has to be proved that it's curved separately, and then you can use it in this line of reasoning.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to argue with you over a claim that you're making. You have the burden of proof to prove that. But it's an appeal to ignorance, so you won't ever prove that you can't find something out just because of this one thing.
Holy crap, dude. I swear, Talon. Sometimes I wonder about you.
I mean, I wonder about you guys constantly. I'm still wondering, like, how would you do it if you don't think it can be done in this whatever, whatever you're explaining, you would have.
No, you can't do it from that graph, dude. The graph doesn't give you that information. I didn't say it can't be done.
The graph is manipulated to make it appear flat.
No, dude. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't actually care. I don't actually care about the line on the graph, dude.
Well,
I could express. Listen, I can express on a graph a straight line as a curved set of points on a graph, but the values that are represented are what matter. So the altitude values, being the same altitude for duration of flight time, doesn't inform you that it's flying in a curve. Holy crap.
Yeah, it does, because the altitude matches the curvature at all times. If it's at 50,000 feet,
No, it could be flying upside down.
Okay, yeah, but it would be at 50,000 feet, even if it was upside down.
Well, yeah, it'd have to rotate.
Right. Well, I mean,
And that's
there's
still
more
with
than one way
respect to a
rotate.
local
We're gonna
horizontal
disagree.
plane.
But it wouldn't rotate if it's trying to just fly from point A to point B. It would go straight over the curve, and it would just rotate a little bit.
Right. So the claim that it's flying. Right. So the claim that it's flying over a curve is coming from somewhere else. That the Earth is already established as being curved, and altitude as being a distance from that curve. And so just from the data alone, and not proving that other thing severally, in order to conclude it from the data alone, you'd have to commit circular reasoning.
No, that's not circular reasoning.
Oh, yeah, it is.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's a curve because it's a curve. I'm saying the flight matches the curve, which makes a curve.
Does that mean it doesn't match flat?
Right. So altitude values that in themselves don't give any curvature information are assumed to be following a curved trajectory because I already know they're flying over a curved surface. There you go. That's what you're saying, dude.
Well, no, you're saying that that information doesn't provide evidence of curvature.
It doesn't.
Okay. How so?
Dude, I already parsed it out with you. That values don't mean necessarily a curve.
Don't necessarily mean a curve. What does that mean?
Dude, I told you with the bridge.
Well, it could. It could necessarily mean a curve.
No, it could mean a curve.
It doesn't argue
depending on the baseline.
Right. Well, the baseline would be the surface of the Earth. So dependent on whatever the surface is, it would match that surface.
Which is not present.
Where's the description? Yeah, the description of the surface of the Earth isn't in the graph, dude.
Okay, that's because you've manipulated it to be straight. So
Nobody manipulated it, dude.
You left out the curvature. Yeah, you took information from a curved trajectory and a curved.
Dude, these lines are plot points of values over time, dude. Holy crap!
That's what I'm saying.
They're not. These lines are not geometry, dude. They're plots. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if you took those plots and you put it on a curve, it would match perfectly with what the plane did, and it would match the surface of the Earth. It would match the radius of the Earth. It would match everything. You manipulated the data instead of putting it on an accurate graph, which would be a curved graph.
No, dude. You know what's crazy? Is that this is like graph 101, dude.
Right. Graphs.
Holy crap, dude. Dude, you can have all kinds of different graphical representations of data. The graphical representation isn't necessarily correlated to the physical orientation or whether it's straight or curved of the actual object. It's just plots. So the x-axis on the plot represents a value, and the y-axis on the plot represents a different value. In other words, altitude at a given time.
Hey, over fences, what about my voice?
Oh, man. I just turned gay, brother.
He's over here calling us all nasally sounding, actually, dorks.
Does it matter that the graph is a screenshot from a report? which the report was built off of raw data, which we also have access to. I mean, there's no manipulation on our part of any of this stuff.
You know what, friends? I could measure points. So I could take my 2x4 and draw tick marks on my 2x4. Pull my tape measure to those tick marks, and then plot those tick marks on a graph as a curve. Does that mean that my 2x4 is curved?
Yeah, I could take that positive 3-degree angle of attack, as shown in the pitch data here, and I could plot that on a basketball. Thereby showing at every point, at every tick, there's a plus 3-degree angle of attack perpendicular to the tangent of the ball, meeting to the center of origin of the ball.
You know what, Talon? You know why I like you? It's because you're a good sport. You're in the fight. You're getting sweaty. You're getting checked. You're getting fouled. But you're still shooting the ball up for the hoop for the hole in one. Like a good team player. Because you can't have a winning team unless you have a losing team. And if the losing team never shows up to play, nobody gets to play. So I'm happy for the losing team to be in the chat at all times.
I'm sorry, AI, I had a phone call.
Yeah, I plotted your phone call in decibels over time as a curve. Therefore, your phone call was curved.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Makes perfect sense, bro.
No, because I mean, sound is wavelengths.
Right, and waves are curved, and I could plot that on a piece of paper, and it would show a curve. And the intensity could also be plotted as a curve. Right? So that means that your phone call actually traveled across a piece of paper from left to right, and as it traveled across the piece of paper, it went up and down a curve.
But if it
So
was
your phone
parallel,
call's curved.
if it was parallel to that curve the whole time, it would appear straight on a piece of paper with a straight graph. If you were to plot those points,
correct,
and it was parallel the whole time. So the premise, so your premises are false, and also it makes it
No. My premises are that the information alone of an altitude isn't telling you that the surface is curved. That was my premise, dude.
Right. I mean, that's an asinine point. It's not relevant.
Yeah, it's translation without rotation.
It's a perfect point, Holmes.
No, it's not.
The point is that data doesn't tell you anything about whether it's a curved trajectory or not. You need extra piece of information that doesn't exist within that data, which you already agreed.
Right, but but you're arbitrarily narrowing it down to just that piece of paper, but that's not how the world works. So again, your premises are false because you're making a false.
No, I'm not. All I'm saying is that in the piece of paper, the information that the plane is traveling in a curved path doesn't exist. That's my point, dude. That doesn't mean you couldn't prove it somewhere else, but I'm just saying this piece of paper doesn't give you that information.
Okay. So what? You can use that information to apply it. You can apply that information to a curve and it would match. So you could use
Holy crap, dude.
It's just whether or not the curve is in the picture is irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. You're just making a false premise to establish something that.
But you know what, Talon? The beauty of this conversation, Talon, is that you don't have to understand what I'm saying. That's the greatest
I don't
part
think
about
anybody understands. No one understands. I don't think you don't understand what you're saying.
No, I understand what I'm saying perfectly, dude. That's how when I get a set of building plans or I'm told to do this or that, I can actually construct the thing that they asked for rather than they really wanted a straight object, but I end up giving them a curved object because I'm retarded.
Okay, that sounds like a you problem. But if they wanted you to do something curved, you would be able to, and then you wanted to have like a curve over a curve, you would use that information. That information would be useful to form a curve, and you wouldn't be retarded. You would actually be cool, smart, like global.
Right. You're correct. But if they only gave me altitudes or heights,
yeah,
that would tell me what type of curve they want those heights parallel to. So thank you. You proved my point. Good job.
Right, you would only need that. You would only need the distance between the surface and the where you want your line to be to follow the curve. So you would be able to then form the curve over the surface because the surface would be curved.
No,
when you
no, dude. I'm going into a house. No, you're wrong. Because you're assuming I'm starting from a baseline that's already curved. I'm going into a house to build it curved.
The line would
if they tell me an altitude from a baseline without telling me the arc that they want for the baseline, there's no way I can construct a curve for them. There's not enough information. I'd just be guessing.
So let me just. But the thing is if they gave you the altitude over a surface and they said only build exactly 50,000 feet over this surface, and then you went across the surface and you built everything at exactly 50,000 feet, what would the shape of that line be if the surface was a curve?
Holy crap, dude!
Yeah, well, how do you know?
See, there's the thing. Here's the claim. You played yourself again because you said, "What would it be if the surface was curved?"
Right.
So you just admitted that the 50,000 feet itself. Hold on, friends. Let me finish. You just admitted that the 50,000 value itself is not sufficient to tell you whether it's a curve or not. You have to already know if it's a curve. Thank you for playing. You lose.
No, that's actually the opposite of what I just said. I just said that you would accurately build a curve even though you didn't know what the shape of the baseline is just with that information. So if you're 50,000 feet away from a curve the whole time, you would eventually end up curving yourself because the only way to make something parallel to a curved line is to also be curved. So you wouldn't need to know what the shape of the baseline is. All you would need is the distance away from that baseline, and then you would measure away from that baseline exactly the same every time, and you would end up with a curve automatically.
Okay, even if that's true, the altitudes themselves wouldn't inform me that the surface I'm pulling from was curved. Thanks for playing again. You lose.
Well, that's a completely different thing. What do you mean the altitude themselves wouldn't say a curve? Like it would say whatever shape the being 50,000 feet away from the surface would be.
Holy crap, dude!
It's okay. You can just muddle it through with your brain for a second. See how you can.
No, dude. Listen, I'm okay. I'm okay with you coping and not understanding. It's fine with me.
I mean,
you don't have to try to gaslight us, but I don't think you are trying to gaslight us. I think you really can't. I think you really have this thought process problem. No, good now, go. Man, it's nice. Better take advantage of it.
But I did just debunk your idea.
Okay, so what I was saying is he's been begging the question the whole time. So for you to say that the graph is manipulated to look flat, like based on what information? All you're saying is, well, if it's maintaining the altitude around the curve, yeah, that's the part where you're begging the question. Unless you're actually validating that separately, and willing to do so now because you haven't done thus far.
No, I don't have to.
Begging the question is when you make an exception for a thing, but not for but nothing else gets that exception. That's what begging the question.
No, that's special pleading.
Oh, is this? What's he?
Excuse me.
Begging the question is when you need the conclusion of the argument as a premise in your argument. So it's circular reasoning, essentially.
But I don't need that conclusion.
Oh, okay,
I can come to
okay.
that conclusion with just the altitude data and the
Well,
distance.
hold on, Fred. Hold on, brother. Since Blueberry Fire is interested, let's ask him. Now, do your best to refrain from interjecting, Talon. Okay, if you can. Thank you. So, Blueberry Fire, I'm going to give you a list of heights from a surface. From the list of heights, I'm going to tell you the values. There's going to be 10 values across the list of heights. Just let me finish. Let me finish my example.
Model is the thing completely the same all the way all over, or is it different all over?
No, dude. All of your questions have to be asked after I give you the data. That's the only way to do this in the correct analogy.
To understand data, right? To understand data, I'm not going to ask questions after the data is given. I'm going to ask you to define the data before you give it.
I did. It's a list of heights.
Yeah. Okay. So in one model,
off of a surface, a list of heights off of a surface. Dude. Thanks for ruining it. Good job.
Let him finish.
No, I'm the one speaking. I get to finish. Holy fuck!
Well, but you want to tell me a thing? How long do I have to sit here before I ask the basic question that makes me understand you?
That's the whole point of this exercise.
No, the whole point is, so when you're defining things and you're talking to other people, you have to realize that they exist. So when you're going to give your explanation, right?
No, I don't, because I fucking don't, dude. All right, I'm just muting your stupid ass.
Your terms,
I'm done playing this fuck game, dude. Done playing this game.
Right?
I'm done playing this game, Holmes.
Let me see if I can compromise with you, Overlord.
No, Talon, shut up.
Sorry.
I want to see if Blueberry can come back into the convo after I explain why I did it the way I did it, so he'll understand. Okay? Give me a second here.
He left.
Good riddance. Now, the reason why I was so harsh with him is because I'm explaining something that's a piece of information that is just a particular type of data. So he only has that data to work with. You can't ask questions of a piece of paper, right? The very fact that he's asking me questions defeats the whole purpose of being able to know from the data you're given. So if you're given a piece of data, right, that says 10-foot heights and 10 locations, so 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, off of a surface. If the information doesn't tell you the shape of the surface, then from the heights alone, you can't determine the shape of the line that those plot points are going to create off of the surface. So he ruined the whole thing. So whatever. Notice how he immediately started talking about models and this and that. Like he's like completely muddying his own waters from his own experience. I guess I should have asked him not to interrupt, because Talon was actually respectful and didn't interrupt until after the fact. So let's unmute Talon.
Okay. I think I better understand your position. And what I want to say is I think the sticking point between what we're talking about with the graph is that if I understand correctly, what you mean when you say there's no data to show curvature in the graph, does that mean there's no direct information in terms of degree of rotation, of curvature, directly appearing on the graph? Is that what you're saying? Can we agree on that?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So, yes, I can compromise with you, and I'm totally fine with understanding, and I'm not trying to argue with you about whether or not there is direct numbers showing degree of rotation or the location of the plane on a surface relative, the plane relative to the surface of whatever it's flying over. In this case, we know it's the Earth because this is where planes fly. So that's where I start to come in with the idea that we can indirectly use that information to achieve a specific shape of flight and look at the trajectory of an airplane flying over a curve. And so we would have to compromise on the idea that, yes, there's no direct numbers showing a degree of rotation or any kind of degrees or, like positioning of, of like where the plane is. But then when we look at that graph, which is which is inherently flat because it's a bar or it's a line graph, we can use the angles of the airplane with its distance because flying is a very physical thing, and so that takes a lot of physics, and so the math has to be correct or the plane does not fly and the plane
She's in the
crashes.
corner looking straight up.
Right. And so we can extrapolate the information
what a meter
of what the surface of the shape is because of the math that goes into flying.
Wow.
And again, that's why I keep going back to right. So it might appear that like let me see if I can translate me saying.
All you said was if it was flying over a curved surface, I could reverse engineer the math to meet that expectation. That's all you're saying, dude.
That's
exactly where we started. That's exactly where we started.
No, that's why we're sticking. That's the sticking point because I'm trying. Let me see if I can find better words to explain what that means. So
I know what it means. You assume you're flying over a curved surface, and then you interpret the data as if you're flying over a curved surface. There you go.
Well, I don't have to assume that it's flying over a curved surface. It's flying over the surface of the Earth, which has a physical shape to it. And it's going to respond, and the plane, as it moves through time and space, it's going to be affected by that. Or, it's going to have a reason to do all those things as far as being at an angle, going fast, having wings, lifting into the air, into the atmosphere, and going higher in altitude away from the
that's fine. That's fine. Okay. But we already agreed that none of that information is in the data.
Okay. So the idea so that's like the information in the data, that's what I'm having. Like, we need better words to explain what we're talking about so we can agree on what's happening. So information in the data can mean a lot of different things. And so in the data, we have the angles of the plane, we have the speed of the plane, we have the altitude of the plane. So in the data, that data gives us information about what is happening to the plane as it flies through time and space. And in that data will be the specific shape of the surface that it's flying over.
No, there won't. No, there won't be, dude. No, there won't.
So no, in the data, it does have the shape of the surface it's flying over because of the way that
all right, let's agree. Let's agree that that's the case.
Okay.
So it has level flight. It has a track of level flight, 3 degrees above horizontal. So if I just chart out a horizontal line and go 3 degrees from a horizontal line, consistent angle of attack, then I end up with a flat surface. Good job. You played yourself.
No, the surface doesn't. So that's where. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm like super jumbled. And I heard, because I
yes, you need. Look, dude. If I take a horizontal line and I extend it on a piece of paper horizontally, right on the x-axis, and I take the angle of attack as a variance on the y-axis, that ends up being parallel to a flat surface. So this data fits flying over a flat surface, dude. Period.
Okay. Yes. So let's look. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But it has the equal ability. But it's equal ability to demonstrate a curved surface as well.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't without an additional piece of information. What is it? Go ahead.
What other information would it need? You could just take that line, put it on the curved surface, and it would match it exactly.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't take a straight line on the x-axis and put it on a curved surface and it match it exactly. What crack are you smoking, brother?
So we have to understand that just because the graph is showing the line is straight doesn't mean I can't bend that line to match a parallel curve. And so let's say take that line. So you do understand though that like just the mathematical geometry of that line can fit on a curve. So if you took like I said, if you took a curve and you gave it the perfect exact radius.
Friend, you're missing it, bro. So I got to help you out. So we just in the interest of time, because everybody else, they might want to do something else with their lives besides wait for the end of this conversation. So check this out. I just laid out for you that the plane has an angle of attack of 3 degrees above horizontal. And when you take a horizontal line, extend it out on the x-axis, which is the definition of the x-axis, by the way, horizontal versus the vertical axis, then you end up flying over a flat surface. So the only counterclaim you can have is that the horizontal reference from which the angle of attack is being measured is actually rotating as the plane moves. There, I helped you out.
What when you said accenture, like what do you mean? The plane.
Your horizontal baseline must constantly be rotating.
Your horizontal baseline.
Yeah, it's yours. Mine doesn't need to be. Mine is just horizontal, like horizontal is, and the plane maintains an angle of attack relative to horizontal in a straight line. And yours needs to be rotating. It's that simple. I mean, that's the difference. Holy crap!
Yeah. No, it is doing that, but it's 0.06 degrees per mile.
Okay, cool. So where's the evidence that that's occurring?
Where's the evidence that that's occurring?
Because it's certainly not in this data. It's certainly not in this data, homie Slice.
Information, but it is though, because you can see, you would be able to then use this graph and apply it to a curved line that matches the radius of the Earth, and it would fit. We just don't have a curved graph. We don't have the visualization.
You're awesome. So the only evidence that the plane is rotating is on a piece of frickin' paper, dude. Thanks for playing. You lose.
There's nothing to lose. I don't have to lose because the evidence, the fact is that the Earth is curved. So you've manipulated, like that graph manipulates the reality of the curvature of the flight trajectory to make it flat because we just want to look at all the other stuff. Because we want to look at the airspeed, altitudes, press, the pitch and roll don't have to be curved to know that it's flying over a curve.
Holy crap! The baseline has to be curved, dude. The baseline has to be curved.
Well, the center of gravity of the plane is what's creating the altitude.
Okay, so great. So where is any data tracking or measuring the plane's rotation? Do you have that?
Well, no, because it's maintaining that uniform flight means it kind of like it just happens automatically.
Right. So circular reasoning. Good job.
No, it's not circular. When something is automatic, that doesn't mean it's circular. And like again, you jumped in. Like I would have to clarify what that means because we're dealing with like the concept of rotating, like over a curve, even though you're going straight. So it's a brain freeze, brain teaser.
It always seems to be a brain teaser for Glover.
The question was and still will be, where is the evidence of that though?
So the evidence, again, like we're talking about the concept of the plane flying over a curve and what that means. And so what that means is that when you look at the data, it's going to appear like the plane is flying straight because you're just going from point A to point B. But because
where's the evidence that the concept matches reality? Where's the evidence?
Right. Reality is we live in a dimensional reality, and so this
and that's how height is described over a horizontal plane of reference. You have different heights and different altitudes above this horizontal frame of reference. So that's not
Right.
what you're talking about, though.
'Cause you want to
So
keep the
again,
plane level.
how do we know that this horizontal frame of reference is really just
Right. Yeah,
rotating?
that's exactly right. Because you got to think about an airplane being like a surfboard that we humans need to ride, like
No,
the Silver
what's
Surfer.
the evidence of that other than you begging the question? That's
So,
Oh, brother. Before you go on, I want to create a new Earther tag. So, Silver Surfer Earther. That's what you are from now on, Talon. Well
Silver
done.
Surfer,
Go ahead.
perfect. Yeah. We are surfing through reality on this planet. Right. Okay. So the reason. So you're thinking about two different kinds of rotation. You're thinking of and because like I understand what you're saying. Like we don't want to do barrel rolls while we're on a plane. Like we want the plane to be level, so that way we don't have to strap in. We have to strap ourselves to the airplane because we will fall and hit the ceiling if we're not buckled up. And so that frame of reference needs to be horizontal, or we have to physically strap ourselves to the airplane in order to do barrel rolls without falling out of our seat. Because we're not going fast enough to defeat the laws of gravity, and so even though we're flying through through the air on an airplane, gravity is still happening on the airplane, and we want that to maintain a 0 degree horizontal, so we can walk around while we're flying. So we're on a platform flying around.
Cool.
So you have two different degrees of rotation. You have the center of gravity of the airplane, which we want to be horizontal. So that's where you guys are getting stuck. Is that you the plane appears to be horizontal the whole time, except when we're gaining altitude and landing, and that's when we do have
that's
to strap.
great.
Notice how
That's
we walk
great.
around
That's
when we're
great,
landing.
brother. We all listen, Talon. We all agree that the plane obviously appears horizontal. Your claim is that horizontal is rotating. Where's the evidence for that?
Right. So so now we're talking about a different kind of rotation, which is the plane relative to the surface of the Earth, which is what we are trying to fly over. And the Earth is not only are we trying to fly over the Earth, but the Earth is trying to keep us on the ground. It's trying to pull us towards the ground and will smash us at 9.8 meters per second squared. Is it cubed? But it's gonna we still have to deal with gravity, even though we're in the air after having lifted off using the Bernoulli's principle and flying through the air. So that's a different rotation. That's a completely different rotation. That is what we were going over the last couple of days, which is the 0.06. It's the tiniest little increment of curvature. So when the plane is flying fast enough, so I think even like what we're talking about is that the plane only needs to follow that rotation when it's actually going far enough to where the Earth starts to curve, and so the plane has to then follow. Like the plane then uses gravity to maintain that altitude, and so that's why it appears flat on the graph. Is because it's literally surfing across, around the curvature of the Earth, just the same way the hour hand, travels around the center of the clock. So try staring at the hour clock, the hour hand of a clock for a full minute and see if you can notice it.
Right, yeah, brother, I agree with you. You know what the difference? Yeah, brother. You know what the difference is between the clock? Is I can witness the hand of the clock rotate. Nobody witnesses the plane rotate. And not only that, but you admitted by your own admission that there's no data that it's rotating. Congratulations.
Well, yeah, it's still moving, but you're traveling 500 miles an hour on an airplane, so you don't notice it. It's not noticed. It's not
right. So all of you, yes, I agree with you that all of you presented to us is a story. Thanks.
Well, okay, just relax. We're trying to digest what I just said.
No. I know it's a story, bro, and I'm cool with your story. I'm waiting for the data.
The story
that proves
of flight.
Your story correct.
This is all in the math and the physics of flight itself.
Yeah, Jewish textbooks.
I don't know if Orville and Wilbur were Jewish.
Probably.
And birds are flying. They're not Jewish.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
Birds already knew how to fly way before any but humans. Because they already had.
Well, that's all great.
They already had the wings They're born with.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Bernoulli's principle. Yada yada yada. Where's the proof the plane's rotating?
Well, they aren't because so this is where which rotation are you talking about? There's two different rotations.
Axial rotation.
Axial rotation. So I think that's based on the gravity of that's on the center of the plane, and so the plane doesn't rotate for in terms of what we're talking about in terms of commercial airplane. They don't rotate. We all know that when we're flying around and flying commercial airplanes, they remain either they remain as level as they possibly can. So they only tilt or go off a horizontal enough to get into the air and then fly through the air as fast as possible and then land. Are we all in agreement there? No, the plane is not rotating.
Real quick, if a plane flies,
all right. No, that's something different. That's something different.
We're not talking about that rotation. The axial rotate. Yeah.
Okay. So check this out. So check this out. So all we have is a plane flying horizontally. Now, your proposition is that though that's experience, the plane is flying with the curvature of the Earth.
We need to clarify though is that we don't agree that the plane is flying horizontally. We're saying plane fly. Let me finish. What we're really trying. It has to be clear. You have to be really clear, Flurf. What we're saying is that the plane flies as horizontally as possible, so we can walk around on it, and it's comfortable flight. It doesn't rotate unless we have to go at an angle of flight.
Yeah, the bottom line is, we understand that, but you're not proving your proposition that the plane is flying across a continuous curving surface. Right. Because you keep saying it. You're saying, well, we need to interpret this data from the graph because the graph is manipulated to look flat, but we need to interpret it from a real world situation where it's actually matching the surface of the Earth, which is curving. My question is still, and always will be, okay, then how have you that in the first place, lest you be using circular reasoning?
Okay, we don't need circular reasoning to prove that. We don't. Also, you said that we need to see rotation.
So then prove it. Well, how do you prove it?
Graph. So I do want to be clear. We need to clarify is that.
What we need to clarify is how do you prove your proposition? How do you prove it?
I would prove my proposition with the facts and the evidence and the logic.
Okay, so you're not doing that though. You're just saying how do you prove that you need to interpret this data on the graph as
the data
something
on the graph is the result
of a horizontal surface that's curved?
No, so the data of the graph is the result of everything, all the propositions that I've made with facts, evidence, and logic.
He's not gonna do it, guys. We've been trying to get him to do it. This entire. He's not gonna do it. So what do we do?
You gotta let me finish before you interrupt.
What do we? He's literally not gonna do it.
We're talking about again because you're setting up an argument.
He's not gonna do it. I don't know. Very simple. He's using circular reasoning. He's saying, well, I'm not using circular reasoning. But he's already said that this graph needs to be interpreted correctly.
All right, let's see if Chief Kegwin can figure it out. I'm actually going to write it out. You know what? I'm going to draw it out. Give me a second.
No, let's hear that guy. Let's hear him out. I think you're misunderstanding him.
No, we're not.
No, you are by what you're saying in response. It's demonstrating that you have clearly misunderstood what he is saying.
No, we're not.
Try to open your mind and think.
No, he's saying that he's saying that a list of heights is proof that the plane is traveling over a curve because they already know the plane is traveling.
And he's able to substantiate how that might be true.
The list of heights itself.
Is AI robotic?
Yes.
I think so.
AI, try again, man. You're roboting yourself.
Unmute
So Chief
Talon, man.
Cagwin is
Unmute
incorrect.
Talon. Seriously.
Yeah, you're going to be controlled as well. So Chief Cagwin is bullshitting because at the beginning of the argument, we were talking about circular reasoning. So I think AI said something about it's flat because it's flat. He said that's circular reasoning. He said, okay, then. So, and then he went on into this example. You go ahead and give your own example since I have a train in the background. Or maybe AI is not here yet. So AI basically said, I forget exactly what the example was. I'll just wait for AI then.
Yeah, but
And
the guy
then
was
you
white.
can.
The guy was white knighting for Talon, and he was saying, "No, if you just let him respond, you gave him the floor a couple of times, at least from the time that I started listening to him. It didn't seem like he could provide the evidence. So I think, Chief, your assessment of what the conversation was happening when I jumped in. I mean, obviously the guy wasn't producing the information that he was being asked for. But that's I mean, you did give him the floor, didn't you, Eli? I mean, it's what I heard. Now let's
Well, the conversation started with him saying it's flat because it's flat with circular reasoning. And so that's when he started talking about AI gave him an example, which a Glober said something about. I can't remember exactly what it was. I don't want to fuck it up, but I don't know where AI is.
yeah, we'll just wait till his connection gets
When
better.
we got to that point, AI says, "Isn't that the same as circular reasoning?" And then he said, "Well, no." And that's when he started talking about, because then at that point he was saying the telemetry data would show a rotation. Notice how he was talking about how there is no rotation now. Obviously, they always end up contradicting themselves. But he was saying that in the beginning, that it would show a rotation. So when AI or whoever provided the NTNSB, whatever data, he was like, yeah, that graph is manipulated to look flat. And so my question is, and always has been and always will be, well, how do you know that that's the case? But when he talks about, well, you have to interpret it as you're flying over the actual surface of the earth, which is curving. So on this graph, you wouldn't blah, 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 blah. Okay. So then you are begging the question. It is circular reason.
Yeah.
And then he just says no.
All right, I got my test.
All right.
Welcome back.
So there I wrote down. There I wrote down a
maybe
list
you
of
missed
heights.
what I.
One of you go.
All right, so
I was telling everybody that you had an example in the beginning because Chief Kegwin came and said, sorry, hold on for the background.
All right, this is the same example. It's just refined for ease of understanding. All right, so the example is, I have there a list of heights. And so I have 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So I then have 1M, 2M, 3M, 4M, 5Ms, right? So a list of heights and a list of times at which that height is measured. We're traveling, okay, or going over a surface. Now from this information, does this tell you whether that surface is curved or flat? Could you figure it out from this information? The answer is no,
Okay,
you
you're
can't.
asking Chief Kegwin? Hold on, let me unmute.
Anybody.
Oh, he just left. What a, there you go.
He's trying to rejoin.
Yeah. Yeah, Chief
Hello.
Kegman, just be careful with the popping in and out, dude. You can get banned from the bot. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, it's automatic ban by the bot if you do it too fast, too soon. All right, so the example, Chief Kegwin, that I just posted. Hold on, let me go back to our chat here. I'm going to post it again. This is a list of heights. So let's just use, so I have a surface, and every meter I want you to pull and mark 10 feet. That's what's on this list here. So I have H, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So at 1 meter, pull 10. At 2 meters, pull 10. At 3 meters, pull 10. At 4 meters, pull 10. At 5 meters, pull 10. Now, from that information, is the surface you're pulling from curved or flat?
It could be either.
Correct.
Do I win a cookie?
Yeah.
So, what is there? Is there any more to that?
Now, does that information prove that the surface is curved?
It doesn't prove anything. It just proves that whatever it was doing was staying at a height of 10. Whatever was
correct
moving.
But what, right? But what if I put on a piece of paper a curve, and then I drew for you 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 above the curve, and then I told you the surface was curved? Would you know whether or not the surface of the floor of the building is actually curved or not, that I want you to do this in, just because if someone drew it on a piece of paper?
No. Someone's just drawn an example of how it'd work in that way.
Yeah, if it was on a curve, it would work this way.
Yes.
But that is what Talon's been doing this entire time.
It's not, he's doing a little bit more than that. He's actually trying to substantiate both sort of from your perspective and the globe perspective.
Yeah, well, what information did he provide that was like putting some of that data so it shows?
He was trying to clarify mainly what you guys meant about what axis you're thinking about, and then trying to give you the reference frames. And
That's
then
not what he was doing at all, dude. We already agreed. We already agreed which axis it was, though.
You did, but then it sounded like you were going back to another. I mean, this would be better if he talked it through. He knew where you were exactly, but you were conflating terms a little, it seemed.
But he did. Like, were you here from the beginning? Yes or
Not
no?
from the beginning, but I was here for a little while.
Okay, so then how could you tell whether or not he was misunderstanding or we were misunderstanding?
In the context,
because, like I told you, I'll give you an example. Because he literally said that the telemetry data would show a rotation. So what you were just hearing was that there is no rotation. Now that's a contradiction on his part. If he said that earlier,
true. Both
right
of
or
those
wrong?
things are true at the same time. There were two things being spoken about.
No. He said there would be a rotation in the data. So AI. Okay. No. He did. He did. So,
but there's two
listen,
concepts.
Listen. No, there's not. He said it would be in the data. So
what would be in the
data? The rotation. He said it would be on the graph in the telemetry data for flight. So AI brought up an example from the NTNSB and said, well, where is it at on this graph? And then he said it wouldn't be. So what about what he originally stated? When is he going to validate that?
Is there an example of the telemetry data?
Well, he's the one, the AI. Correct me if I'm right or wrong. Am I misremembering?
I might have one actually. Let me find it.
I mean, it's pretty close enough. So you asked for the example of the data, right? So let's put that.
Yeah. But it'd be better if you spoke to him, seriously.
No, it isn't.
Well, we were.
He wasn't. No, it's not. It's not better because listen, he's trying to explain his point. You don't really understand his point. We're trying to explain our point. When I gave you the example, you clearly understood my point.
Yes, but this is what I'm saying. I don't fully understand his point because you haven't allowed him to fully.
All right, so you know what? I'll throw you a bone. I'll throw you a bone. AI and I will be quiet, and you engage with him since you understand AI's point, and we'll let you engage with him and see if his response is a rebuttal or non sequitur. And again, if he's actually validating his premise rather than using circular reasoning, his premise being that the surface of the earth is curved.
So do I have to argue?
So where is he? Did he leave? Where is he? No, you just have to hear his point and then respond to him since you think that that's what we haven't been doing. So you go ahead and listen to him like I've heard him reiterate his same point 5 times. You go ahead and have him reiterate it to you, and then you respond since you already understand AI's point.
I muted him. So
Thank you.
All right, good. I'm on mute. We won't interject. You go ahead.
I appreciate Kegwin defending me. That was very nice of him. One thing I heard him say at the point was saying that he wouldn't be able to determine the shape of the trajectory with AI Overlord's writing. So I wanted to address that first. Is that okay, AI Overlord? And then I also
Dude, we're supposed to be on mute, sucker.
I just wanted to because me and AI were on a really good run, and we hit a really peak point about understanding what is being said when rotation is said. And so, as I said before, we were dealing with 2 different kinds of rotation. And so, if we were to, so like you said, with your writing, the 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 over the distance of a surface. If you were to write that on a curve and then showed that to Kegwin, I would assert that Kegwin can determine that the trajectory of the flight is curved using AI Overlord's data, because it would both lines would be curved, because that, like, through that data you have the 2 parallel lines that match the shape of each other. And so it would be able to denote curvature.
I disagree still. How?
Okay. So what would you need?
So all we have here is that something is a distance of 10 from the surface at each point that it moves across the surface. And so what is this 10? Because if this 10 is altitude on a flat plane or a globe plane, at 10 is true. We would not be able to tell.
Right.
If the altitude is what 10 is.
Well, it would be right, because just that data doesn't have the actual shape of the surface in that, and so you would have to.
That's what he's saying. This data, this data, you cannot know the shape. From this data on its own, there's no way to know the shape.
Yes, and that's why I talked to because that doesn't directly have the actual surface of the Earth as a part of the data. We talked about that way early on, as terms of directly having like information in the graph or in this set of numbers.
So we now have 2 sets of numbers that at 1 meter we have a reading of 10 and we have a reading of 11, or we have a reading of 90, and then at 2 meters we have a reading of 10 and we also have a reading of 91, and at 3 we have a reading of 10 and we also have a reading of 93, and so that row of numbers does increment or change. Okay, but what is that row of numbers, 90, 91, 92, 93, what is that referencing, while these 10s are referencing what altitude is?
Right, well the distance, it's the length of the actual lines. So, right, because that's the difference between, let's say, the data having the information on the screen on like visibly, or what we talked about with the information being in the data. And so when I'm talking about the curvature being in the data, it's not going to show up visually, but you can still find that curve with the data because it's accurate and useful.
Oh, that's actually a very good point. And
right. Yep. And now you may or may not have been there for that, but me and Overlord were able to agree on what it meant for like the graph going back to the altitude and telemetry data, like that the information is in the data. So that's the two different things: is the understanding of the data.
No, it isn't, dude.
So,
Holy
Okay.
so
crap.
what are you saying? Are you saying
so
you'd
let,
have
let
to?
me go back.
If you let me real quick. If you were you saying that if you combined all this data and backwards engineered it, that the information you're looking for is probably within here.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not on its own line
Yeah,
on
'cause
this
it's
graph,
understandable.
but by you formulating all of the data, you can find further information that
Right. Because I was wondering the situation of like short.
That's reification on
like,
top of
no, it's not reification. It's not.
So
Guys,
like I was thinking about the
No.
You can backwards
Listen.
engineer information.
No, you can't.
If you have
can't.
2 points of information, okay, if you have 2 points of information, you could backwards engineer from those and
Listen, you both agreed. Not within the past 3 minutes, recorded live, that from these 2 points of information, there is no way to determine the shape of the surface at all. You need additional piece of information that is not within these 2 pieces of information. You both agreed. Then you said, oh, no, you can't. So you were both correct that you can't actually determine the shape of the surface from those 2 data points. And then you went on to talk some gobbledygook and said, oh, now you can magically extract it from information where it doesn't exist. Like I literally watched people say something intelligent and then devolve into stupid within the span of 1 minute. All right, I'm going to mute both of you so we can hear how dumb your excuses for why that happened is. Go ahead.
How do you pull that? No, where is that information to be pulled from this graph? Where is the information that's not apparent? Where is it?
So on that,
from the information,
I don't know. All right, but so
now that's an argument from ignorance.
No.
That
there's another concept.
No, what he's doing and what you're agreeing with, because unless you need the actual information. Like, where is this information where is it?
So it's on this graph.
Where at? Where? Because that's what he keeps saying. Where?
It would be in a combination of all of this data. So for example, you've got ground speed and air speed. And
that's not sufficient for
but
curvature.
So we have like loads of information here. So ground
none of those equal that the plane is flying in a curve, dude. None of them.
No, not yet they don't. But
none of them. Period.
If you were to take each sort of individual dot on this graph of this data and compare them together,
compare them with what? Compare them with what?
With the distance.
Hold on, brother. Stop. You're about to say, compare them to something that is not in the graph.
Yeah, compare them to the ground.
Proving that the graph itself doesn't give you the information.
But dude, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. We do have this information. We know the distance that the plane would have traveled. And so knowing that distance, we can get that. And then we can do some maths with finding out what its height was, how fast it was traveling, at its height.
Right, which proves yes. We agree with you.
He's not about to run into. But okay. So when I said there's reification going on, he's not about to use.
I don't care what he's doing. The only thing he's doing.
But you said no and they said no, but that's what he's doing.
No, just check it out. He admitted that in order to do what he needs to do, he has to get information that is not in this
It's
data.
freely available. You know the distance
It
between two
doesn't
points.
matter.
That information
that's
is
what he's not giving.
unchanging, and in reality, in fact, it won't change aside from earthquakes and whatnot. But the distance between 2 points is just information that you can gain in many ways. It's just there. It's unchanging.
Yeah, but check it out, dude.
And so
I gave you 2 pieces.
You gave me 2 pieces, but there are more than 2 pieces.
And a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Available. Yes, but there are
That's
more
5
pieces.
meters. It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. In reality, there are more pieces of information available at every moment.
No. Just dude, let me tell you why it doesn't matter. Because the question that was asked is, does this data have that information in it? And the correct answer is no. That's the end of the discussion.
That is
about that
not
question.
The end of the discussion. Because you went on.
Holy crap.
To describe what this information meant, and then we can contextualize that. So if we say that information meant altitude, we can also say, so if altitude is happening over distance,
where's the data
information is also happening over
that the plane is rotating? That's what the question. That was the question, dude. The answer is it's not recorded.
Yes, the end. You're missing the answer. You're missing the point in the answer. Okay, it's that information is.
You mean where you're going to use circular reasoning?
It's not. It's not.
You mean where you're going to use circular reasoning because he's not giving. He never gave anything other than right. He never gave anything other than this in the beginning. Well, how do you know? What was the question? Because you said, now again, this is why I wanted you to do the example for Chief instead of changing it. Originally, the conversation started with, how do you know? No, you said, so the earth is flat because the earth is flat. And he said that's circular reasoning. You then said, correct. You then gave him an example. And then he said, no, that wouldn't be circular reasoning. Now, his response to that and rebuttal to that was, it would be in the telemetry data in the graph and the information. So we then brought up an example.
Yep, it would be in the telemetry data, correct.
So so since it's not in the data that we gave, maybe there's a graph with telemetry that he can find because, he also said that he doesn't have it on hand. So fuck stick Chief Kegwig and fuck stick other guy, stop playing with my brain as if mine is not superior than yours. Because I can remember.
That's correct. He made the claim originally that the rotational data of the plane is in the telemetry data. I then said, okay, can you give that to me? He gave nothing. I said, okay, well, we have telemetry data from a plane. We have black box data, at least, or depending on if you want to call it telemetry, whatever you want to call it. And there's no rotational information in here at all. And he said, yes, there is. Because if I go outside of the data and make inferences about the world, I can then bring that outside information into the data. But that's the whole point. The original claim was that it's not in the data. And we've proven that in spades. Now, it is the case that if the Earth was a globe and the plane was maintaining a parallel arc above the globe, that it would be rotating. That's true. So if you could prove that the Earth is a globe severally, then you'd have a point. But that wouldn't change the fact that the rotational information is not in the data.
I'm not understanding what's being said. Yes, the data is not literally on the paper. Well, it's not.
All right, Chief. You tell me I'm not understanding what you said one more time, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, no, I'm not.
I understand exactly what's going on, bro, Chief. So what you need to explain, rather than telling me I don't understand what's being said, is you need to demonstrate how the data, which I posted, shows that the plane is rotating, which it doesn't.
Or other telemetry data that we didn't provide that does show that. At least.
Yeah, like a one that has the attitudinal orientation of the plane relative to when it takes off through the flight to when it lands. That's separate from the pitch data, proving the claim that horizontal is actually an ever rotating baseline, which was the question in the beginning, which is what they need to prove if they're going to use the plane to prove anything about it flying over a globe. Go, but
I can't answer that. But you
yeah,
have
nobody can.
misunderstood. No, there
No,
is
not
an
at all.
answer, but you keep jumping about and it's difficult.
No,
So
dude.
no, the planes
There's
don't
no answer, dude.
measure. The planes don't measure. They don't provide, at least, because the equipment to do so is expensive, the measurement of its gyrational. So if you put a gyro,
Oh, perfect. So then you're confessing
That's what we told him.
it doesn't exist in the data. Wow. Holy crap.
But there's still another thing that is also true.
No, yeah, but we're not arguing against you and what you may understand further to that point. The bottom line is, Holmes over there that you're defending literally would contradict you because that's not what he said. And so we're not misunderstanding him.
Let's hear him out. Is he trying to- I
Listen.
think-
No, well, if he says he didn't say it, I'm going to go back into the live and then I'm going to play it for you. And then you're going to be forced to say, well, yeah,
you have
he did.
misunderstood what he was saying. Yes, you will do that.
Okay, so you want to bet $100 that if I go into the live,
I know he said
no,
you misunderstood the context. He said the words.
We don't do
bets.
You misunderstood the context.
Fine, we don't do bets.
Two things are true.
You can okay. How do you know that? How do you know that I misunderstood? Hold on. Why are you interrupting by telling me something that you don't know?
Because you're saying nothing. I'm interjecting because it's useless information you're saying. Let's get to the point.
No, what I'm talking about is the conversation we. Okay, look, he's actually fucking around. I already marked you, sir. You're dead to rights. I don't know why we're gonna continue to play. The bottom line is, he said it would be in the telemetry data. You're saying it's not in there. We said that it's not in there. He knows it's not in there. So that's the end of that point, where what he thought was the case is not the case. That's it. Now, you can go ahead and SMD, because that's just the fact of the matter. You know, what we should do, AI, is we should clip him saying that, the rotation would be in the telemetry data, and then saying, well, there's no rotation here, because he said both.
Yeah. Within the span of a minute, practically.
So when I talk about rotations, we were at the point of where we were talking about two different rotations. And so the rotation of the plane remains level relative to the surface, but the rotation of the plane relative to the center of the Earth is what is rotating.
Oh, go ahead. Never mind.
And also whether or not you can prove, or the graph has something. You keep saying you need to have this data in this graph, but that's where your false premises end up being, and why you guys keep going around and around with the same statements over and over again, is because you're not.
Dude. You already heard. You already heard.
I had to stop him there, right? Because you said that it was in this data that you're now saying it doesn't have to be in. So stop playing with me. You said it was in there. I didn't say it had to be in there. You said that it was in there. Did you or did you not?
No, what I'm saying is that you got.
Did you or did you not say that on recorded live stream? Yes or no?
No, I did not say the thing that you just invented.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Y'all continue.
All right.
Okay, so when we're talking about the rotation.
No, we didn't say all right as if we agree. We said all right because we know that we're going to go to the stream and pull the clip.
Oh, well, I mean, again, this is you keep setting these arbitrary standards. Like the graph needs to show the rotation, but that's
what the question when it was asked, dude, and you said it's in there. Holy crap,
right.
dude!
It's in the information's in the data, but it is an arbitrary false premise to say that you need it to be in the on the data, that the rotation has to show up in order to prove curvature. But again, you guys just want to set arbitrary standards and then argue these arbitrary standards instead of just understanding what the data actually says.
Dude, if you're going to attempt to use the data to prove curvature, then it has to be in the data.
Right.
If you're using something else to prove curvature and then apply to the... Holy crap, dude. It's not a false premise. It's not a premise.
See, but I'm not following your arbitrary standard. I disagree with you setting that standard that the graph has to prove whether or not the Earth is curved or flat.
But hey, pay attention, dude. Okay? Clear your mind. I didn't say the graph had to. I said if you're going to use this data to prove anything about the plane rotating, it's not there. Those are two different things. So stop trying to gaslight me into something I didn't say. Okay? Thanks. I then said, if you're going to use something else to prove that the Earth is indeed curved, and then therefore the plane would be flying over a curve if it's maintaining altitude from the curve, just like we did with the other arbitrary data sets, then yes, you could present that evidence. But it's not in this data. That's all. All right, go ahead.
Those are great points, actually. And the only part is that yes, I can do that. And the issue, that's what we're trying to say is that I wouldn't try to prove a curve with that data. That data would match a curve based on the other information that we have. Because again, that graph says Honolulu, Hawaii. Let me go back. This is another good point I want to make. You said that it's not in the data, but it literally says location and date is Honolulu, Hawaii. So we've established in that graph that the plane is flying over Earth. Therefore, it is going to match the shape of that surface. And so it is on that graph. It's on the graph that
it isn't
flying over Earth from Honolulu.
Dude, the claim that it's flying over the Earth isn't the same as any evidence of curvature in the graph.
Okay. So that means...
Right, so we finally agree. Good job.
Evidence of curvature, again, like that's not what the graph is for. That's the difference between like you... Because again, you're the one who wants to establish this false premise.
No. Wrong. I never said that.
If the surface...
I never said that. I never said that, homie Slicey. What I said was, is there data that the plane's rotating? You said yes, it's in the telemetry data. Only to arrive now, within the past 30 seconds, agreeing that information is not actually in that data. It would be congruent with an elevation profile if it was taken from a curved surface. But it's not in the data itself. So thanks, you finally agreed. Good job. Go ahead.
Okay, so now this is great. We are talking about the plane's rotation, and in that data has pitch and roll information, right? And that data establishes the rotation of the plane, right? So if it's pitching at a certain rotation, the plane has to, if it wants to pitch up, it has to rotate. Is that correct?
Yeah, if it changes its pitch, it has to rotate on one attitude. Yes, you're correct.
So okay, so we both agree that there is rotational data in the graph.
Right. So the period of time that it's maintaining 3 degrees, it's not rotating.
Right, because that is right because it's trying to because the goal is to be as horizontal as possible for the airplane.
You're right. Okay.
That doesn't mean it doesn't rotate. There's clear. You just agreed that there is.
Holy crap! No, dude. You see, you messed up again, bro. The 3 degrees is off of the horizontal.
Because it rotated from.
So if it's maintaining 3 degrees off of horizontal for 2 hours of flying, right?
When was it horizontal though?
It was only horizontal. It's not rotating.
It's only horizontal on the ground though. When it takes off,
it's not rotating.
Not horizontal.
Okay, one more time. When it's maintaining 3 degrees in level flight, it's off the horizontal.
Right. That's my point.
During that 2-hour time when it's doing that, the plane from this data is not rotating.
Okay. No, the plane. The plane.
And if the Earth is curved and it's following in an arced path, it must be rotating.
Right. Oh, so that's relative to the center of the Earth. So the plane's rotating.
Okay. So I could care less. I'm not confused at all. You're confused because you just admitted there's now a second piece of information. Just like you said before, there's 2 rotations.
Yep.
One would be the plane's pitch relative to a baseline. And if the Earth was a globe, there would be a second rotation, which is the constantly rotating baseline.
We mean constantly.
So I simply asked you.
All right. We solved the
dude.
mystery. We solved the mystery. Solved it.
Well, I need to finish my point though. If we can agree,
you don't need to do. You're done. You're cooked. You can leave. You can do whatever. You're cooked. Doesn't matter what you do. 'Cause I hate wasting my time.
Yeah, he admitted that the only evidence of the rotation of the plane is the change in pitch from a horizontal baseline, of which itself has no proof that it's rotating. That's what he just admitted.
Well, I don't care about that. He said that the proof that the plane is rotating would be in the altitude data, would be in the telemetry data. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Yep. And then he just said for that 2 hours, it's not rotating.
I don't know if I can post this much of a video though. Oh, okay, posted. That's what's up. So the evidence is the data. Problem is, it's not in there. So that's what he said, Chief. You have a response to that? Be very
Still
careful.
haven't fully understood what he's
Oh
saying.
yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Fuck off. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't take more than a 5-year-old to understand that he said the evidence is in the telemetry data and the altitude data. That's what he said. Now he's saying it's not in there. So he was wrong.
Hold on, brother. It's worse than that. He said not only is the rotational data in there, a 0.006 whatever per whatever is in there. Right? He quantified it. Oh, per mile, 0.006 degrees per mile or something like that. That's nowhere in that data, Holmes.
I'm ready to respond.
Nowhere in that data. Nowhere in that data. Go ahead.
So we have rotation in the data and on the graph of rotation of the plane.
Pitch. Yep.
Okay, pitch and roll and all that. It's all rotations.
Correct.
Okay.
Roll is irrelevant in this context, but go ahead.
It does not show horizontal because, again, the plane's pitching the whole time. The line appears horizontal because it's maintaining a specific altitude. So the
Holy crap, Elijah, he's talking about the line.
That's all it's saying. It's not saying anything about whether or not the plane is traveling across a horizontal. It's only saying that it's at a specific altitude.
Yeah, let me ask you this question, friend.
Oh, so the 0.06 degrees. So that right there, the 0.6, whatever you said right there about the degrees. So obviously that's not the pitch. So again, you weren't talking about the pitch. You were talking about the surface of the Earth. That's not in there, is it? That's not in there, is it? So the pitch is in there, but what you said is in there is not in there, is it?
Hold on, that was a lot of words right there. You just tried to string together. So let's talk about what you're referring. I want to understand you, Flurf. If you could please let me.
You're about to go on mute in a second as soon as my phone stops.
Instead of muting me, let me just ask you so we can both understand.
No.
There's nothing to understand. I already understand. I had to go back to your own words.
We're going to make it very clear, Cal. You said on the recording I just listened to. Yeah, hold on. You just said on the recording that I just listened to, there is 0.006 degrees per mile of rotation. I said, okay, where is that? You said in the telemetry data. So where is it in the telemetry data, this 0.06 per mile? Where is it? Where is it in this graph? Where is it?
Where is it?
The altitude.
The altitude.
Correct.
Yep. Good job.
Because the altitude is what gives you the actual line over the distance, and so that line would be a 0.06 degree rotation. Because when the plane is relative to the center of the Earth, it is just a dot, and it doesn't have.
You can't get that from the data in the graph, dude.
A dot isn't going to really change like rotationally over.
Yeah, we understand, dude. We understand that you played yourself all the way to the end and doubled down on your stupidity right at the end. We understand.
That's projection.
Well, yeah, and the center of the Earth thing would be an additional data, an additional claim.
No, that's the point is.
I don't understand how you bring it up.
Because the point is that the graph shows that it's basing the location on the Earth. And so something that's rotating is going around a center point, which would be Earth.
Well, yeah, but you have to prove that premise, validate it.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's where the extra information comes in order to validate something that you see.
Right, which means it's not in the data. Holy crap, dude.
That's because again, that statement is just a tautology, and it doesn't actually have any relevance to what we're talking about.
What? No, dude, you said it's in the data.
Yeah,
then you admitted that you need something outside. You admitted that you need something outside the data. Holy crap,
No,
dude.
we discussed that when I say in the data and when you say in the data, we're actually have two different meanings, and you're not we're not having a good faith conversation, and we'd have to reestablish an agreement on what it means to say in the data.
Yeah, I asked you for the 0.06 degrees in the data measured.
In the data.
You
So
said
when
it's in the altitude.
in the data, I'm talking about using the data to extrapolate a specific point.
Right, so not in the data. Yeah.
So for yes. So for global,
we agree that when I say in the data, I mean in the data, and when you say in the data, you mean some nonsense. Yeah, we agree.
Incorrect. I don't agree with that.
So, for example, if I asked you for the pitch data at different plot times from this data, you could look at the graph and say, oh, the plane was 3 degrees pitch at this period of time. It was 3 degrees pitch at this period of time. It's there in the data. What's not in the data is 0.06 degrees per mile. That's not there.
That doesn't fit. Correct. I mean, but what is it? So what? So why do you want to keep talking about that?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, friend. Hold on. Everyone just heard him say, after I said it, that value isn't in the data. He said, you're correct. We all heard that?
I heard that.
All right, we finally arrived at the truth. All right, Tom, we're going to unmute you. Regardless of what you do now, we all know what the truth is, so we can be buddies again.
What is the truth?
That the 0.06 degrees of rotation is nowhere in this data.
Define nowhere in this data, please.
I already did, and you already agreed, and everybody heard it. I'm not going through it again.
No, that's not true. I said, is it correct in that it doesn't physically show up on the graph? And you said, yeah, and we both said correct. But that doesn't say that doesn't mean that it's not in the data. Like, we agreed that you can still extrapolate that information from that data.
I know it's hard to understand, but you already agreed.
So we don't agree.
No, we did agree.
No, we don't. I'm disavowing an agreement, but we can talk about it. Like, so we have to agree on specifically what we mean by in the data. So, because again, you're just taking like something that I said.
Talon, bro. We know what you mean. We know that if you have outside premises from the data that you assume or know to be true, you can extrapolate certain truths from other data. And then you're calling that in the data. When I said in the data, I mean recorded or measured in the actual data and printout of what's in that telemetry. For example, like the altitude. The altitude is in the data. Okay? That's what I mean. The pitch data of 3 degrees and various other degrees at different times is also in that data. Okay, that's what I mean. So we've already both agreed what we mean by what we're saying. So when I say it's not in the data, I am correct. And by the interpretation of what you mean by in the data, you are correct. So once I parsed out the particular of what I meant, you agreed with my summarization. So the conversation's done. I mean, do we need to go back in circles? Do we need to make everyone else suffer through the exact same conversation over again when we could just literally just go back to the beginning of the convo and play a clip and it'd be the same result? So, Town, for the love of God, we agreed. I know what I mean, you know what you mean, and we mean something different. I'm correct in my assertion, and you're technically correct in your assertion, but you're using the same phrase, and that's why there was a struggle. So, it's not there recorded in that data at all. It can be extrapolated from the data based on what you assume are other proved premises, but it's not in the data itself. There you go. So you're correct in your view. I'm correct in my view. But what you're not correct about is that the Earth is actually a globe and that it's flying over a curved surface. Go ahead.
So we established that the curvature is in the data, but then you changed what I said into is the 0.06 degree drop over rate in the data.
All right,
And so
dude.
that's like,
Bye bye. Bye bye. We're not playing that gaslighting game. You had your
Wait, change
chance to
what
be
he
honest.
said? That was initially what he. That's the first thing you said in relation to this discussion.
Yeah, not to mention that
didn't-
it's that recording you posted, right?
Yeah, he said that on his own, and you said so. To be clear, so you asked him. You were like, well, to be clear, so I knows what you mean, and you knows what you mean, and you made it very clear as to what you meant. And then he said, well, the evidence is in the data, the telemetry data and the altitude data of a plane. That's what he said with the point whatever degree thing. He said all of that was in there. That's what he said.
Yeah, but Elijah, in the
He
same
didn't
time,
AI your voice and make you say that. You said that.
yeah, Elijah, in the same time, he said it doesn't show in the data. It is in the data, but it doesn't show in the data. make sense. That was after AI unmuted him.
Maybe he can make it make sense for you, Berserker, since he clearly needs a translator probably, but maybe he can translate for himself to you to make it make sense. Go ahead, Talon. Talk to Berserker. He needs help.
okay. I really liked talking to you, Overlord, because I keep getting muted halfway with Flurf. I'm just saying I never get to finish my point, and that's why we aren't getting anywhere. Beside that, Berserker, if you could clarify on what I say when it's in the data, when it's not in the data. I'm never saying that something like isn't in the data when we're talking about the facts. What I say when something is not on the data, that means specific numbers and like actually degrees of rotation relative to the Earth. That is not specifically on the graph. And at no point am I saying that the surface of the Earth is not in the data. I'm always saying that the information is in the data when it comes to establishing what the surface shape of the Earth is as the plane flies over it. Do you understand me, Berserker?
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, let me say one more time.
It's
I am
that
not
simple.
saying it is not in the
It's
data,
that
and
simple.
it is
You cannot. It's,
when I say something is not. When
it's
I'm
like,
referring
look,
to
when you
specific
say,
thing- Go ahead.
yeah, I'm trying to say, maybe you should.
Hold
Maybe
on,
you should
Berserker. Not only
formulate it.
did he make his point
Oh, I'm sorry,
the
Berserker.
first time in the recording, he also made his complete point before you started talking, which he interjected. So he's like, he can't ever finish a point. But not only was it recorded that you finished your point initially, but you just finished your point, and this is also recorded. But you just keep lying.
Overlord,
But
please.
I
I just
just
want to
wanted to
call
point that out.
Overlord. I want to call me and Berserker talking, and Flurf is interrupting us. I just want to call that is killing the conversation, and I really want to just talk to Berserker, please.
Man, I'm trying to eat ice cream, dude.
Okay, so I just want to say that I would love to talk with Berserker and help everyone understand what we're talking about. But it's really hard when Flurf is now interrupting Berserker. So Berserker can't even ask me a question because Flurf interrupted him. And so if Flurf wants to join, he has to be able to let Berserker and I finish, so that way we can then respond.
Excuse you, you interrupted him.
I was listening to him. You're the one who spoke, and so I want to.
No, you interrupted him first.
So now I have to defend Berserker because you interrupt. So I just wanted
Well, I was defending him by saying that you interrupted him.
You're talking over me at this point.
Yep.
I was listening to Berserker.
But you did interrupt. But you did interrupt him.
Go back and listen.
Berserker, tell him that you interrupted him. That he interrupted you. Tell
You
him.
interrupted me. Tell him.
Go ahead,
Tell him
Berserker.
you interrupted me.
Yeah, no, I'm here to listen to you, Berserker.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry that
interrupted
Flurf interrupted you. Please, Berserker.
No problem. Yeah, no problem, bro. Yeah. Do you want to continue, or do you want me to
You were the
say
one
something?
talking, and I just want to establish that.
Yeah,
Flurf
I just wanted to say. Yeah, I just wanted to say. Maybe you should formulate it in a different way. So
I want
that
to,
it
but
would not
I
be
was listening to
so.
you, and Flurf interrupted you. So please finish your point.
You see, Daddy was right. You interrupted me again.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
go
I want to
ahead.
hear you. But I'm deferring to you because I can't respond to what you said because you didn't finish. I only heard the beginning of your point. I don't know what point. I don't know your position. I don't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was trying to say I would appreciate very much if you might be able to formulate it in a different way so that it would not sound like a contradiction. Because speaking generally, when you say something or a number is not in the data, but it shows up, it sounds like a contradiction.
Okay.
When something to show up means that it is visible, it becomes visible, and it cannot become visible if it's not in the data. So you said it is not directly in the data, but it's showing up in it. So
Yes.
for me,
Okay.
that was
So
like syntax. Sorry for
in
my
the
poor
context.
English.
Yes, so I want to honestly tell you when things are in the data and when they're not in the data. So, like, for example, the curvature is visually not
Sorry
in
for
the data.
interrupting, but you did it again. Something in the data and not in the data. That's what I meant. It doesn't make sense.
Right,
That's why
that's the thing. I want to
said
be able
that I
to,
need
right, exactly. So we're talking about the limitations of the graph itself. So that's not my fault. So you're like blaming me for the graph not having all the information in it. The graph is limited because it's just a line graph. So we're limiting ourselves arbitrarily by acting like the graph needs to have all the information. But and so like that's what I mean when I say something is not in the data versus what you guys say, because you're saying that the surface of the Earth isn't in the data, but I don't agree with that. I'm saying that the graph is limited and it's a bar graph and it's been manipulated to appear straight so that way we can get a good view of the plane's trajectory and the plane's rotation, because there's lots of rotation of the plane on that
Dude,
straight
it's not manipulated to
what I
appear straight, dude. That's
So do you see
retarded.
what I mean, Berserker? Is that even though the plane actually does rotate, the lines are still straight. It's just they get thicker and thinner based on how much it rotates. And so like because we have cool brains and we can understand what's in the data just by looking at a line, like where that's what I mean when it says it's in the data. You can ask me any questions, Berserker. I want to hear what Berserker thinks, and like, and he can ask me any questions to clarify. But I think he understands what I mean when I say that something is in the data and when something is not in the data. I'm not contradicting myself.
Yeah, I will have to apologize because who is that?
Does that make sense, Berserker? Can I help clarify that in any way?
To be honest, not, because I even interrupted you, and I have to apologize for that. But I interrupted you immediately so that it's visible.
It's totally fine. I just want to hear. So do you understand that, like, even though it's a straight line?
You said it. I interrupted you and told you. You did it again. You said it is in the data. I don't remember exactly how did you formulate it, but
because I said I wanted to clearly. Right. I want to clearly explain why I think something is not in the not visible versus whether it is in the data, as in like it explains what the surface of the thing that it's flying over would be. So that is in the data.
Holy crap, dude.
That makes sense, because again, I won't ever say in the data. I will say it's on the data. I will never say.
I told you. You can go into listen to the stream. You said even stranger thing. It was. I think it is in the data and it is not in the data.
No, I
It
never
is
said
in the
that.
data, and it is not.
All right. Who else
That's why-
votes
I would
that we
explain the difference.
keep suffering through the same repetition of the same word ad infinitum? Okay, listen. Talon. Berserker's never going to get what you're trying to say, because what you're trying to say, whether you think it makes sense to you, doesn't make sense to anybody else. And you failed at the 50th attempt to try to explain it. So how much longer should we try the same thing over and over?
No, that was good.
Or should we move on to a different topic?
Berserker so long is because he did understand me. He's lying about not understanding me at this point.
No, he understands what you mean by what you're saying. He just doesn't understand how somebody with a rational thought process could actually come to your dumb conclusions.
Well, I mean, that's up to you. That's not my problem.
Exactly. So there's no way we can go forward. So the only thing to do is just leave it as it is and let every man make up his own mind and move on to a different topic. Right?
May I say one thing? AI. The only way I can make it make sense is that the telemetry is that the telemetry is not in the data, but
the telemetry.
You are imagining it being in the data.
Well, I mean, isn't the telemetry on the data? Isn't this all telemetry data, like the parameters of the flight?
Others would call it interpretation.
Question is the temperature of the cabin on the data or in the data?
The temperature of the cabin is. Let me see.
Yeah.
No, it's not on the graph. I don't think. Is it? I don't see it.
Okay, perfect. Now, is it in the data?
No, the temperature of the cabin is not in the data.
Okay.
You would need a thermometer.
So is the curvature of the Earth on the data?
Is the curvature of the Earth on the data? No, it's a straight graph. It appears straight.
I don't care about the straight graph. The straightness of the line.
Yeah, the curvature
lines are irrelevant. It's actually the values that matter. Correct. Right. So then you would then say, but it is in the data.
The curvature of the Earth is in the data on the graph.
Okay, great. So can we conclude with that that's your position? Now everyone understands what your position is. Whether they agree or not, that's up to them.
Perfect. Cool. Actually, that's a really good way of putting it. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Now, if anybody is a sadomasochist and wants to hurt themselves further, they can go listen to that entire conversation again. But let's all move on.
I'm happy that we were able to agree. Should we talk about gravity? Let's talk about gravity now. Does gravity exist?
Okay, yep. Hold on. Where on the telemetry data is gravity?
Yeah. Hold on, let me see. Let me look. That's the. I'm pretty sure that's the altitude does so much. The altitude is represents the it's the speed, the altitude and the speed represent gravity because you got to go fast.
Oh, holy moly!
So in the data, so gravity is in the data, but the gravity is because I think it's even on the graph because the altitude exists.
Is the Big Bang in the data? Is the Big Bang in the data?
Is the Big Bang in the data? I think so because I think that's has to do with gravity.
Right. See how absurd this gets eventually, dude?
That's the creation, yeah, because
everything's in the data, bro.
That's when the laws of physics began. So yeah, we wouldn't be able to fly around on a planet if it weren't for the Big Bang.
All right, so I think I demonstrated my case that I wanted to demonstrate, so I'm happy with that.
Well, I mean, you said you wanted to demonstrate that I was stupid and didn't know what I was talking about, but then you just agreed with me, and so you just blew your whole fucking.
No, I didn't agree with you, dude.
Like 3 days trying to.
I just helped you clearly elucidate to the people listening what your position was, and I agreed that was your position. I didn't agree that your position was correct. Those are two different things.
No, you said that you literally did take the position that I wasn't correct, but I've been correct the whole time. So you've been wrong the whole time.
What?
Because you keep making all these claims that I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm stupid and that it isn't in the data. And then you just conceded that everything I've said is correct because it.
No, I didn't.
In the way that I've established it in a good faith
Holy crap, dude.
Sorry, that hurts when you.
Dude, what you mean by in the data when you're applying it is correct in the way you're applying it. That's it. Like you just described, you think gravity is in the data. You think the Big Bang is in the data. And so by your definition of what in the data means, sure, go for it.
Yeah, we can. I definitely want to talk more about what I've said, and so whether or not you agree that it's correct or not isn't important, as long as we're talking about what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% in agreement that you think you can extrapolate the Big Bang from the data because it's in the data, because gravity's in the data, because the Earth is in the data, and the Earth being curved is in the data, and the Big Bang led to the physics that led to a Big Bang ball in the data, because your evolutionary cosmogony religion is in the data. I agree with you.
Feels so good. Yes, I like it when you.
Yeah, brother.
You got it. You nailed it, dude. That's so good. You know. See, this is why I had. This is why it takes years, guys. I just want to inspire baby Globers that it's taking me like 5 fucking years to get to this point. It's just you got to put in the work. I thank all my friends and all.
You've made it. You've made it.
Daddies in the chat. That because I let the nerds just decide to deal with all the math and all that. I just take all the stuff, like the answers that they provide. So you got to thank the nerds for proving the Earth is a globe and actually being able to establish science. We live in a great time.
Yep, 100%, bro. Thank those nerds that the flurfers finally agreed with you. That you see everything through a cosmogenical creation mythos. Yeah.
So let's hit a dab to take a break. I've smoked multiple dabs. How have you guys like dab? I actually got off smoking and I'm switching to dabbing. I don't want to go off topic for too long.
Dude, I don't know, man. For all I know, you got a Neuralink implant that administers dabs directly to the cerebral cortex.
I think I just missed you guys. That was what brought me back. I just couldn't be gone. I was gone. I'm in a good place.
Dude, nobody. Hey, bro, nobody can be rid of us. They all come back.
We didn't even know you were gone.
You remember me? You remember me coming back though. I never actually left your guys' mind. I lived in your guys'
I'll forget you were here in a couple hours.
Forget about you in the next 15 seconds once you stop talking. I mean, it's not even before flat earthers showed up. That was the baseline for establishing whether or not a person can be good faith. So you guys aren't new, but I appreciate the content you've brought to the channel and the, you guys. It's good for the politics server overall. Did you guys see they brought Apollo 13 back to theaters? So we can talk about Gravity with how they made that movie.
Yeah, they made that movie because Kevin Bacon, and the reason why they needed him is because of Kevin Bacon, and of course the conclusion that could only be the result of such an endeavor is obviously Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon's a shit. He got ripped off by Bernie Madoff. He lost all his money.
Oh, dang, I never heard that one. Now, let me ask this question. Is that in the data?
Fuck yeah, bro. The world revolves around Kevin Bacon. He's the center of the universe. He's the center of rotation. The 0.06, we were having a hard time with that 0.06% degree of rotation. That's because of Kevin Bacon.
Yep. Actually, hey, bro, I like that. So I'm going to start asking Globers who don't know. Hey, do you know about the 0.0? What is?
No, it's 0.06 degrees of Kevin Bacon, dude. We did it. Yes, no, you got it.
Exactly.
Yes, dude. I didn't even realize that was a joke you kept making. Yes, I just connected the dots. Okay. It's a double meaning. Because I was just bringing up Apollo 13 for fun, but then you saw it. You're a fucking genius.
Yeah, see, A lot of Glovers are actually more rational and capable of thinking. And so when I actually press this to them and they try to fight against it, they're not going to succeed like you did, Talon. They're going to fail miserably. And so this 0.06 degrees of Kevin Bacon is going to utterly wreck their worldviews.
So funny. 0.06 degrees of Kevin Bacon. And that's how close it is to being in the data.
Well, technically, it was only 1 degree away.
It was going to be there, no matter what position you take.
Oh man,
That was funny.
dude, I need a cigarette after that, and I'm not even a smoker.
Really. Please don't start it. It's not worth. It is not worth. Yeah. Thanks God I had to switch to. Yeah, I stopped smoking 5 weeks ago. Finally.
Hello, I have a question. Am I interrupting anything? Am I?
Nah.
Yeah. So I believe the in the world is a ball, like a globe, and I was just wondering if the world was flat, how would a bicycle function essentially? Like how would the wheels rotate and create centripetal force if it was flat?
The exact same way they do now, because the Earth being a globe or flat wouldn't change any of that.
What do you mean it wouldn't change any of that? How would the wheel turn if it's on a flat surface? How would it rotate?
Well, fair enough. The answer is if you're on a flat surface with a bike, right, and you're pedaling, it's going to rotate. If you're not pedaling, it's not going to rotate. If you put it on a slope, like let's say a hill, it's going to roll down the hill. So yeah, if it's on a balanced surface, it's not going to be rolling. Of course not. It makes no sense. But regardless of whether the Earth was flat or the Earth was a globe, you'd still have hills, right? So it wouldn't change anything. There'd be some spots of the Earth that were sloped and some spots which were flat. So some places you could put your bike and it would roll away, and some places you could put your bike and it wouldn't roll away. But that depends on the local topography of the ground that your bike is presently on. You know, whether it's in a parking lot, whether it's in a dirt road, whether it's on the side of your neighbor's hill, or whether or not you're pedaling. All right, cool. Well, either way, I need to check out for a bit and take care of some things. So hopefully somebody else will be able to answer the questions. But
Fix that washing machine. Fix that washing machine already.
I know, right?
Vacuum washing machine. That was nice.
So does anybody have that flat Earth evidence? I want to hear all that flat Earth evidence. Here's a good one for Berserker. I believe that the Earth is a globe and parts of it are flat.
You don't want to hear anything.
How about that? Can we thoughts on that? Can both of those?
I don't think he really answered my question properly. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Dexter. What was your question? What was your question, Dexter?
No, I don't think he really explained how the bicycle functions on a flat Earth. I just think we're just skipping over that.
I mean, it's because it does, bro. It's fucking flat, and the bike rolls across it. Come on, is that the best you can do? That's easy. Easy answer. Why can't it?
Question was about as good as how would a microwave work on a flat Earth? Like seriously, that's your question? Huh.
Like, what's the problem with a bike rolling across a flat surface? Like, it's pretty. Like, we do that all the time. Like, that doesn't dispute flat Earth at all. I think that's one of the things I've been working on is that I want to also agree that the Earth is flat, but then also that it's a globe because it's got tons of flat parts all over the globe.
Just want to clarify, Talon. I don't need to answer your question because Flatmat Can spoke actually for me. I agree with what he said. Nobody wants to hear that from you. Sorry, bro. What I'm trying to say is I don't have that endless patience, which
because I think it's not a zero sum.
The legendary flat earthers or the senior flat earthers have. I don't have that patience. It's actually it's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable to debate with you.
I want to understand what overfences means when he says I'm an idiot because I think the Earth is flat and a globe. Because I think the issue is that it shouldn't be a zero sum game where the Earth is a shape, but then the surface also has specific shape. Because if we're going to talk about a zero sum game with the Earth, then it's never actually flat because there's mountains and hills and if I had to narrow it down, I would define flat as level and smooth. And so that would represent the globe having flat sections, whether or not it's and so like the claim that I think flat earthers like to make is as in that it's not a globe because of the existence of a horizontal plane. And so the existence of a horizontal plane is not mutually exclusive to establishing horizontal planes while on the surface of a huge globe. Horizontal is basically man-made. We have to make. That's why we raise. That's why we don't live on the ground because it's not flat.
Shut up, Alan. You know what doesn't exist on a globe? Horizontal.
Well, we build a foundation that's horizontal on purpose.
Exactly. There are no horizontal planes.
Horizontal doesn't exist on a globe, on a sphere.
Yeah, but we always have. Why do you think we always have to? All houses are on a foundation that need a level to level it off because the planet is not flat fucking anywhere. We have to build a foundation to establish a horizontal plane.
So, not flat anywhere.
Show me a place on the planet where it's perfectly horizontal.
Oh man. Somebody's got to show him the survey data for Kansas.
Because we also get into fractal geometry because the Earth is rough, and so
I also get into a bunch of other words salad. And yeah, go look into the survey data of Kansas.
So if we used a tiny ruler, we would have tons of elevation. The smaller you get, the closer you get to the surface,
like 7 fucking salt flats, but it's not flat anywhere.
Well, that's the zero sum game. Like we have to establish if we're going to have it both ways, because that's why I wanted to talk with Berserker.
They told me that there's like horizontal fake, right? But like we use horizontal, and that's the one thing you can't have on a ball. Just shut up, Talon.
We have level. Well, horizontal is 0 degrees level, level plane. So, but that doesn't exist on the Earth because the Earth is a soft, like rough.
Oh no, and that's why we have to treat the motherfucker as horizontal and level for all practical applications. Shut up, Talon.
Water
Shut
is a
up,
liquid.
Talon.
Water
Shut
is a
up,
liquid.
Talon.
Well, then
Shut
how
up,
would a
Talon.
bicycle even work on if it was flat?
Right. well, come on, Dexter. Again, because the wheel is round.
What?
The wheel is round, so it goes across a flat surface. It rolls across.
What do you mean? You don't even explain like the gears or like
No,
the
why?
chain mechanism.
Yeah, well, that's how you
Just
provide. That's
the
what
balls.
provides
The goes on the weather. It goes the weather. It's done.
wheels turning.
It makes it sound so simple.
Right. It is simple. The a bike going across a plane is a simple concept. We're not trying to be fucking nerds here and like doing all the math every time. If you want to do the math, we can get into that. The physics of the bike. But that's nerd shit. We're not all nerds, Dexter.
Yeah, the horizon isn't horizontal. That's cute.
Slightly curved. It's at a higher. It's like only like 8 inches over 5 miles.
Oh, okay. So horizontal being parallel with the plane of the horizon at 90 degrees to the vertical. Shut
Yeah,
up,
it's like
Talon.
leveling when you're leveling a frame.
Shut up, Talon.
And it's
Everything
just slightly off.
we do treats the Earth as flat, navigates it as flat, measures it as flat. The words that are used describes it as flat. You have a horizon. That horizon is horizontal. The thing that can't exist on a sphere is horizontal. So please shut the fuck up, Talon.
Well, also he's talking in a perfectly horizontal horizon. Supposedly, would only be achieved through water. And water isn't Earth.
You need to
Water
take a
is
breath.
liquid.
You
Separate.
need to take a breath. You need to take a breath. Slow down. Just
Well,
put
you
yourself on mute for 10 minutes, please.
Did you have a question?
Yeah,
I
my
got Mark
question
J.
is, can you put yourself on mute for 10 minutes or not?
No.
Will you put yourself on mute for 10 minutes or not? Okay. So then you will get booted. That's what you want?
Oh, no. I was just helping with content. Because Dexter was talking about the bike not being able, like proving a bike rolling across a flat Earth, but I'm totally happy
You
with
think
that.
you're funny, buddy?
We make flat roads.
You think
all
you're
the
so
time.
funny?
The roads are flat. We bike across it. Like I'm willing to defend flat earthers in specific contexts where the Earth is smooth and level, and we have a horizontal because we.
I don't need you to have my back. Thanks. Anyways, you can just put yourself on mute quietly. Thank you.
Well, I just want to make sure I hold Globers to a high standard, the same way I would hold a flat earther standard, the same standard. So
you would need standards to start with. So sorry.
Why do you want me to be muted? Why don't we just talk?
Dude, it's always a gotcha with the bicycle question. Everyone always gets muted when I ask the bicycle question because nobody knows.
Again, you're wrong again, Dexter, because no one's muted you, and you've said it 3 fucking times, and I proved that I can prove that a bike can you can bike across a flat surface, dude. It's fine. Like you don't have to worry about playing gotcha. That is not a gotcha because we can do because it exists. It's in the data. That is in the like a bike. Biking, rolling across a flat surface is in the data just by getting enough speed and maintaining a momentum, which allows it to roll across the surface on 2 wheels.
So on a globe Earth, if you're riding a bike, are you always riding up a hill, an arc of curvature, or are you riding down an arc of curvature? Or maybe the wheels, as you turn the wheels on your bike, it helps your Baltard spin.
So in that case, what you're talking about is the answer is yes, but the bike is always at the top of the hill. The bike, that's what I want to answer. honestly, but the bike is always at the top of the hill. You're correct. It's not going up or down it. It's at the apex at all times, and it also supports
Okay,
Glover.
so then the wheels are the reason why it turns and that it could stay at the top of a ball. So can you show me like on a sphere where the top and the bottom would be of a sphere?
It's infinity, right? It's everywhere.
Fucking retard.
It's well, in the case of the Earth, it's an oblate spheroid, and so you can kind of go to the equator where it's a little bit wider because of the spin, and then when you go to the North Pole, it's a little bit squished just by a little bit, but it is not a perfect sphere. It is a little bit squishy, so you can go to those locations and it will be a little flatter than the equator where it's spinning, like a top.
That sounds like excuses to me.
Yep. See, this is where I want flat Earth. This is where I like to unite. I'm like Globe Jesus because I can unite flat Earthers and Globers together.
No, the Earth is not flat because the Bible says so.
Well, it is flat. I saw it with my own eyes.
You can debunk a globe without using the Bible, dude.
No, I was just joking around. Don't take it serious.
Everyone to be happy and be together. I don't want to fight. I'm not fighting. I will not fight flat earthers. I will maintain a good faith understanding of our reality and the earth we live on together as human beings. We're all one. We're all one.
It's in order to be it's of water. That's just all there is. You have to deny a whole lot of fundamental physics to be a glober, dude.
Can somebody please put Michael Jackson's "We Are the World" music video into the chat, please? Please. I'm censored from the chat, or I would have done it myself. Thank you for talking with me, Lioness. I like talking with you in the chat. Does anybody else have any good flat or globe Earth evidence?
Look in the chat, man. I just posted a picture of the Earth.
All right. So we got. So did you take like a perfect horizontal and compare it to the horizon, and establish it's a perfect line?
I mean,
it's blurry.
Do I gotta know that does a baseball have to be a perfect ball to be a baseball?
Has to be a perfect baseball, so it has to have the threads and the consistency and the materials.
So every baseball is exactly the same, with no deviation in design. Okay, well, but they're all balls.
Well, they're all measured to be the same size, right? You wouldn't take like a 10-foot, a huge baseball and say that's a baseball, but it is. So it depends on like how you define whether or not something is a perfect baseball. Because now you're adding.
So from that picture I posted, you get the ground as a ball.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we live on a ball. So you're looking at the ground, surface of a ball.
Well, it doesn't look like a ball.
Really?
Why doesn't it look like a ball in my picture?
Well, that depends on
how you go higher.
How does it look like something? Because you're so close. The reason why it doesn't.
Define how it looks. Wait, right. You're going to argue the definition of what something looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. So like the horizon, it means that like you can only see so far, and that occurs from something that's curved like a ball.
So because horizon, therefore ball.
Yep. It forms that forms an apex. Yeah, the horizon is formed by the apex of a curve.
Never go full retard.
There wouldn't be a horizon if it was flat forever.
I mean, I go up, it just gets like I could just see more and more. Right? It never curves up. It's just like a
and then you get at a certain point you see so much that you can see the curve and you can see the ball. Never
happened to me.
Well, maybe not you personally, but there are tons of people who have done it.
But not you personally either, Talon.
Right, because I'm not a fucking nerd, and I don't strap myself to a fucking rocket and shoot myself off the surface so I can take a picture.
I have a drone. You don't even need that. You just send the drone up. Like,
But I
why do you
thought
got to
we
put a rocket? Just
yeah,
go on the
we
drone.
established. Okay, so RTA, we did establish that we are not nerds, and that we do let nerds do crazy shit like shoot themselves straight up into the air,
Irrelevant.
rockets,
You know, that guy didn't.
take a picture. Because then you, like you said, you fly in an airplane, right? So you're at least willing to do that, right?
I mean, I don't know where you get ball out of this. Like, it's
The curvature,
we just go higher.
horizon.
There's
The
no
horizon
curve,
only.
dude.
The limited depth of view means that.
So you think just because I can't see China from up here, Earth is a ball?
That's part of it, yeah.
Where would it? Where would all like? Where? Oh, do you know like? Do you understand like this image is being made with pixels, right? So there's only so many pixels to work with. If you're trying to show all of the Atlantic Ocean, all of Europe, and all of China in this little screen, it's not going to happen, right? Like
get blocked by
that's what you're expecting. Like that's kind of this is
yeah, right.
insanity.
You would see the next highest elevation of something, but in your picture, you don't even have the highest elevation of something. You have a straight line, which means that you have
Look at how fucking
you have the perfect edge of like
Florida, bro.
Edge of a surface that just goes on forever. That's infinity. That's a curve. That's a globe in 3 dimensions. Just
there's nothing globe here, dude.
The function of what you're seeing is what leads you, with our brain and our logic.
There's no curve, but it's there. It depends, but you can't feel it, can't measure it.
Yeah, I know. Somebody did provide the. So if you take the line, if you take like the actual radius of the surface of the horizon and then match it to a perfectly horizontal line, the gap is tiny. It's a tiny gap when you actually take a perfect 5-mile line and then you put the horizon on top of it. It's only going to be notched up the teensiest amount, and it's barely visible. And without the perfect horizontal as a reference, it only appears horizontal, but it's not really horizontal.
You mean we have to reference the Earth as horizontal then?
No, the Earth is just massive, which makes it appear, which makes the curve so straight.
You said horizontal reference, so does that mean we have to reference the Earth as horizontal? That's what we're doing, right?
So we could use, we use the horizontal.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
As a reference to see that it's not perfectly horizontal.
Oh my fucking god!
And so because it's not perfectly horizontal,
to say that it's not horizontal.
Well, that's why it took us so long, and that's why Aristophanes only barely noticed with the angles of the shadows of a huge monolith. So the huge monolith was big enough to show the deviation in what appeared to be horizontal. But then when you look at the perpendicular plumb line of a monolith, that's how we figured out. We're like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. It's like seeing a painting hanging on a frame hanging on the wall, and it's just slightly off of level. It like hurts you, but you can't really tell until you like wiggle it a couple times, and then even then you need a laser level to actually achieve perfect level. But most frames on your wall are probably not perfectly horizontal down to like a laser.
We figured it out. Who's we?
Just everybody that that has frames hanging on their wall.
Everybody. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, look at your poster. Like when you do you have anything on your wall right now?
He's right. I mean, like, how often do you pull out the leveler with the water inside of it with the bubble to see if it's level? I mean, like that's does everything.
Dexter, that's what it's nerds. Fucking nerds.
You're a fucking nerd.
Hell yeah, nerds for life.
A religious globe-loving nerd.
Well, yeah. So, like, and honestly, let me clarify. Who I'm talking about are geeks. Nerds are just people who like a thing, like Star Wars and stuff. So I'm definitely a nerd. But really, we're talking about the geeks are the ones that actually fucking go into the lab and invent shit, and the fucking geeks are the ones that actually do all the work. But nerds, I'm a nerd of the results of what. So I'm a science nerd. So I don't actually do any of the fucking lab and geek shit. Whereas the geeks are the ones who actually go to college and they fucking write shit down. And they prove all this Einstein shit. And I'm a nerd for Einstein. So that's the difference between a geek and a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
So like Dexter's a geek because he's like, man, how does a bake work on a flat surface? Because the physics and the gravity and the Pritzker.
Yeah, you're a nerd.
Any of those things. Okay. I asked you how a bicycle works. Okay, pal, you're the one that got confused.
Eek. I can't explain how a bike works. That shit's magic. It's like voodoo.
Bicycles are voodoo. Only on a globe Earth, though.
Yeah.
Only on a globe
Voodoo
Earth.
is voodoo on a globe Earth. Show me voodoo working on a flat Earth.
Voodoo is voodoo. Voodoo is voodoo is voodoo.
Voodoo? You do.
Voodoo.
Let's do the time warp again.
Oh, no, I was thinking of the babe with the power. So, yeah, no, we got to keep referencing the Earth as horizontal, and we can't have horizontal in a sphere, so that means that we're treating the Earth as flat. There's no measurements of curve. Flight data shows that flights don't curve for their, take curvature into consideration in their flight paths. Flying horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yep, got to treat it as flat, measures it flat, navigates as flat. Nothing about it says globe.
What did you measure a curve, Linus?
Y'all like kiwis? Kiwis are fucking delicious.
How do you measure? Like, what is the flat Earth measurement of curves, Linus? Do you guys have that? Do you have that data?
What's the flat Earth measurement of curves? Say that real fucking slow, dude.
Right. It's flat. Well, how do flat Earthers measure curve? If there's no measurement of curve of the globe.
Right, so we went out to measure for curve only to find that it measures flat. You understand?
How did you measure for curve?
But there is no curve. We went to measure for curve only to find out there is no curve.
So, like,
by using the globe formula, right, and finding that the horizon would be at 1.22 miles out from a 1 foot observation height above sea level to beach, and then we find, okay, we're seeing a lot farther than that. A lot farther than that. So we would have measured the curve if the horizon had been at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observation height above sea level at the beach.
You wouldn't.
There you have it. We went to measure for curvature only to find that it measured flat.
Well, so your problem is the measurement. Like, that measurement is deliberately it's like you deliberately chose that measurement because it won't represent curve because it's too small of a sample size.
Yeah, Talon, I'll agree with you if you're going to say there's something wrong with that measurement. It was the measurement given by the globe, and it's incorrect. It does not apply.
Yes. So you
There's no proof of it. No proof of it. No, it's not correct. There's no 8 inches per mile squared. Okay.
But
thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Okay, thank you for coming.
You're gonna thank him for coming?
But we want to measure curvature. If you wanted to measure a curve, what would you do? You
would notice the drop at 1.22 miles. Are you listening, or do you have fucking wax in your ears?
So why don't you just add like 20
shut
miles?
your pie hole, man.
Like, what if you added 20 miles to that same measurement?
What if you had? What if all the raindrops were lemon drops and gumdrops? Oh, what a fucking rain that would be!
Why does it have to be? Why does it have to show up in 1.22 miles? Maybe it's so big that it doesn't show up in 1.22 miles.
Then then your fucking globe idiots gave the wrong calculation. They calculated the size of the Earth incorrectly, and they didn't go to the moon because they needed to know the size of the Earth to get to the moon. Remember, they needed to calculate the curvature. Yeah.
Okay. But I remember asking what your measurement is, and you're like,
remember the black ladies? Remember the black ladies did all the math and made the moon landing happen? Oh, that was so amazing how they did the math.
Okay, but again, the Globers aren't the ones that are only using 1.22 miles. We use thousands of miles. You're the one who's doing that.
No, you're the numpty that's not realizing that at a 1 foot observer height, the Earth should start dropping at 1.22 miles away. And we see far beyond that from a 1 foot observer height. So you're the numpty that's not putting that together. Thank you
I don't agree with
for
that.
being here. Thank you for being here. Drinks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left.
But I don't agree with that. It doesn't. A curve does not have to show up at that small of a distance to be a curve.
Oh my god.
Well, then take it up with your globe people then, because they're the ones who claim that's where it should start. Are you fucking paying attention?
Right,
no, you're not.
when you say
you are
start,
the worst troll ever, man. Like,
So when you're saying-
I think it's both round and flat. It's a round Earth with flat spots. I'm a genius.
so when you're at the starting line, you're at 0. So the curve hasn't started, and so if you go past 1.22 miles, then it starts to curve. So they are correct in saying that.
No, it does not. When we observe something 10 miles out and there's still no curvature. Right. Yeah, right.
But there is.
No, there's not.
So when you go 10 miles out, you can see that. So like when you go 10 miles out, you can see that that like large object.
You need to mute for another few years and pay attention to what's going on in the live stream. You'll catch on eventually.
Right, sailboats going over the horizon. At 10 miles. Because it only starts to curve at 1.22. And you would actually need to go up higher. You wouldn't do it 1 foot observer height because it deliberately ignores the curvature by being as close as possible to where it's not visible because it's such a huge distance.
Nah, Tom, technically that's incorrect, man. It's curving from every point, everywhere. You're talking about when it would start
but it's
to
only
curve
0.06 per degrees at a, per
Okay,
mile.
So it is curving from everywhere.
Right.
You just said it only curves away after 1 mile or 1.22.
It begins to become visible. Like we start to see start to see 0.06 degrees.
Prove that. Show us your evidence, because we don't see that dropping at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height. So prove your work.
Yeah, I get that, dude. I was just